Chapter 1. Crossing. Ice Destroyer Dragon Slayer. The snow-white seagulls lined up in groups, flying across the blue sky. The waves rolled up by the sea breeze repeatedly patted the beach tirelessly. Unknown seas, unknown islands. Gasping, Loya was so emotional, and then sat on the beach with a weak butt. In the time just now, Loya ran along the island and was half dead, only to reach this conclusion. Now, he can be sure of one thing. If all this is not the kind of legendary prank, then he is really crossing. The instant noodle bucket buried halfway under the sand is proof. Loya was originally a small clerk, and she was working very hard every day shortly after graduation. On a rare May Day holiday, Loya bought bread, instant noodles, and soda, and prepared a copy of The Liver with his teammates overnight. He had just walked to the computer with instant noodles, and before reaching for the power button, he lost his consciousness. When he came back to God, he found that he was already standing on a golden beach, and he was holding the bucket of instant noodles with ham sausage in his hand. It wasn't the narrow rental house that blew the hot air that mixed sweat, foot, smoke, and instant noodles, but it was fresh and salty. At the moment, Loya was aggressive. This sudden change left his brain dead for a while and a half, until the instant noodles on his hands tilted down and the boiling water burned his feet. The fear and anxiety brought by this unknown situation made him run crazy along the island, trying to find a trace of people and ask the situation. But to his disappointment, the island is really an uninhabited island, and its size is not even as good as the old housing area where he rented the house. The limit of sight is the blue sea. Here is a real island. Oh. Sitting on the hot sandy beach, Loya moved her buttocks and was a bit unbearable to the heat of the sand after being exposed to the sun, so she stood on her knees and hobbled under a coconut tree on the edge of the beach to cool. Am I really crossing? Loya looked at the white flip-flops that had broken the rubber on her feet and said a little unconsciously to herself, no reason to cross? He doesn't know where it is, but according to the tradition of crossing, it is definitely not the original world. Those who are familiar, the familiar things have left him, and the past nostalgia and regrets have nothing to do with him ever since. Suddenly, he was excited. Play with me, right? My sister invited me to Wasteland 25H today. I will be paid the day after tomorrow. I see I ain't wait a few days for Lao Tzu's luxury. Lao Tzu hasn't had dinner. Speaking of which, Loya closed her mouth suddenly. He touched his belly. Indeed, supper was not eaten yet. Thinking of this, Loya looked up at the coconut hanging on the tree, swallowed, and there was a hint of firmness in her eyes. Resolutely, do not starve to death. It is unknown if there are any beasts in the depths of the island, so Loya abandoned the plan to explore the island. He took off his t-shirt, straightened, and glanced at the coconut tree. Well, that's good, not long enough. After looking around for a few moments, Loya sneaked off her pants, wearing only boxers. This is a tree climbing method that he learned while watching a variety show, using a belt to circle the tree, and then moving upwards little by force. Hey! There was only one flip-flop left under the stomping foot, and Loya jumped hard, pulling his trousers with one hand and holding himself in the air with his trunk. Then what's the next step? Let your hand be vacated and move the strap up? Doesn't it just fall? Loya pulled on his pants and pushed again. I thought for a moment. Loya clamped the trunk with her thigh, took a deep breath, and tried to move the pants upwards. To hear it, he just moved less than 10 centimeters up, and with the sound of the cloth cracking, his jeans that had been worn for several years were torn directly from the position of the trousers. Suddenly, the situation made Loya stunned, and she was about to fall backwards. Fortunately, his eyes were ill, and his hands were fast. He loosened his trousers with a loose hand, then forced his waist and abdomen, and leaned forward quickly, holding the trunk with both hands to avoid the crisis of falling. Breathing for a moment, Panna finally decided to give up trying this unreliable way, slipping down the trunk awkwardly and falling back to the ground. Although the pants are torn, they are better than being clothed. When wearing trousers, the inside of the thighs, which were reddish by the bark, was extremely painful. At this moment, when he looked down, he saw a few small stones next to the root of the tree. His eyes turned, and he picked up two. During the process of climbing the tree just now, he found that although these coconuts looked very green, they were not connected very stably. As the trunks swayed, they bumped into each other and made a squeak sound. Although I don't know if it's okay, but it's up to you. Come on, Sheetsy, raised her hand, twisted her chin, and lowered her body, throwing forcefully. Huh. At the moment when Sherzizi's shot was made, a muffled sound was heard, and then Loya heard the sound of something exploding. Just preparing to look up, a turquoise hard shell with water stains fell from the sky, and he reached out subconsciously to catch it. Looking at the things on hand, Loya, like the well-known emoji package sloth, slowly opened his mouth with an exaggerated expression. Is this coconut? Then he hurriedly looked up, and sure enough, the coconut he was aiming at just now, the small coconut next to him, had disappeared, and a long green appeared on the turquoise shell of the surrounding coconut. Long, uneven scratches, as if rubbed by a bullet. When did my strength become so strong? Or is it the gravity here is much lower than the Earth? Loya blinked, a little unresponsive. He looked down at the half-coconut shell in his hand, and in the center of the white coconut flesh, a thin layer of water gathered there. He licked his dry lips and decided not to worry about the weirdness just now, raised the coconut shell, and drank cleanly. Taking a sip of his breath, Loya breathed a long breath, and the coconut juice was sweet and refreshing, soothing the hotness in his body and making him feel better. But coconut juice alone couldn't fill her belly. Loya looked at her clean and white fingers and tried to pinch the layer of coconut meat with her nails. What surprised him was that the coconut meat, which was difficult to get off at the moment, was like the cream in the middle of Oreo. He made a large slice with a light stroke of his nails. Is I too hard, or is this exotic coconut variety? Holding the white piece of coconut meat in his hand, I had no time to think about it. The internal organs that had just been driven by coconut juice were rebelling, and a large amount of secreted gastric acid made his stomach uncomfortable like a fire, and he urgently needed food. He opened his mouth wide and bit off most of the coconut. A little hard scraped the coconut flesh a few times, and Loya stares at the coconuts on his head. Oh. Although it was too late, Loya, who was hungry and thirsty, ate up more than a dozen coconuts. Then she patted her belly and snored against the coconut tree. After solving the problem of the Five-Zong Temple, Loya finally had a leisure time to think about the changes that happened to her. Imagine that before going around the island in panic, Loya now realized how incredible this was. This distance is as short as 7 or 8 kilometers long, and it runs for several kilometers without stopping. Is this the sub-healthy otaku clerk? Not to mention tired and half-dead, exhausted death is impossible. What's wrong with this? Is this the golden finger necessary to pass through the party in the legend? Loya thought with full sorrow. There are several young people who don't watch online novels, and Loya is one of them. Once in his second year of high school, he had more than once fantasized that he would actually cross one day. What kind of cheat would he get? Is it riding chakras, cutting swords, or devil fruits? Even the abilities of the SOS team have been prostitution. But he never expected it to be infinitely powerful. At this moment, a transparent blue panel emerged suddenly in the air in front of Loya. He blinked, thinking he was dazzled, rubbed his eyes, and raised his head to look again. This panel is still there. This is my cheat? Loya suddenly came to the spirit. The drowsiness caused by insufficient blood supply to the brain just disappeared instantly. But when he could see the big characters at the top of the panel, Loya's expression froze and he muttered aloud. G. Destruction. Dragon. Magic. God. Sure. Chapter 2. Upgrade. Breakthrough of Zero. The term Annihilation Dragon Wizard comes from the comic fairy tale. In the comics, the Dragon Extinguisher was founded by Irene Brasilian. It belongs to a type of magic exorcist. It uses ancient magic dragon extinguishing magic, which transforms one's physique into a dragon's constitution. Wizard of the Dragon. Loya's favorite thing to see when crossing was Naruto, but she also chased after this famous and hot-blooded young man, and even during that time, the attractiveness of the 3 major laborers was not as great as that of the fairy tale. The Annihilation Dragon Demon Wizard has the constitution of a dragon. It can also restore physical strength and enhance strength by devouring substances with the same properties as his magic, or use the power of the dragon to burst the dragon scales and improve the offense and defense. This kind of magic is used to kill dragons, so it is called dragon kill magic. When Loya first came into contact with his comic, she was regarded as a heavenly book for a while and was deeply attracted by the handsome magic in it. Every week, she would go to the corner shop to buy the latest one with the saved pocket money. Sometimes, even my mother told him to buy soy sauce. However, no matter how great the enthusiasm will fade over time later, Because of the delay of the original story itself and the increase of his age in academics, he slowly lost the motivation to continue chasing. But these are not the points. Guider of the Ice Destroyer. Does this option exist in the original book? God? Serena doesn't have this. Leah's eyes widened, and she carefully recalled the plot she had seen. I never saw the Ice Destroyer Dragon Wizard in the original works of Demon Tale. There wasn't even 1 or 2 generations, even one side description. Maybe the pit hasn't filled up the Serena with the 8 dragon crystals, but this chance is not great. Because of the urinary nature of the day, the ability of ice with its protagonist attributes will definitely be exposed very early, instead of not appearing for more than 10 years now. This is my life-saving cheat. Don't be weird, magic. Wendy's kind of pure assistance is not needed. In a slight anxiety, Loya began to observe this interface. This interface is simply divided into 2 parts. The left is a series of attribute introductions, and the right is a skill tree composed of a block of icons, which is similar to WoW's previous talent tree. Luoyu curiously clicked the colored icon at the bottom of the talent tree with her fingers, and a message popped out. Dragon Power 1/100%. Dragon Power can increase the strength of the Dragon Destroyer's Dragon Destroyer magic, but more than 30% of the body begins to transform. After more than 90%, the body of the Dragon Destroyer begins to become dragon. The first attribute is not a good thing, and Loya looks cold for a while. As the skill introduction says, although the Dragon Kill magic used by the Dragon Destroyer is powerful, it has serious sequelae. According to Irene Brasilian, every Dragon Destroyer will follow the destroy the use of dragon magic gradually became a dragon. Loya is not a middle school boy of that year. If this effect can be reversed, or if there is magic power of Gerald's level in this world, otherwise he really wants to try to feel like a dragon. The next few colored icons are extended from the power of the dragon here. Loya clicked to view in order. The body of the dragon, 10 to 100%, the body gradually adapts to the strength of the dragon and improves the all-around quality of the dragon exorcist. It can temporarily increase the degree of adaptation by swallowing energy, and the sequelae are large. Howling Ice Dragon. Converge the power of the ice dragon in the lungs, strengthen it through the magic array, and spit out to attack. Insufficient magic power to use. Binglong's Iron Fist. Entangling the power of the ice dragon around a fist. A powerful freezing effect erupts after hitting. Wing Binglong's Wings Strike. Wrap the power of the ice dragon around his arm and wave it to attack like a dragon's wings. Insufficient magic power to use. Ice Dragon's Hook. Win the power of the ice dragon around the foot, and a powerful freezing effect will occur after hitting. Binglong's Broken Teeth. Wrap the power of the ice dragon around a hand and attack with fingers as claws. Binglong's Grip. Grab the target and push the power of the ice dragon into the target. The good news is that what happened to Loya's fears did not happen. Although the roaring skills most commonly used by dragon demon slayers are temporarily unavailable for magic problems, they are harmless. From the currently available skills, the Ice Dragon spell magic is almost the same as the protagonist Naza's Fire Dragon spell magic, both of which are purely offensive abilities. As for the future, Loya is unknown. In addition to the XX of the Dragon Examiner's standard version of the XX Dragon, the skill of the dragon's body makes Loya look slightly, improving the overall quality of the Dragon Examiner, which is presumably his great strength and endurance now for increased reasons. And just as Naz will burst dragon scales when he swallows the magical elves in the Tower of Paradise, this skill can improve his ability in a short time. The only drawback is probably the kind of thick lines that make Naz better than the sequelae of death. Very suitable for blasting, Loya gave a fair evaluation. The rest of the icons are dimmed, and nothing happens when you click on them. This situation is very clear year-round playing game Loya. The level is not enough. Loya probably has some guesses. These remaining icons may be the ability to destroy the dragon and uphold the power of the dragon before he can use the skills. He needs to continuously upgrade to slowly unlock it. Then he looked to the left side of the interface, where the attribute introduction was displayed. Name, Christopher Loya. Automatic correction in the world. Energy stage, first order 0 layer. Energy value, 10 tenths, can be improved. Magic value, 500 of 500. Magic recovery speed, 50/s. What kind of ghost is Christopher Loya? And the world automatically corrects it. The little man can change his name without changing his name. He's called Loya. What is this energy value? Looking at this attribute bar, Loya whispered to herself. Don't. Loya glanced at the scattered coconut shells, with a little guess in her heart. Suddenly, he looked up and shouted into the air. System? Elf? Master Brain? I'm your host, come out. After a few seconds, Loya coughed awkwardly. Quietly around, nothing happened, the sea breeze blew, and he seemed to hear a few fools. After embarrassment, Loya reached out and pointed at the arrow behind the word, can be lifted. Many years of experience in web articles and games tells him not to bear it when he can upgrade. Maybe in the next moment, some powerful enemies will jump out to take his life. Only after upgrading can he save his life. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire interface became blurred. A gorgeous blue magic array appeared at his feet, and the rising air blew his hair upside down. At the same time, a wave of blue energy emerged from the air around him and quickly rushed to him. With the influx of energy, a blue pattern began to spread on him. Although no attempt has been made to improve before, Loya still feels familiar with this scene. I am a super scion. What is the sense of visual perception of such a strong page game upgrade? The anomaly came quickly, and it went fast. It lasted for less than 3 seconds, and Loya disappeared just after the trough was finished. The blue lines covering his whole body seemed to have life, hovering and swimming around him, and finally gathered at the wrists of his hands, forming 2 diamond-shaped patterns. Wait until everything is calm. Loya strokes the pattern on the wrist and looks at the attributes on the interface again. Name, Christopher Loya. Automatic correction in the world. Energy stage, first level and first level. Energy value, 0/20. Magic value, 550 of 550. Magic recovery speed, 50/s. The magic value increased by 50 points, and the energy value required in the next stage doubled. Then he looked at the talent tree on the right, but neither the dragon's body nor the dragon's power had changed. Did the increase in energy phase have nothing to do with my own ability to destroy dragon magic? Or simply because the level is too low? The specific circumstances of Loya are unknown, and he can't help frowning. If this is the first case, then if the world is a demon's world, it is okay to say that you can always find an expert who can teach yourself magic. But if not, wouldn't it be impossible to increase the level of dragon spell magic? However, at present, these do not need to be too concerned. Loya doesn't talk about the world now. Even the island under the buttocks hasn't been explored. It's nothing to worry about, so long-term things. Mutter. With a sound of thunder sounded, and Loya bowed her head and touched her belly. No, right? I was hungry as soon as I was full. Is the energy required for the upgrade really biological energy? Mutter. Biao thundered again, confirming Loya's thoughts. Well, it looks like we have to find food. However, this time, Loya was not ready to continue eating coconut. She just ate a dozen just now, not only panicked, but also tired and uncomfortable. Now she sees coconut and wants to vomit. And become a dragon exterminator guide in coconut hunger. That is simply the shame of the dragon exterminator. So he decided to go hunting and eat meat. Chapter 3, Step Up. Small island every day. Unknown seas, unknown islands. Ice dragon. Tekken. There was a scream of rage through the woods, and the blue light flashed, followed by a dull impact and a crackling icy sound. Loya dropped from the air more than 10 meters high, and she just stood a few feet on the ground. Very good, this wild boar is enough for me to eat for 3 days. Loya looked at the wild boar that had been frozen in front of her eyes and broke into a few flaps. His voice sighed. This wild boar is not small. Just the 2 teeth that are exposed outside have the thickness of Loya's arm. Lying on the ground like a hill, that is, a hind leg that is now broken on the ground is better than Loya. This body shape can no longer be described with how many kilograms, but how many tons. But even so, it was just barely enough for Loya to eat for 3 days. He accepted the identity of the dragon destroyer that day, and Loya began to explore the island. At first, for the sake of safety, his hunting target was a little guy who looked like a rabbit but was covered with scales. Until now, this giant wild boar that dominates the island is also carried on his recipe. Because for just a few weeks, Loya found sadly that this island seems to have only these wild boars to eat, and he was eaten up by all but poisonous animals. The special body structure of the annihilation dragon demon priest consumes a lot of food every day. In addition, Loya also has to consider strengthening his attributes, so he needs to eat a lot of things every day. The first level of the first floor, the energy value required for upgrading, only needs to eat a dozen coconuts to replenish the full amount. However, starting from the third layer, the simple coconut can no longer provide Loya with the slightest energy value, which forced Loya to change his own recipe and hunt the island creatures. He found that the more powerful a creature is, the more energy it can provide to him to keep pace with the upgrade. Just upgrade all the way and change the recipe. Loya got the first rare achievement after crossing Eden Island. He scatters the surrounding ice cubes, and Loya uses ice to change sticks to string pieces of pork together. With both hands, he easily carried a wild boar skewer that was more than 10 times larger than his size. The power bonus brought by the body of the dragon is far more than the one just shown that day, because Loya did not recognize his current strength at that time, and the protective mechanism of the brain's instinct automatically limited his power. With these weeks of proficiency, Loya has been able to lift this restriction and exert his true power. Carrying a skewer, Loya quickly returned to her residence, the cave. This cave turned out to be the nest of a 3-meter-high brown bear, which was occupied by Loa Dove and killed the owner to eat meat. I took out the lighter in the bag, and Loya shook the fuselage. There was only a thin layer of liquid butane in it, and it seemed that it would not be used a few times. He put the meat skewers outside the cave, and Loya went inside and soon came out with a pile of velvet for fire. These things, made from dried leaves, are very convenient for setting fire. In this regard, Loya would like to thank Bay and a guy who has lived alone in the island for 4 weeks. By watching the video they shot, Loya has learned at least the basic wild survival skills ignition. I found a dry branch to stand, and Loya lit the leaf cashmere with a lighter, and soon came up with a bonfire. Thanks to the magic of a great ice dragon, he didn't have to worry about causing a forest fire to burn himself to death. Remove a piece of hind leg meat, and Loya cleans a large piece of pork leg meat by the stream, skewers it with thick wooden sticks, and roasts it by the campfire. Frozen the rest of the food skillfully, Loya looked up and waited for the pork to cook while she was still asleep. These few weeks of experience turned Loya from that cheerful game otaku into a dumb, isolated island hunter. For the first 3 days, he panicked, curled up asleep on the beach every day, afraid to miss any passing ships. But over time, this hope and anxiety have gradually been shrouded in despair. He has vented, growled, and cried, but it is not useful for the current situation. It is better to have some energy to clean up foliage bed. Loya, who calmed down again, cleared up her mood and left the erected S0S sign on the beach at the highest point of the island with ice. He didn't know if people in this world could understand the meaning, but even if he couldn't understand it, the appearance of words on such an uninhabited island was enough to attract attention. Then there was a long wait. The white traces left by the seawater on the stones are the source of salt for Loya these days. He knows that there is a slight toxin in this stuff. It's bad for the human body to eat too much, but he doesn't replenish the body salt. He has no strength to go out hunting every day. Twist the layer of roasted pork thinly, and Loya bites open. After a while, a piece of pork thicker than his waist went into the belly. Then he took out a piece of pork again and continued to rack it. The stomach is full, but the energy value is not enough. Loya meditated on the golden finger, and the panel appeared in front of him. Name, Christopher Loya, automatic correction in the world. Energy stage, first order and 10 layers. Energy value, 85 out of 100. Magic value, 1000/1000. Magic recovery speed, 100/s. Because of the frequent use of dragon extermination magic during this period, the dragon's body increased with exercise, from 10% to 12%. Loya's most feared increase in dragon power did not occur, still 1%. In addition, these attributes are the biggest changes. The magic value has reached 1000, which is twice as much as he had just passed, and the magic recovery speed is also doubled. The energy stage has finally reached the first stage and 10th floor. Today, according to the urine nature of page games, it is the moment to break through to the second stage. Continue to eat a few large pieces of pork, and the energy value has finally increased to 100/100. Loya sucked the grease from his finger with his mouth, put his finger on the arrow, and chose to lift. Buzz. The familiar humming sounded, and the blue law circle reappeared. Then the blue energy began to emerge and quickly poured into his body. But today's situation is a bit different. These blue energies, both in quantity and size, are more and stronger than when they were ascended before. For almost a blink of an eye, countless energies resemble a whirlwind, wrapping him up www.mtlnovel.com, forming a blue-like cocoon. At the same time, an inexplicable coercion emerged from the inside and spread to the surroundings. The entire forest seemed to be pressed with the forbidden key, and even a worm could not be heard. Lime trees are forbidden, and the water flow is still. Even the clouds in the sky are still. In this static picture, the only one that is still moving is the constantly flickering light cocoon. This feeling seems to have passed for thousands of years, but it seems to be just a moment. Suddenly, the surroundings moved again. The sea breeze continued to blow leaves, the stream began to flow, and the forest was noisy again. Click. There was a soft bang, and the light cocoon was now dark blue, and a tiny crack appeared on the blue eggshell. Click, click, click. The crevices became more and more cracked. Looking from the outside, we could already see a touch of blue. Suddenly, the cricket blew, the light cocoons burst, and a strong cold burst out, freezing a large forest. In the white water vapor, the humanoid creature inside was gradually exposed. In appearance, Loya could not see his original appearance at all, and now he is 10 centimeters taller, and he is more sturdy. Light blue dragon scales the size of fingernails covered him densely, and patients with dense phobia might faint at a glance. At the same time, Loya's pupils became golden vertical pupils, and the cold gloom exuded a sense of danger that made the back spine numb. But this state didn't last long. After the energy was dissipated, both the dragon scales and sharp nails slowly retracted and returned to normal human appearance. Loya closed her eyes quietly, feeling the surging magic in her body. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked excitedly at the diamond pattern on his hand. Finally, it's time to grow. Chapter 4, One Piece World. Vote for name. The explosion sounded again, and Loya quickly turned his head. This time it was an explosion from the beach. Even if he was so far away, he could smell the acrid smoke of gunpowder. Is anyone finally here? No matter who it is, Lao Tzu has to leave here. He had had enough of the days on the isolated island, and Loya thought it fiercely, then jumped up vigorously. Click. At the highest point, Loya began to fall from the air, but immediately, a large piece of ice appeared under his feet. Gently on top, the figure who just started falling quickly stopped the cast, and then he jumped again on another piece of ice, so reciprocating, just stepping on the ice block, and hurried to the beach from the air. Now Vic feels very aggrieved and angry. He is just an ordinary pirate with a bounty of 3,500 W. He has just come to the Great Route and has not even encountered a merchant ship. Why should he be chased and killed by the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters? One chase is 2 days and 2 nights. Did I trick you? If it is not a special Feiyu, the motive power is not weaker than the Navy warships. He was put on the symbol lock and pushed to the advanced city 2 days ago. But that's the end of good luck. The warships behind seem to be tired of this cat-chasing game. From the beginning, the cannons on the warship's bow did not turn off the fire, and the sails that destroyed them did not stop. I lost the sail, which was fatal to the wooden sailboats such as the Flying Fish, and the grieving Vic ordered an attempt to die near the shore. What about the Lieutenant General? Lao Tzu, but scissor hand Vic. Never go hand in hand. Although this island is a bit strange, it is obviously a summer island, but there is a 10-meter-high ice sculpture on the beach. However, Vic, who was driven to a dead end, couldn't take care of that much. After docking, he quickly ordered the crew to fight back with artillery to prevent the warship from approaching. The artillery shell exploded again, this time directly hitting the Flying Fish sideboard. The pirates who were loading shells under the deck suffered heavy casualties, with blood and broken limbs scattered. After all, it's just pirates. How can artillery hit rate be comparable to a well-trained navy? In addition, in order to increase the speed, the Flying Fish did not load a few cannons, and scattered returns did not pose a threat to the warships that were getting closer. On the warship at this moment, when the pirates' artillery was destroyed, the Navy raised their muskets and knives, waiting for the charge command. An officer quickly walked towards the man standing at the bow of the ship, saluting close to him. Lieutenant Mole, the Scissors and Pirates group has lost its artillery counterattack ability. Should it be ordered to charge? After hearing this, Lieutenant General Mole, wearing a lilac-striped suit and a dark blue shirt with a dark purple mosey head, looked at the pirates on the beach with a serious expression, and waved his hand. Cannon cover. Attack. Yes. After receiving the order, the warship immediately stopped its power and began to slow down. At the same time, several small boats were dropped, and the admirals approached the coast quickly under the cover of artillery. The Navy is here. Brothers kill. Vic roared, raising his musket and firing. He came to the beach outside the forest and saw such a messy scene. At first glance, he saw the flying fish flying in black smoke, and then he saw the blue seagull flag with the word Marine in the distance. I can't help it. After all, the scene after such a big ship explodes is really spectacular. Hiding behind the coconut tree, Loya's eyes narrowed. This is the naval sign in the OP. So, I came to the One Piece world. Loya looked at the lively scene on the beach in shock, a little aggressive. With the system of the demon tail, came to the world of One Piece. Cheating is not. The strength system is completely different. Oh. The current situation on the beach is a simple navy chasing pirates. Gloria turned his attention to Vic, who was directing the battle, and carefully discerned that he should be a little-known guy. The Navy of One Piece world is not easy to mess with, but One Piece is different. This group of fellow guys may be very strong, but in the end it is just a piece of sand. After learning about which world this is, she did not want to provoke the Navy. Take a look at the pirate ship that was blown up. If you want to leave, it looks like you have to rely on the Navy. So he pointed his eyes at the scissors and pirates who were screaming and firing to stop the Navy from shore near. Although we have no injustice, I need to leave the island with the help of a Navy ship. Of course, this requires a certificate of approval. So sorry, he said to himself. Loya jumped up. The dirt under his feet was stepped out of a cobweb-like fissure by the strange force, and the huge increase in power brought by the dragon's body made him appear in the sky for a while. Because he is behind the scissors pirates, he won't see Vicky, who doesn't smell arrogant and doesn't find Loya in the air. But he didn't notice that it didn't mean that Mole couldn't find it. He fixed his gaze and carefully watched the jumping figure. Who was that man? Luo stepped on the ice generated in the air. Her lungs bulged high. Her fists were placed in front of her mouth, and the magic in her body began to converge. Buzz. A high-altitude Lanfa array appeared in front of Luoyu, with the center of the magic array facing his open mouth. Being long, snarling. The next moment, an ice storm blasted out, and the thickness of the first fist quickly expanded in the air, turning into a behemoth with a diameter of several meters. Inside the formation, boom. Under Loya's control, the ice storm exploded as soon as it reached the best kill point. The roar sounded like a spring thunder, and Vic had been swallowed by the explosion before he could react. Countless tiny ice debris is driven by the strong airflow generated by the explosion, like a guillotine knife relentlessly harvesting the life of the pirate group of scissors. The strong cold caused the pirate's wound to freeze without bleeding. Become a statue. At the very center of the explosion, the most magical place was even invisible to a complete corpse. The annihilation of dragon magic, even the ice attribute, is extremely violent. Otherwise, it's different from Gray's ice modeling magic. An ice storm exploded, followed by a terrible cold. The scattered frost froze the surrounding scenes instantly. The waves had just fluttered, and they had already been frozen and shaped into hard ice. Even on warships far apart, the Navy felt a bitter chill. Not to mention those admirals who have been on dinghy. Frozen ability. This scene was a bit unexpected, as Mole predicted that Loya would hit the scissors and pirates, but did not imagine it would be a crushing massacre. And it still uses freezing ability. But now is not the time to take care of this. Seeing that the icy area of the sea is about to cover the vanguard, the Mole General snorted coldly, took out the katana around his waist, and slashed out quickly. Huh. The huge light blue sword gas enough to stop the waves quickly past the vanguard. Tearing apart the unrestricted spreading ice, the strong sword gas left a dent on the sea. Far away from a distance, the sea was dug out like jelly. The navy of the vanguard force was caught off guard, and it was too late to change the direction of the dinghy, so they fell into the sea. However, they are navy. Except for some demon fruit abilities, others are proficient in water. Although the boat overturned, it quickly rose back to the surface. It's just that everyone floats on the water, holding his hands and lips turning blue, his teeth shaking constantly. Yeah, it's too cold. Seeing this, Lieutenant General Mole slowly inserted the katana back to his waist and commanded the deputy, "Send someone right away to respond to the vanguard." "Yes." Lieutenant Guan glanced at Mole gratefully and hurriedly conveyed the order. Lieutenant General Mole of the Navy headquarters is such a general who loves his soldiers. Loya also saw the light blue sword gas, and suddenly he was a little annoyed. I didn't control the power for the first time and almost froze the Navy, but I could wave it. This kind of sword strength is at least a sword hero according to the comic interpretation? Probably. Thinking back to the heartache of sword, at this moment, Loya was full of resentment towards Oda Eiichiro. One piece of the world's power system has always been criticized. The more powerful the characters are in the later stage, there is a feeling of a big explosion in WoW. At level 100, a turtle refreshed every 3 minutes is better than the previous team. The big boss is horrible. This confusion makes it impossible for Loya to judge the level of Navy on a warship hundreds of meters away based on comics. Suffice to say, this situation is basically a common problem. Think of Dragon Ball, think of Naruto, think of Death. Isn't that the more exaggerated the later to the combat effectiveness? Chapter 5, Mole Admiral, Roya Seasick. But despite this, Luo, you can be sure. That is, the coming person will never be a general. Because from the time of Carp and Zifa, the general of the Navy who used swordsmanship to fight against the enemy, seemingly did not. The apes who can compete with Pluto Rayleigh's swordsmanship have always been Bayubia's launching of moving light waves, or turning into light waves. If it is that group of generals, it will definitely use very representative attacks. Think of Eagle Eye, known as the world's largest swordsman, and a few lieutenant generals who have played less than a minute. Although Jinchi is a very powerful ability, as a whole, this ability is bad. Already. At this moment, the word can only be used on the battlefield. There are scattered limbs and meat pieces frozen into ice everywhere, a few well-preserved pirate heads, and a blank expression on his face. Luo jumped from the air, exhaled the cold air. The airflow comes into contact with the moisture in the air and turns into tiny stars and falls on the ground. Killed. Why don't I feel sick? Baluo thought about this philosophical question. Perhaps as a long-time desert island hunter, Loya's perception of life changed in ways he could not understand. In the distance, when Loya was standing on the beach, Lieutenant General Mole ordered the general ship to approach. Regardless of the purpose for which the other party killed the Scissors Pirates, a pirate or a pirate hunter, or a hidden master who lives alone in the forest as an admiral, he is obliged to investigate. The puppet warship stopped at a distance of 100 meters. In front of it was a thick layer of frozen ice. Warships without ice-breaking equipment could not pass. The mole had no interest in opening the way to the warship with sword gas, and led a small group of Navy directly off the ship. Leaning closer, Mole finally saw Luo Ya's appearance, and his immature appearance surprised him. You should know that the attack just now is not as lenient as that of Qing Qingda when he was young, and he thought he was a master of no small age. As a result, it has only been discovered so far that this person may be a little younger than the young general who had just joined the Navy. Admiral Kuzan, codenamed Qingya, joined the Navy at the age of 19 and became an admiral in his 30s. He was already known as a monster-level genius. The man in front of him looked younger than the young man who had just joined the Navy, but he already had such a powerful strength, which undoubtedly made the mole shocked. If Loya knows what he's thinking, he will feel funny. God TM is younger than Qing. My name is Babyface. Grow tender. He is the best among newcomers in the company because he has a sweet mouth. As the roar of Luo Binglong can only be used after Luo Ya's upgrade, the power is certainly certain. In comparison, Kuzan was not as good as him when he first joined the Navy. But what about consumption? With such a trick, the magic in Loya's body was reduced by 1/3. Even if he tried his best, this level of attack could only be used 3 times. At that time, the barley attack in the frozen sea area of 100 meters was not as powerful as the roar of the ice dragon, but how many times can it be used? A dozen times should be fine. Think about the endurance of the 10 days and 10 nights in which he and Sikowski battled later in the original work. The two sides stood face to face, looking at Loya's expressionless thinking philosophy. Mole first said, "Thank you for your help. I am Lieutenant Mole of the Navy headquarters. May I ask?" Mole. Hearing when Mole reported to his house, Loya returned, and the memory that was not clear in his mind was cleared instantly. He looked up and down Mosi's dry head, funny beard, samurai sword on his waist, and a cape of justice on his back. This was indeed what the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters looked like. This is a good old man. Roya's eyes flashed. He is righteous and righteous. He cares for his subordinates and is not as ruthless as a red dog. In general, if Loya wants to leave the island, he is right. Even if the Scissors Pirates were not eliminated as a voter, they would definitely help the troubled Loya. Loya was not cold when he was a hunter on the island. Although he had strong strength, his mentality was still that of the previous otaku. I haven't seen anyone for a few weeks, and tears of excitement burst into tears. My loved ones. I'm finally here. Take me out of here. I was on a deserted island a few weeks ago, and the wild boar on the island will be eaten by me. Mole. Lieutenant General Mole did not turn around for a while and a half. What happened? Where did the master just go? Why did you suddenly look like this, refugee? I can't help but look at Loya's dirty, tattered clothes, bare feet, and the mole twitched at the corner, choosing to believe Loya. Under the watchful eyes of a navy, Loya boarded the warship. Even if the attacks just happened to be far apart, they could feel a strong cold. At this time, they all paid admiration to Loya and did not care about his refugee's dress. In the OP world, the essence of worship is strength, and those who have strength will be respected everywhere. Besides, there are more strange strong men in this world. At this moment, they all think of Loya as a uniquely dressed strong man. Just stepping on the deck of the warship, Loya suddenly grasped the fence very seriously and looked at the sea motionlessly. Lieutenant General Mole arranged for the soldiers to clear the battlefield and then followed Loya to the warship. Seeing his appearance, Mole asked puzzledly, Mr. Loya? You are. Mello lifted her hand, swallowed a spit, and then rushed to the mole to reveal an ugly smile. Lieutenant General Mole, do you have medicine for seasickness? Mole, what a weird man. Then he said to the lieutenant next to him, go to the boat doctor right away and prepare a set of clothes, by the way. Mole looked at the beggar costume on Loya and ordered to go on. I received Mole's order, and soon a gray-haired accompanying boat doctor rushed over. He let Loya lie down half against the fence, spread his eyelids with his hands, and asked, your symptoms are serious, and the boat hasn't started to move. This has happened recently since childhood. Loya didn't know what to say. She was stupid and couldn't blame others. Before, he wanted to leave the remote island, but forgot about the biggest weakness of the Dragon Destroyer. That is to stun all transportation. At this moment, his face was pale, and he said weakly, eat the devil fruit. That's what happened after that, doctor. Can I still help? The devil fruit? The mole next to him looked down and thought, indeed, there was no other way to explain the attack just now by Loya except the devil fruit. But what kind of demon fruit can make people seasick? I ate the devil's fruit and was disgusted by the sea. When I touched the sea, I would lose the ability and collapsed, which is a curse in itself. And compared with the ordinary fruit ability person, Roya also has a seasickness attribute. The mole was really curious and grateful at the moment. What the is this unlucky guy? It's so wise that I don't eat devil fruit. In fact, this is an excuse that Loya wants. Dragon magic is not the original power of this world. After all, exposure to people requires a reason, and the devil fruit is the best excuse. The ghost knows how many strange fruit abilities there are on this sea. This is what it means to have no evidence of death. Moreover, Loya is not deceiving. He really did so after eating the demon fruit, and there was no psychological burden in saying this. Hearing Loya's words, the ship doctor's expression became serious. He first found a pot of potion in his medical bag and handed it to Loya, then took a piece of cotton filled with alcohol and wiped it at Loya's temple. If it is a sequelae of the devil's fruit, then the disease cannot be cured. You drink this first, and it will make you feel better. I'll get you some medicine later, although the cure is not good, but it can make you sleep well. Thanks. Thank you, Doctor. Chapter 6, Tier 2 Attribute, Join the Navy. After arranging Loya, Lieutenant Mole came to the warship command room and took out the phone bug that directly connected to the warring states. Naval Headquarters, Marienford. Blue. Click. Jean Sengua picked up the handset on the back of the phone bug and asked, It's a mole. What are you looking for? That's it, Marshal of the Warring States, period. I found a man on the desert island back to Malinford. Picked. The mouth of the Warring States, period, was drawn. Although the action was vague, it was still caught by the phone bug, and the truth was on the mole side. The mole pretended not to see it and continued to report, Yes, on the way back, we met the Scissors Pirates. I don't know why they have been following my return route. We were not forced until today. Sure. The mole simply reported the previous war situation to the warring states, and then asked for it. Can we absorb it into the navy called Loya? Recently, there are many new pirates emerging. We need to absorb fresh blood. It's just that his seasickness is serious, extremely serious. He said in the end, Mole seriously used the words, extremely serious. Seasickness. Sengoku sighed and wanted to express his views, but did not know what to say. It sounds like this guy has good strength and can quickly form a combat force after joining the Navy. However, you may have heard of a Navy that can't swim, but have you seen a seasick Navy? However, it is indeed a fact that the situation in the sea has become increasingly unstable recently. There are a large number of new pirates, and their strengths are not bad. What the mole said really needs to be taken seriously. Moreover, the Navy's strength fault situation is serious in recent years, and any potential stock is an object to be attracted. Thinking of this, he no longer tangled with the problem of Loya's seasickness, saying, "You can think about it. You first ask him what you mean. Remember to investigate his background." "Yes, I have a task for you. You prepare first. It's about Chi Wuhai." "Have the Emperor Kawei. Lieutenant General Mole repeated the name and clenched his fists. This system, which has existed for more than 20 years, has been a thorn in his heart. The dignified Navy actually needs pirates to stabilize the Great Route. He was unwilling to grit his teeth, but quickly released his fist and answered seriously, "Yes. No matter what, he is first and foremost a Navy. Soldiers, it is their duty to obey orders." After a few weeks, Roya can finally sleep in a real bed. Even if it's just an ordinary Navy room, the thin quilt can't hide the rigidity of the board at all. But this is also a bed. Not the kind of leaves laid on the stone mud. The boat doctor's medicine is still effective. I just couldn't make it out just now, but now I just feel a little sick. He rolled on the bed with peace of mind, and Loya has silently read the golden finger and opened the system panel again. He was still familiar with the interface before him. Name, Christopher Loya. Automatic correction in the world. Energy stage, second order, 0 layer. Energy value, 0/400. Magic value, 3500/3500. Magic recovery speed, 300/s. The gap between the second and first order is obvious. The magic value of up to 3,500 allows Loya to finally use the two most powerful magic dragon roars and ice dragon wing strikes. The power of the former is obvious to all. And in addition to the increase of magic in the body, there is even a new icon on the talent tree. After looking carefully, Loya doesn't know which kind of dragon-destroying magic, but this skill really works well. Bing Bing sculpting magic. Use magic to give the shape of ice cubes, and you can also capture the shape of ice cubes. Yeah, this is the magic of some hidden exhibitionist. Although it is easy to use, it is not related to the dragon-killing magic created by Irene Brasilian. Is it because the attribute is ice, so you can indirectly learn the shape of ice? Loya can only guess that the magic of modeling is the most free magic in the world of the demon tale. It is a magic that is entirely based on the ability of the wizard. Even if it is passed on by the master and apprentice, the expression of modeling magic is not exactly the same. Since it is so free, it is no strange thing to say that the ice dragon will have the magic of ice shape. It's just that Loya wants to know that the magic of ice shape magic can catch up with it. However, it really works. Loya sighed. While on the desert island, although Loya was able to freeze ice with cold, that situation required water. Now he can form ice cubes directly through magic, which is more convenient and quicker. That's why he was able to condense ice cubes in the air as petals. Besides this, the two most important passive abilities, Loya entered the second stage, and some changes that made him mixed. Dragon Power 2/100%. Dragon Power can increase the strength of Dragon Destroyer's Dragon Destroyer magic, but more than 30% of the body begins to transform. After 90%, the body of Dragon Destroyer begins to become dragon. The body of the dragon, 18 to 100%, the body gradually adapts to the strength of the dragon and improves the all-round quality of the dragon exorcist. It can temporarily increase the degree of adaptation by swallowing energy, and the sequelae are large. Although the power of the dragon is the source of the ability of the dragon destroyer, but this thing has improved. It is not good news. Loya can only expect that the awakening mode in the original book will appear in the future. He does not want to become a dragon himself. The body of the dragon is different. The ability to improve the quality of the Dragon Destroyer's Omnibear improves the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, not to mention that seasickness symptoms are more serious, and it is not true that you will die. This was the case with Wendy a year later in Nebra's book. Her strength has become stronger, but she has also become seasick. The stronger the Dragon Slayer's strength, the lower the resistance to vehicles. Oh, at night. Huh? Knocking at the door sounded, and half-awake Loya opened her eyes and rubbed her eyes. Come in. Squeak. Although well-maintained by the admirals, the age of this warship was placed there, and the iron hatch made an unpleasant frictional sound when it was pulled open. Anime characters have the advantage that they basically do not change their looks, and sometimes they are too lazy to change their clothes. The mole lieutenant's dazzling purple mossy dry hair was striking in the moonlight. He walked in and first expressed his apology for the simplicity of the cabin before moving on to the subject. Mr. Loya, where do you want to go next? Sorry, because our next destination is Marin Fodor, where outsiders are not allowed. If you need it, we can stop at the nearest island. Marin Fodor. So the timeline was before Red Dog became Marshal. Loya rubbed his chin with interest. This world is the world of One Piece. Because the sea area is vast and there are many pirates like crossing the river, so the Navy is extremely powerful. Otherwise, they can't hold back those pirates. And Marin Feudo is the famous naval headquarters. The mole's hidden voice Loya heard it. On the surface, it was said that Marin Fodor was not allowed to enter, and he wanted to disembark on other islands. But think about it another way. Isn't it that they want to absorb themselves into the temptation of the Navy? At this point, Loya smiled and climbed up the pole with a smile. This way? Lieutenant General Mole, can I join the Navy? You see, I have nowhere to go anyway, and I am alone, without concern, yes. Joining the Navy can focus on work with 12 minutes. This sentence has changed a bit, the lines he said when he applied after graduation. Loya did not want to join the Navy, but a conclusion after careful consideration. What ability is the most important in One Piece world? Devil Fruit? No, it's domineering. Now Loya can determine whether the attack with additional magic power can restrain the demon fruit ability as much as the armed color domineering, but from the aspect of learning domineering itself, his strength will be greatly enhanced. This world is too dangerous after all. Judging from the comic plot, there are Tian-Long people who don't take human lives seriously, tyrannical drum country, and flamingos and sand crocodiles. If you want to live wonderfully in this chaotic sea, you can't rely on your own half-familiar dragon-killing magic. Loya is not raised by a dragon mother and has limited knowledge of magic. Then Loya's purpose in joining the Navy is obvious. He needs a teacher to teach him domineering and improve his ability to fight. Now he bullies the weak guy. Fortunately, if he meets a master, he will definitely be hung up and beaten. Looking at the pirate world, what other organization is more suitable than the Navy? Chapter 7, Amazing Meal. Fever Navy. Geelong has a passion and intention, and the two stink like each other. Oh, this. The mole's eyes smiled, and he was pleased with Loya's choice, but his tone was still harsh. It can be naturally, but even if you are already strong, join the Navy, you still need to start with the most basic recruits. Can you do it? Of course you can, Loya replied confidently. And from the beginning, this is more challenging. There is also a word that Loya did not say that he actually wanted to join the Navy at the new barracks. After all, from what I learned from the previous conversation, it is not the tragedy of the time when Red Dog was in charge of the Navy. The legendary Zifa has no chance now without watching. Who else is Zifa? That's a top teacher. Think about the disciples he taught, which are not the characters on the sea. When Kazan Sikowski, Yellow Ape, and others joined the Navy at the beginning, they also started from recruits. This is basically a choice of the will of the universe. Want to become stronger? Then join the recruit camp. The final reason is that the riotous world conquest is not yet started, and Loya has no other choice at all. Looking at the confident expression on Loya's face, Mole nodded with satisfaction, clasped his hands on his chest, and said, "Very good. It is expected that the day after tomorrow the warship will arrive at Marienford, and then you will join the recruit camp training. Now we go to eat." Yes. Oh. The Navy will naturally not hold a glass directly on the deck for a banquet like a pirate, but will have a separate cafeteria. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Loya took the medicine for seasickness from the boat doctor, and her face quickly turned from white to red. Even though I still feel uncomfortable, I can make it work. After breaking away from the support of the young Navy, Loya came to the uncle who was cooking. Hello, I need a curry rice for 10 people and give me a pot of chicken legs. Oh yes, and the fruit over there. No need, just give me the basket. Saying goodbye to the stunned uncle, Loya carried rice in one hand and chicken legs in one hand, biting a basket full of fruit in his teeth, and ran to the mole table to sit down. Huh. The iron-baked pots fell heavily on the table, proving that the stomach was full of dry goods. Looking at the pile of food that blocked his vision in front of him, the mole's eye twitched unconsciously. Loya, do you eat so much at every meal? Ah. A chicken thigh was thrown directly into his mouth, and without seeing Loya chewing, he swallowed the belt bone for a few seconds. Hearing the mole, Loya lifted his head from the rice bowl blankly and said, No, because of seasickness. I have no appetite today. No appetite. In these two sentences, Loya has eaten a large bowl of curry rice out of a head-sized pothole. The mole sighed helplessly and said, I know now why you said that there was no food on the island, but fortunately they can reach Marienford in up to 2 days. Otherwise, according to Loya's way of eating, everyone on the boat would be hungry for a few more days. Looking at Loya's special eating, the other Navy in the cafeteria could not help but carefully study the curry rice on his hand. Is this stuff really delicious? Fortunately, this is a Navy warship. No matter the quality or quantity of ingredients, it is not comparable to ordinary pirate ships. Seeing Loya's way of eating, the uncle in charge of cooking quickly cut carrots and potatoes and cooked a second pot of curry before this group of people finished. Otherwise, there will definitely be many people who cannot eat dinner tonight. Dang. I ate the last bit of rice into my stomach, and Loya let go of the rice ball. The swollen belly was paralyzed on the seat, and he opened his mouth full, and a string of ice crystals spewed out along the airflow. I'm full, I haven't had such a delicious curry rice for a long time. Uncle, help me prepare 5 big bones again, and I'll take them. A group of navies almost sat down. Are you really human? Although there are many weird races in this world, and a large amount of food is gone, but a human being has been so eatable. The mole rubbed his forehead in distress. If Loya does join the Navy, it seems that the recruit barracks needs to prepare more meals. Otherwise, with the character of Loya, Mole promised that he would definitely grab all his colleagues' food and eat it. Then train AP. I see and eat enough. He grabbed the flesh and bones in one hand, and Loya said goodbye to the mole and walked out of the cafeteria. The boat doctor told him just before leaving that he had prepared more seasickness medicine this afternoon and asked him to go to him and take the medicine for the past 2 days. The boat doctor's residence was not far from the soldiers' residential area, and he was only a few steps out of the cafeteria. The Navy in the corridor along the way stared blankly at Loya, who was eating a lot of food all the way. Every few steps, a large bone with a small forearm was thrown into the sea. It was so smooth that there was no trace of meat left. Hello, is anyone here? I'm here to get the medicine. I stood at the door of the medical room, and Roya knocked on the hatch with a full stomach. Oh, Mr. Loya. Come in. The voice of the ship doctor sounded in the medical room, and Loya heard the words and pushed open the door. Inside is a spacious room. The smell of disinfectant and alcohol permeates the air. On the left were several white hospital beds, and 2 naval soldiers shrugged under the quilt in 6 suits. The boat doctor was sitting on the chair at the opposite door, holding a needle in his hand, and was sucking the milky medicine from a bottle. On the table in front of him, Loya saw a few bottles of neatly arranged brown potions, which should be the seasickness pills he took today. When he saw Loya come in, the boat doctor stood up holding the syringe and observed Loya while he said to Loya, These brown bottles are 5 bottles in total. You should hold them first. If you run out or the condition worsens, keep me informed. Good doctor. Loya nodded and walked over to hold the potion in his pocket. Looking back, he watched the boat doctor lift the quilt off, pull down a navy trousers, and expose the white flower ass, so he asked curiously, Yes, sir, what is the situation of these patients? The boat doctor aimed for a few seconds, vigorously pierced the Navy's buttocks, and there was no conceal in the disdain. Oh, today many soldiers have caught a cold because of falling water. The guy is too weak to develop a high fever. So, Loya didn't have a good interface. Why did the Navy fall into the water? It wasn't because he didn't control his power. However, you can't totally blame these poor human bodies. The ice mixed with magic power sprayed by the Ice Dragon Wizard has a much lower temperature than ordinary ice cubes. Put it in a stream and a large amount of water will flow. Condensation. Although the icy airstream spreading along the sea was blocked by the mole's sword gas at that time, the cold air still eroded most of the Navy on the boat, and the guy who did not catch the cold could be described as elite. Saying goodbye to the boat doctor, Loya returned to the cabin where he lived. Chapter 8. Marin Fodor. Zifa accepts the disciples. Lying on a simple wooden bed, Loya meditated on the golden finger in her heart and opened her own property panel. Name: Christopher Loya. Energy stage: second order, 0 layer. Energy value: 3/400. Magic value: 3500/3500. Magic recovery speed: 300/s. Sure enough, in the second stage, the energy value provided by ordinary food is already very poor. Looking at the big 3 on the energy value item, Loya felt helpless for a while. Before, he quietly opened the panel once in the cafeteria. He wanted to test whether outsiders could see it, but he was stunned by the 1 on it. After eating and drinking enough, Loya opened the panel again and found in despair that the word 1 became 2. Later, on the way to the medical room, I continued to eat so many large bones, and the energy value became 3. It's just so difficult to improve the ground floor. What will the future look like? Do you need to eat high-grade ingredients in the future? But this is the world of One Piece and not a captive of food. Where can I go for high-grade ingredients? I closed the panel, and Roya rubbed her head in distress. Oh. In the afternoon 2 days later, Lua took seasickness medicine, was lying in the cabin, and took a nap, and suddenly a loud noise woke him up. I put on my shoes and staggered to the door. The door was being opened, and before the hand was put on the door handle, the hatch was pulled open. Unprepared, Loya stunned, her feet fell forward, but immediately a pair of big hands supported his shoulders to help him stabilize the center of gravity. Lua looked up and said weakly, "Good afternoon, Lieutenant General Mole. Symptoms of your seasickness are getting worse and worse." Mole looked at Loya with a pale face seriously. In this state, Loya didn't even say he was fighting, and he couldn't stand still. "Yeah, I'm afraid I have to find a resident task in the future." Loya barely pulled his face and showed an ugly smile. "Those things are still far away. Later, Marshall will make arrangements. But you can be relieved from today, because we are here." Marin Fodor. Loya heard the words clearly. He looked behind the mole, and sure enough, the huge military fortress appeared at the sea-sky junction. Even if the distance is still far away, the striking Chinese characters Navy on the front of the fortress are still clearly visible. This is one of the 3 forces on the Great Route, the naval headquarters. Finally, Loya could not help but burst into tears. These days are just a kind of torture. The medicine effect of the boat doctor is getting worse and worse. Loya can't even eat his meal. He wanted to return to the island more than once and no longer suffer from this crime. But that was an unrealistic expectation, and the mole would not order a return because of seasickness. The days of torture are now over. Seeing Loya's appearance, the mole lieutenant general reddened his eyes, pulled into the fence, pointed at the huge fortress, and said excitedly, "Well, we're here. Take a look." "Gloria, Master Mole, I'm not dead yet." No matter what, it is a fact that Loya finally got rid of it. The puppet warship stopped at the port steadily in cheers, and Loya refused to be carried down by the Navy on a stretcher. The ghost knew whether this thing would also be counted as a means of transport. He stepped down the warship with the help of a ladder, and when Loya stepped on the ground, his whole body immediately became trembling. Just like the blood of chickens, the majestic cold burst out uncontrollably. "My Hu-Han-san is back." Ha ha. Because Loya was so ill, Mole let him disembark first, walked behind Loya, and he jumped back subconsciously when Roya broke out in the cold and returned to the deck. He jumped back to the ship before he reacted violently, and he seemed to have made a wrong choice, because the naval officers around Loya were shivering, and his frozen face was blue and stiff. "Loya!" The mole spit fire into his eyes, roared, and disappeared from the spot suddenly. The next person appeared in front of Loya. Ah! Loya reacted a little. What did the mole do? Seeing this posture seems to be a punch. feed the black one on your hand is domineering. Between the moment his thoughts turned sharply, Loya didn't dodge, because he didn't understand what the mole attacked him. And so, the next moment, he flew out, penetrated the outer armor of the warship, and planted his head in the cabin. The entire warship was swayed by this shock, and the rolled waves rushed towards the Navy on the shore. La, it's a lively scene. Not far from the shore, a tall man in a white suit vest and a dark blue shirt spoke expressionlessly, then stretched out his hands and pointed at the waves that came up. Frozen moment. With this voice, his hands quickly turned into two icicles and flew out, catching them on the waves. Plick, plick. The violent waves seemed to be pressed with a pause button, and the seawater was instantly frozen, condensing on the shore to form a canine-shaped ice sculpture. The rescued Navy glanced at him in awe and hurried to help his fellow ships. That's what Mole said. Want to join the Navy, boy? I was talking about a sturdy old man. He was wearing a purple suit, and the hedgehog hairstyle was also purple. The whole man was humped on his back, and his muscles were as compact as tree roots. This person is a former naval general, now the commander-in-chief of the Naval Headquarters Recruit Training Camp, Blackwrist Zifa. The age is still early, so Zifa did not install a giant robotic arm called a shredder, but simply used a black prosthetic limb. Kuzan, who had just withdrawn his hands, heard his words and lazily pulled off the blindfold on his forehead. Yeah, I heard that he can also use the frozen ability, so I came here to see. But it looks like that. Don't be lost by pride, Kuzan. Zifa looked at his disciple seriously. He is still young. As long as he trains carefully, his future achievements are unlimited. The teacher started to preach again. Kuzan said casually, Yes, teacher Zifa. When Lua woke up again, it was already dark. He stared at the strange ceiling on his head before a carp jumped off the bed. Asshole. Dare to attack me. I will fight you for 300 rounds. Pouting spitting ice crystals, www.mtlnovels.com, Luoya's teeth and waving his arms. Your boy, please be quiet. A loud drink interrupted Loya. He turned his head and saw an old man with purple hair sitting on the bed next to him. The old man hugged his chest with both hands and stared at him with an upset look. Blackwrist Zifa. Seeing the man's appearance clearly, Loya's eyes narrowed, and the subconscious wanted to escape from this place. This is the boss of the new Navy, a vicious element who wants to destroy the new world. But he just stepped away and reacted immediately. Wrong. Now that the General Ching is still in the Navy, Zifa has left the Naval Headquarters to form a new Navy. You don't need to be afraid of him. Thinking of this, Loya Changzifa smiled. Well, are you Mr. Zifa? Humph. Takizawa snorted impatiently and said, You should call me a teacher now. Boy, Loya. Old teacher. Loya leaned her head. Zifa first. Teacher, what's the situation? When did you take me as an apprentice? Originally, Loya wanted to continue to call Mr., but Zifa glared at him and hurriedly changed his mouth. My husband didn't accept you as an apprentice, but you have now joined a recruit camp. According to regulations, you must call me a teacher. Zifa briefly explained the reason and then said, Of course, if you want to be my disciple, first of all, you need to strengthen your physique. The mole's fist can make you unconscious for so long, it seems you are really weak. However, Zifa did not tell Loya that there are not many people in the recruit camp who can call him a teacher. All of them are the best of the Navy recruits, which is commonly known as the elite camp. The average recruit can only call him for Zifa General or Zifa Instructor. Chapter 9. On the first day of training, the elites were assessed. The next day, Marion Fodor, Navy Recruit Camp. A ray of morning light was rippling across the sky, and half a reddish ball was exposed between the clouds. Today is the first day that Loya joined the Navy, so he got up early and ran while holding a lot of buns. Anyway, do I want money? Better to eat more. On the way to the playground, the recruits who were rushing along the roadside couldn't help but glance at it. This guy is so delicious. Is he the same Loya? I heard it was brought by the mole lieutenant. It should be him, quietly. Yesterday, he was blown by the fist of the mole and broke through the armor of the warship. It looks like another monster. Ms. Loya's joining the Navy has spread. After all, the warship returned to the factory for rebuilding was too big. At first, everyone thought that Lieutenant General Mole encountered the attack at sea, but after a detailed inquiry, the reason was known and Loya's name was passed on. Luo didn't care about their discussion. As a traverser, he still has the illusion of watching 3D movies. At the moment, Loya also figured it out. It is now the 16th year of the Great Sailing Age. The sea calendar is 1516. There is still 1 year before Ace goes to sea. Retreat in the town of Windmill in preparation for going to sea. I trot all the way to the playground, where many recruits have gathered. As he carried the last bun, Loya glanced around his colleagues. Bearded? I don't know. Blonde great Yinma? Don't know either. Don't guys with 2 swords? Still don't know. After a few rounds of exploration, Loya swallowed the last bite safely. Great, all in a dragon suit. Sun Longtao is good. All the dragons represent that he will not encounter any mess. He can safely practice under Zifa's hands. Soon, a man dressed as an instructor came to the playground to see that the rank should be a major general. He shouted in front of the recruits, 7th team. All together. When he appeared, the recruits who slowly gathered heard the order, quickly ran together, and divided into several columns to stand. Loya doesn't know where to stand, but fortunately, the recruits are not very neat, and there are still 2 vacancies in the last row, so he hurried over to stand. Firstly, an opening remark, then the instructor turned to his side and saluted to the right. General Zifa, the 7th team of the recruit camp, there should be 53 members, but 53, please instruct. Loya looked and heard, and sure enough, at the corner of the grass in the playground, Zifa, wearing a purple suit, did not know when he appeared there. The recruit on the playground also saw him at this moment, and the formation was chaotic. That's General Zifa, so excited. Yeah, you saw General Zifa in person. Hey, you say, what did General Zifa do with the new barracks today? Isn't he generally only responsible for the training of the elite barracks? Probably because of that thing, isn't it? Hearing the buzzing voice in the team, the Major General's face turned dark, and he roared, quiet. The messy team just now was silent, and the recruits stood up and didn't dare to make trouble. At this moment, Zifa also came to the front of the team. Looking at the energetic recruits in front of him, he frowned vaguely. Although most of the recruits who can enter the naval headquarters are children of the Admiralty and have laid a good foundation since childhood, the recruits in recent years, whether in terms of strength or mentality, are far from being compared with the previous ones. But at this moment is not the time to express dissatisfaction. Today, he will spend time at the recruit barracks just to see the nice seedling, and by the way, announce the incident. I'm here today to inform you of something. Presumably, some people already know that, yes. The annual elite assessment of the recruit camp is about to begin. Howling. Although there was some speculation, everyone was still very excited when Zifa officially announced the news. That's the elite camp. Once graduated, the lowest rank is captain. They are recruits in the headquarters, but if they are not good enough, it is not impossible to be a first-class recruit after graduation. A soldier who does not want to be a general is not a good soldier. As a member of the Navy and the Army, who does not want to climb to a higher position, joining the elite camp is a shortcut that can save them years and decades of hard work. Quiet. There will be more talkers, and all will run 100 laps on the playground. Major General Instructor once again stood up to maintain the order. This time also took out the Army's unique punishment method, sitting even. For a moment, even if someone who can't control his mouth wants to talk, the guys around him will immediately help shut up. Zifa looked at this scene expressionlessly and continued to speak after the team was quiet again. But don't be too happy. Elite assessment also has a name called actual assessment. In other words, you need to face the enemy survives the battle of life and death. Only the best of them can join the elite camp, understand? Yes. The voice was weak, and it seemed that many recruits were frightened by the word survival by Zifa. Seeing this, Zifa frowned impatiently and shouted again, I haven't had breakfast. I ask you, do you understand? Understood. This time my voice became neat and loud. No matter what I thought, I can't anger Zifa now. Otherwise I won't have any good fruit to eat later. How did Zifa, who had led countless recruits, see what this guy was thinking? But he did not explain, nodded, and turned to leave. But without going too far, he sat on the second floor of the opposite fence and watched the recruit training through glass windows. The actual combat assessment is so horrible. Is it to the point of talking about survival rate? Of course not. Although the Navy is a fighting force, it needs to fight with pirates for life and death, but it is not a cruel underground stadium. It only takes the pursuit of the elite of 100 miles or 1,000 miles. How can it let a lot of recruits die? The first practical evaluation of the new recruits was usually to send them to the island where the beasts raise the beasts, hunt those beasts, and judge the pros and cons according to their performance. Moreover, the island is full of surveillance telephone bugs, and at least one of the accompanying instructors can guarantee security. The purpose of this is to let the recruits see the blood. Only after they really see the blood will they change from a flower stand that only knows how to work hard to become a soldier who can fight with the pirates with real swords. By then, it will not be a practical assessment. www.mtlnovel.com, the word assessment will be removed. However, there is no need to talk too much with the recruits. Once they have protection and lose their fear of death, how can they become soldiers on their own? The flowers in the greenhouse can't withstand the wind and rain, and soldiers who don't know what died can't support the name of the Navy. The naval headquarters is not a nursing home. After Takizawa left, the training started immediately. First, the whole group ran 200 laps around the playground. This is a daily training program for 7 teams in the recruit camp. The playground of the new recruit training camp is very large, and there are 2 kilometers in a circle. After all, there are 7 squad recruits here. If not, would hundreds of people train in batches? The 7th team that Loya belongs to is the last team, and only the last team will be dissatisfied when standing in line. But this last position is not divided according to strength, but simply groups according to the order of joining. Thank you for 9 years of compulsory education, so that Loya has mastered the proficient long-distance running skills. He did not rely on his strength to take the lead, but maintained the rhythm of 3 steps, 1 breath, 3 steps, and 1 breath, keeping himself in the middle of the team unhappy. Dozens of laps in front, and gradually more people behind him, but he was unmoved, as long as it was not the last. At the critical point of 100 laps, a small number of recruits began to fall behind, and they were gradually overtaken by him. For the last 50 laps, Loya maintained a constant speed, more than one recruit after another, and came to the front of the team. There are not many guys who can still stay ahead at this time, only 2 or 3. This physical fitness is good. Loya looked at the guys around him with admiration. After running for so long, he had no extra movements except heavy breathing, and he stepped on each step very firmly. Chapter 10, Showdown. The dignity battle between diners and chefs. After 200 laps, Loya just felt a little soreness in her legs and belly and returned to normal after a little movement. Except for the appearance, the dragon annihilation wizard is actually no longer human. Both strength and endurance are far beyond ordinary people. He paced slowly, shaking his hands and feet from time to time to relax. Not far away on the 2nd floor, Zifa looked at the scene through the glass, and her frowned brows relaxed. Although he was fainted with a fist, and the defense was not strong, this endurance is commendable. Maybe I should give him a little more physical training, otherwise according to this intensity, the purpose of training will not be achieved at all. Takizawa thought so, and turned his head to look at Kazan, who had just arrived. Are you free lately? You have ran to the barracks to mess around. Don't say that, teacher Zifa. Kazan was still leaning against the wall, looking through the glass to Loya, who was moving. The Marshal of the Warring States, let me if you have the time to teach the kid the ability to develop fruit. This is a task. Only rely on the ability of the fruit to become as strong. Zifa snorted dissatisfied, and then stopped to see him. Isn't this the case for the yellow ape? Kazan didn't say this. He has a good relationship with Zifa, and Zifa is still his former teacher. He usually behaves lazily. It's just a matter of touching him too much. But listening to Mole, his freezing ability is more about temperature, not range, and I don't know how much he can teach him. After all, it is not an elemental fruit. That's something you need to consider. Fauna species of the animal department are scarce, let alone a legendary creature like a dragon. Although I don't agree with his main energy on fruit development, it can't be wasted. Good seed. Yes, I see. Dragon fruit ice dragon form. This is the fruit ability that Loya weaves to himself. Before coming to Melindo, the mole rattled his background and fruit ability several times. Although the world does not have such rigorous things as censuses and identity cards, it is also troublesome to keep being entangled. So he weaved a miserable childhood background. He was a handyman on a merchant ship and was attacked by pirates when he returned. The The merchant ship sank. Only he fell to the isolated island in the storm and found a demon on the island. Fruit. The sea in this world is so vast that the Navy has no way to study where the infamous Nobita merchant ship is, nor can it know which pirate group S banner is a blue and white-bellied raccoon cat. Perhaps this is the pirate in order to hide the banner used by its own identity. There are too many unknown factors in everything, so this story is seamless. After the run, I took a break of less than 5 minutes, and the Major Commander arranged a second training, a discus squat. Loya's performance is still praised by Zifa. Generally, the number of recruits squatting with discus is between 50 to 100, and the number below 50 is the crane tail. After graduation, they can only start with the first-class soldiers. For Loya, the impatience the instructor saw finally, it was time to take the next training before he stopped. During this time, the recruits of the team counted for Loya, with a total of 973 squats. The action is standard and the speed is average. There is no problem except that the person is a little bit short of breath. After all, Loya's dragon body has reached 18%, and the increase effect is very powerful. Mole is a powerful general who specializes in sword and body skills. Being knocked out by his fists does not mean that Loya is really weak. The physical training of the new barracks is still very simple for Loya, and soon after the morning passed. With the command of the instructor, everyone got up from the ground and patted the dust on their hands. Eat for an hour, continue training in the afternoon. Now disband. Eat. Loya's eyes lighted, and he couldn't help but swallow. The Annihilation Dragon Wizard has risen to the 2nd level, and his demand for food is even greater than ever. In the morning, the steamed buns were digested and cleaned in the middle of the morning, and my stomach was already beating. And even if he was hungry, because of his magic and physical strength, Loya felt sadly, without a trace of exhaustion, and even some energy. This strong contrast made him uncomfortable. Hearing that he could go to eat at this moment, he jumped into the air with a great excitement, looked in the direction of the cafeteria, and quickly left on the ice. After the performance in the morning, the veterans had good feelings for the newly joined guy. They were preparing to drink and went to eat together. Unexpectedly, Loya went straight to the air and was stunned in surprise. Loya is still a demon fruiter. The news spread wildly and spread quickly in the recruit barracks. Although there are countless demon fruits on the sea, you don't know which one has one, but compared to the entire world's population, this number is still too small. Their Navy parents may be capable people, but in the recruit camp, the appearance of a capable person is still very eye-catching. Looking at Loya's swift body, Zifa asked, "Kazan, can you move this way?" On Loya, Zifa saw the possibility of mastering air dominance. The former Golden Lion and now the white-bearded pirates group Captain Marco's flying capabilities have caused the Navy to suffer enough. He urgently hoped to solve this problem. But Kazan's answer disappointed him. Short distance is okay. Long distance is difficult, and more than worth it, it is better to attack directly. Kukuzan is a frozen man who has eaten frozen fruits. His body is composed of ice. When attacking, all ice cubes are split from the body and cannot be generated out of thin air. If there is liquid in the air, then he can also use the power to freeze the liquid to form ice cubes by momentary touch, but if not, he can only watch dryly. Otherwise, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates will not be called unsolved, and jumping directly will be a fist. As a general, the speed is definitely faster than that of Marco. I don't know about the dialogue between Kazan and Zifa Loya. He now has only one purpose, to eat. Dive into the ground, a series of tumbling to release the impact. A loyal Loya came to Ms. S in the cafeteria he first swept around, and immediately knew what lunch is today. 20 servings of white rice and stew, and give me another pot of broth. 1 pot. Ms. S first, and then pressed the spoon on Loya's forehead fiercely. Boy, do you eat so much? If you dare to waste food, your mother will not spare you. Loya stepped back, looked up and added the gravy at the bottom of the spoon, and smiled and said to Ms. Rest assured, I will never waste food. I'm afraid you can't make enough for me. Huh? My mother has cooked dinner in Marineford for 30 years. No one dare to say that. Ms. S tossed the spoon aside, replaced it with a clean one, and put her on the chest. Stance. Presumably, you are the Lieutenant General Mole, telling us the reason to make 20 more meals per meal. Then duel. See if the meal made by your mother can catch up with you. Loya was suddenly appetite, but then thought about it. I gave up the beautiful scene. That's all right. I have to train in the afternoon. I will be punished later. This way, Ms. S said in a loose tone, and she also suddenly remembered that this cafeteria was dedicated to Marin Fodor's recruit training camp and elite training camp. She knew by Loya about the strictness of the recruit training. Also familiar. Sister S, since he's going to train in the afternoon, then your showdown can be held at night. At that time, many recruits will go home for dinner, but there are not many people. The lively chef next to him gave him a suggestion, mole yesterday. The lieutenant sent a message to the cafeteria, and they were also very curious about Roa's meal. When he heard this, both sides looked bright. So, duel. Time is tonight. Well, okay. Chapter 11, the duel begins. It's not even clear to him how much he can eat. After all, he can no longer be called a human, but a human dragon. Think about it at night. You can eat, no overeating, and eating and drinking. Roya is full of expectations for the duel at night. The training in the afternoon is much more complicated than that in the morning. Because it is a navy to fight the pirates, fighting skills such as combat and swordplay also require a lot of practice. Combat training room. Luo carelessly blasted the sandbag in front of her and used her fist and whip leg to pull the sandbag out like a cannonball, and she drank the saliva from the corner of her mouth from time to time. Seeing this scene, although dissatisfied with Loya's inadequate performance, the Major General did not say much. When he got to this position, he had received some internal news. This Loya performed very rough in close combat, but his overall quality and fruitability were very tyrannical. The training of the recruit barracks had little effect on it. In order to balance the crowd, this did not give him a separate stove to make it heavier. Training. The place he should go is the elite camp directly managed by Zifa. The group of guys called monsters are his kind. Now staying in the recruit barracks just needs an excuse for promotion, passing the actual combat assessment. Finally, the instructor shouted the dissolution password. The news that Loya was dueling with Ms. S in the cafeteria was revealed by people familiar with the situation. The recruits in the recruit camp were very excited. Every day they repeated and busy training. Suddenly there was fun. Everyone naturally held 12 points of passion. So a group of people gathered around Loya and came to the cafeteria. Takizawa did not stay in the recruit camp in the afternoon. He just went to the Warring States office to confirm the actual combat assessment of the recruits a month later. When he returned home, he passed by the recruit camp and saw Loya surrounded by the crowd into the cafeteria. What are these guys doing? The cafeteria table was moved away by the chefs, leaving only two in the middle. A table with tableware on it was prepared for Loya's meal later. The other one is full of ingredients and stove. Later, Ms. S will prepare food at the scene to ensure the fairness of the duel. Madame S held her chest in both hands, holding a spoon in one hand and a spatula in her hand, and saw Loya walking in with her arms around her, with a confident smile on her face. You still have time to admit defeat, otherwise you won't be able to eat it later, so many people will look very shameless. Luo came to the opposite of her, tied a napkin on her chest, her eyes full of warfare. Hey, talk, kiss, eat, let's serve. Have the courage. A middle-aged chef stepped out, came to the two of them, and took the spoon as a microphone. First of all, everyone is welcome to watch this duel. If anyone is hungry, there is a curry we prepared there. Please take it by yourself. Then I announced the rules of the game. First, during the game, if Loya-san has not eaten one food, he must not eat one. At the same time, Ms. S cannot make unpalatable food that does not meet the status of a chef. Once someone fouls, the game ends. Second, Ms. S must complete her first meal within 5 minutes of the time, otherwise she will be deemed to have given in. Third, the two sides must not obstruct the other party in any form or for any reason, or the game will end. The decision of the game is as follows. When Lozen finishes eating the last food on the table, if Ms. S is not prepared the next food, Lozen wins. The remaining food on the table exceeds the food that has been cooked. 1/3, and the number is 5 or more, or when Lozen can't eat, Ms. S wins. Is the two sides disagree? No. I do not have either. Heard Ms. S, Loya gave her a dismissive look. Would you like to pick something simple to do, or you can't keep up? The arrogant kid. Ms. S retorted recklessly. Even if the old lady cooks according to the meals normally served in the cafeteria, it will only be you. Let's read the newspaper by bike, just walk and see. Because in the original book, there was no such thing as a donkey in the One Piece world. Loya had to change the composition of this saying. Just want to know. Anyway, Ms. S is irritated, picks up a potato, and nods to the middle-aged chef who is the referee. Crap, let's go. Okay. The middle-aged chef felt his sweat, and then raised his kitchenware seriously. 3, 2, 1. Clang. The games start. With a crisp sound of golden iron and iron, the game officially started. Madame S threw out the knife flour and quickly cut a large basket of potatoes. Fast. It is indeed, Ms. S. This hand speed cannot be done in decades. Yes, and you see, those potatoes are evenly sized and they have even been peeled. It's amazing. Listening to the comments of the narrators next to him, Loya also became serious. He turned the magic in his body to start a large amount of acid secretion from the stomach and stared at Ms. S's movements carefully. This old woman, don't be underestimated. Madame S skillfully cut vegetables, stir-fry the pot, stir-fry. In less than 4 minutes, neatly exploded the sea animal meat, one dish at a time. The code was good and placed in front of Loya. The air was filled with a thick scent of meat, and the crowd watched their noses greedily, and their stomachs began to growl. Please use. Ms. S finished briefly, then went back to continue the preparation of the next dish. Oh. Loya picked up a plate of dried sea animal meat and poured it directly into his mouth without using chopsticks. He didn't see him chew a few times, and a large plate of food was swallowed up. Then he picked up the next disc again and repeat the action. This boy, he was still clumsy at noon. Seeing Loya's unrestrained eating, Ms. S fixed her eyes and opened the fire to the maximum, speeding up her hand movements. Okay, great both sides. Yeah, I didn't expect Loya to be so edible. At noon I thought someone was joking. Almost as soon as Loya finished eating the last dish, a bunch of coated barbecues were placed in front of him. He and Ms. looked at each other, and both sides began to calm. It's not easy to deal with this kid, this old woman. The game continued to be fierce. The new recruits who were watching the crowd were eating curry while coaxing. Under the influence of Loya, they were also appetite. Takizawa stood outside the window and watched the lively scene inside. Several times I tried to rush in and teach this group of undisciplined boys, but he resisted. In the end, he smiled and shook his head. Forget it, let them go, who's not young yet. Then turned and left. The back was pulled long and long by the setting sun. The people inside didn't know that General Jaffa Instructor Zifo was just outside. Otherwise, he would be a bird and beast early, and he could be so excited to cheer for both sides. Over time, the game has reached a feverish stage. Loya's speed started to slow down, and Ms. S was sweating too much, and the laborious skill of turning the pot can be omitted if not needed. A bunch of chefs were busy cleaning up the blank dishes on Loya's table, and they all looked at Loya's admiration. As a chef, what could be more comfortable than the meals you make yourself clean by the guests? At this moment, Loya gained the respect of all the chefs in the canteen of the recruit camp. I'm afraid he didn't expect it. Chapter 12. Animals are fruit-like victory. The night was getting darker, and the stars gradually filled the sky. The sea breeze was very cold. The patrolling navy narrowed its neck and tightened its shirt, then continued to patrol it with a gun. The soldier on duty at the lighthouse smoked his cigarette and looked in the direction of the barracks. Oh, is the cafeteria still having dinner so late? Oh, abominable stink. Ms. S supported her knees, panting heavily, and in front of her, a pot of boiled gurgle and rumbling bubbling broth was fragrant. Taking a short break, she picked up the vegetables on the cutting board again and cut them up, because Roya on the opposite table had already eaten the last plate. Loya held one's belly up with one hand, grasping the edge of the plate with the other hand, swallowing the food with a few clicks. You. After eating the last bite, it was found that Ms. S's dish was still in the pot, and Loya, who was about to express her victory speech, suddenly shut up. As a bowl of deep-fried shrimp fried rice in front of him was placed in front of him, the golden rice grains flickered with an attractive luster. Ghost, want to win me? It's too early. Ms. S snorted disdainfully and continued to add food to the pot. Wait a little, Ghost. You will lose after this pot of soup is boiled. Hey, indeed, we are going to lose. Loya stared seriously at the shrimp in the bowl. Although the system can quickly convert the food he eats into energy, the speed is ultimately limited. Unless it can be upgraded now. Otherwise, the food in the belly needs at least 3. It takes hours to digest it. Do you really want to give in? Roya shook her head and dispelled the idea. As a dragon exterminator, how can you admit defeat in the amount of food? And he also has a system to assist digestion. Losing to a weak elderly woman is too shameful. As she scooped shrimp, Loya digested her food with all her strength. Suddenly, he had an idea. By the way, I'm a dragon exterminator. Why fight hard? Loya spooned a bite of rice and stuffed it into her mouth, stood up and walked out, saying vaguely, let me borrow, let me go out. Your boy. Do you want to spit out the food? Ms. S sneered when she saw his movements. Spit, you want to spit, but not spit food. If you don't believe me, come with me. Cut. I'm not stupid. It won't be long before the dishes are just fine. Then you'll lose. Hey, you guys follow me out and don't let that kid play tricks. Ms. S said she was smart, so she wouldn't do anything to waste time, while keeping the other chef staring at Loya. Isn't it? Loya is going to lose. I don't know, go, let's follow up and see. The new recruits swarmed out of the cafeteria and came out with the chefs. I saw Loya clapping her mouth and watching something in the open space. Is he looking for a place to spit out the food? If that is a waste of food, Ms. S will definitely explode. The new recruits were so speculative. But Loya didn't care. He looked around and chose an open space to stand. There are no buildings around here, and the grass is 3 meters away. I chose a position, and he raised his head and put his fists in his hands. Being long, snarling, boom. A huge ice tornado rose into the sky, and everyone flew straight up into the sky with a stunned sky, and a strong cold blew on him as if he were on the East Island. Luo did vomit, but not vomit, but magic. In the world of demon tales, the use of magic requires physical strength as well as physical strength. The ice dragon's roar is a horrible physical exhaustion. One of the biggest characteristics of the dragon exorcist is their resilience, which can be replenished quickly after being physically clean. Just like the original comic book, no matter how badly the enemy is hit, Naz can quickly recover and fight against each other. If we don't want to be tough with you, we will kill you. The method that Loya now thinks about is to use the roar of the ice dragon to check the physical strength, and as the physical strength disappears, the food in the belly will be immediately broken down with the help of the system and added to the body. Snap! A crisp and broken sound came from the sky, and everyone looked up and saw that the ice tornado burst apart and countless ice crystals were shining brightly against the moonlight. Fireworks. Everyone blinked anxiously, staring blankly at the sight in the sky. After Luo spit out the first roar of the ice dragon, she gasped and touched her belly. As expected, the food in her belly began to digest quickly, and she felt warm all over her body. He looked back and saw a group of people hanging in place, without a cover on his head, and shouted in surprise, Hey, don't watch. The ice cubes will fall later. Don't you hide. Oh. The rest of the people first looked at each other, then looked at the sky. The tiny ice crystals in the sight were getting bigger and bigger, already the size of their heads. Run. Hail is coming. Hey, Lala. The crowd ran back to the cafeteria. Sure enough, hail began to fall from the sky. The smallest ice cube had the size of a fist. The largest ice cube was about the same as a table. Loya said that the ice formed by the extermination magic of the dragon would not be harder than the ice saber coagulated by Kazan when he was against the enemy. Where is Loya? Why didn't that guy come in? In the noisy crowd, Ms. S looked around and found Loya, asking with a spoon. There, he's still outside. The narrow-eyed recruit pointed out the window, and not only did Loya not enter the house, she did not even mean to dodge. Damn. Come and save people. Although the two are facing each other, it does not mean that they can watch each other die. Ms. S roared and was about to rush out. A few strong chefs Lima Mara lived at her look. Loya is going to vomit again. Ms. S looked at the words. Indeed, the blue magic circle appeared again in the mouth of Loya. Boom. Another ice tornado flew out and headed towards the sky. This gun Loya calculated the direction, not only destroyed most of the previous ice blocks, but also opened a way between him and the cafeteria. After doing this, Loya stood up and smiled proudly at this side. He half-raised his hand and held it in imaginary form, and the frozen ice formed by Lawn Lee gathered in the palm of his hand and slowly grew into a crystal ice umbrella. Holding an umbrella like that, Loya slowly followed the passage opened by the roar of the ice dragon and stepped towards the cafeteria step by step. On both sides of him were the falling ice cubes whistling and slamming on the ground, and the cloud on his head was light and windy, with only a little ice debris, falling like a raindrop on the umbrella. At this time, Loya is like an emperor walking in the snow and ice, without any frost, dare to offend, and all surrender to the left and right. Is that guy really a recruit? The recruits in the new barracks are silent. This strength, this power, not even the elite camp? Do not. It should be said that there are no elite camps. Loya walked back to the cafeteria, threw the umbrella back, and let it be smashed by falling ice from the sky. So, Madam S., let's continue the game. No need, Ms. waved her hand. Presumably, you have consumed a lot of energy through the use of fruit power. Now the food in the stomach is almost digested. Cut. Is it an animal fruit person? Looking at Loya's dried-up belly, Ms. S. also had the answer. Thank you so much for your hospitality. Loya folded her hands and said with a smile. Chapter 13, Kuzan's Test. Two people talk at night. Oh. When? Yeah. Loya won. The recruit smiled and hugged excitedly. Although Loya had only been here for one day, he had already gained respect through his daytime performance. This honor belongs to the entire recruit group at this moment. Unexpectedly, animal fruits can still be used this way. Yes, Loya is so smart that she can consume food quickly this way. I walked on the way back to the dormitory, and a bunch of recruits were joking with Loya while playing around. He doesn't dislike this kind of closeness. A nerd clerk has to say, what is the joke? So, see you tomorrow, Loya. Well, see you tomorrow. The dormitory building sent away the recruits who lived in the town. Loya signed a sign with the doorman and went upstairs. She pushed open the door, and Loya looked at the dormitory room. She didn't know how long she could stay. This is a very simple recruit quarters. There is only one bed and one chair in the room. The walls are covered with mottled traces of years, which are simple but clean. It really is a recruit treatment. Well, but at least not many people live in the same room, which is pretty good. Touching the switch on the wall, Loya turned on the light. Huh. Suddenly, a whistling sounded in his ear, and the bitter chill pointed at his neck. When it was too late to turn back, Loya quickly squatted. Her left hand opened quickly to form a sword of ice, and she stunned. This counterattack was so quick and fast, but the moment when Loya was a little relieved, his stomach was kicked fiercely. The ice sword in his hand was released, his body flew out, and he banged against the wall with a bang. It was too late to confirm how injured he was, and Loya, who was sticking to the wall, slammed his fist in the right hand and smashed it into the palm of his left hand. Because the killing rushed towards him, leaving him with goosebumps. The coffin of ice. Flick, flick. As if the gate was opened, the endless cold gushing from the palm of the hand quickly formed a large block of ice cubes. In the future, people would freeze in it, and the icy killing intention would disappear. Who? When he saw this, Loya finally relaxed, a cricket at his feet, sucking cold air to cover his ribs. Damn. This TM is the naval headquarters? Killers have run here to kill people. He looked up at the ice cube in front of him, and suddenly his eyes widened. There was nothing in the ice cube. Are you looking for me? The low-pitched boy's voice sounded, and Loya turned back fiercely, and then stopped suddenly. Mr. Ching Ching, why are you here? Tao Lyran was wearing a white suit with a green eye patch on his forehead and explosive hairstyle, which is one of the 3 current Navy generals, Ching Yi. Seeing Ching Yi, Luoya's tension finally let go. In any case, the lazy Justice General would not kill himself if he did not have a necessary reason. Hey, what have you done? Nothing is done. Seeing Loya's relaxed appearance, Kazan was curious. Hey, boy, are you so relaxed and alert? I will die if I attack you immediately. On hearing that, Loya rolled her eyes and sat down on the ground to pull open her shirt to check the wounds. You are an admiral. Even if you do sneak attack, I will die. Anyway, why not relax? You kid. Kazan was stunned for a while, and he didn't know what to say for a while, but this kind of laziness and no effort seemed to suit his taste. He took out a pot of medicine from his pocket, and Kazan threw it to Loya. Take it. I just ate a little bit. With your constitution, I should have only suffered a slight injury. Snap. Loya catches the jar and shakes with a smile. Thank you. After waiting for Loya to finish the medicine, Kazan lay on the back of the chair and looked down at him. Hey, don't you wonder why I attacked you? I was very curious, but I wasn't curious to think that Zifa had a new recruit camp this morning. Loya took out a bandage and wrapped herself, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Oh. Tell me what you think. First of all, the former general of Zifa is an elite camp instructor. The actual training should be notified by our instructors, but he is here. You should know that many people in the recruit camp have not even seen him before. Isn't this unusual? If there is a reason, it must be because of me. After a pause, seeing Kuzan's face expressionless, Loya continued to explain. Then the ability used by my ice dragon form is also frozen, just like the frozen fruit of General Qingyu. So when you show up, I will understand that General Zifa is optimistic about me and wants to pull me into the elite camp, and you are here to test me. After all, there is only 1 month left in the actual assessment. Time is about to begin. You need to know at what level my actual combat strength is. Oh, that's a wonderful inference. Kazan applauded lazily. But you said one thing was missed. I'm not only here to test you. You also have to follow me to learn the fruit development ability. After all, it's frozen. I'm most familiar with this. Hearing this, Loya stared at Kazan in shock. In your character, you would accept such a difficult task. Oh, boy, what you say is awkward, do you know? Speaking of which, Kazan has no interest in continuing to talk. Since Loya knows well, there will be some time for future contacts. So that's it. Starting tomorrow, you will wait for me in the cafeteria after the evening training. If I'm not available, I will let you know in advance. Yes, teacher Kazan. Kazan, who opened the door, turned back. Don't call me a teacher. Your teacher is only Teacher Zifa. I'm only responsible for helping you develop fruit. Good teacher Kazan. Teacher Kazan walked slowly. Kazan wrinkled his forehead with a cross and flicked his fingers. Frozen moment. He then closed the door and left, leaving Loya frozen and ice stiff. Oh. He walked downstairs and a strong figure appeared in the corner. Kazan stunned and walked in with both hands. Alala, Teacher Zifa, I will send you the report tomorrow. www.mtlnovel.com. Why don't you go to sleep now? Takizawa held his chest in his hands and glanced at the dormitory building behind him. If a guy throws ice cubes on the roof of your house in the middle of the night, will you sleep? Well, it's not because you passed by without stopping him in Ms. Dul duel. Otherwise, he doesn't have to use the fruit ability to speed up digestion. Kazan regretted it after speaking, and surely Zifa looked at him with an unhappy expression. The two of them were so silent for a long time, Kazan coughed and broke the silence. Since you are here, let me talk about the test results. Teacher, your guess is correct. Although this boy has a good response speed and physical fitness, he has no experience in dealing with it and has no rules. He is more like a beast fighting by instinct. The footsteps are frivolous, and the eyes are dull. These will be known at a glance. Zifa hummed and signaled that he knew. So, what is the fruit ability? After hearing this, Kazan took a serious look and nodded earnestly. It's strong. The cold air is no longer purely cold and can be explained clearly, but it has other special powers in it. I suspect that it is the power of the dragon. Finally, if I did not use a shave to escape, I would probably have to work very hard to get rid of it. However, his use is as rough as combat, and even the speed of release cannot cover up the fact. This way, Zifa lowered his head in thought and rang in half and said to Kazan, you will have more snacks on the fruit side. I will discuss with the warring states to reduce your task of going out. I have a feeling it will soon be chaotic. Before that, the more high-end naval power is better. Allah, that's great. Should I say thank you, Teacher Zifa? Chapter 14, Penalties and Countermeasures. After a night of sleep, the injury last night was almost better. Loya jumped from the bed, opened the window, and stretched out to face the red sun. Another good day. Hello. Do you know that there are people downstairs who are leaking all night? At this time, Loya heard the sound, followed the sound, and looked down. And sure enough, he saw a guy wearing a recruit t-shirt shouting at himself while brushing his teeth. Loya turned around and found that only a small half of the ice cubes remained in place. Because of the injury, he slept too late last night and did not remove the ice cubes. The ice coffin slowly melted, and the entire room was stained with water. In the end, it is not time to work, and the ice cubes created by this life-saving ability have melted overnight. Sorry, I'll clean the water, Loya thought, and said apologetically to the other side, then came to the ice cube and estimated the distance facing the window. Yoshi, that's the angle. Shoot hard. An ice cube of about 1 cubic meter rushed out of the window with a brush, drawing an arc in the air, and fell into an artificial lake facing the dormitory, smashing a water spray over 3 meters high. On the trail beside the lake, the recruits who were eating breakfast while walking were splashed with water by the sudden splash, and the food on their hands filled the lake. Asshole. Who did it? Uncle comes out and promises not to kill you. Not good caused trouble. Hearing the indignation of the masses at the lake, Loya shrank her head, quietly closed the window, and closed the curtains. She greeted the familiar recruits, and Loya came to the recruits' camp. I stood in the queue, and the major commander's face appeared dark. Last night, Marin Fodor dropped a hail rain, and the range was around a recruit barracks, smashing several houses. He injured more than 10 patrol soldiers. He also stunned the marshal of the warring states marshal. You said, who do it? The recruits of the 7th team stunned, and then gloated neatly. Report to the instructor. Loya did. Very good, Loya. Yes. Dequi. He stood outside the queue, and Loya was aggressive. I'm going. I still understand why I was injured on patrol. Why did I still stun the marshal's goat? He forgot it. Last night, in order to pretend, his roar of the second ice dragon was launched obliquely, and that direction was exactly where the main body of the Marin Fodor fortress was. Major General Instructor Wu came to Loya with a black face and said, Did you do it? Instructor, did I say this is a misunderstanding? Do you believe it? Loya embarrassed and explained. The punishment for Loya soon came down. After consideration by the recruit as Chief Instructor Zifa, it was read that he had just arrived in Melindo, and the Marshal of the Warring States was not held accountable, so he was given a lighter punishment. I fined the toilet for a month, and at the same time copied the safety regulations 1,000 times today and sent them in. Anyway, the intensity of the recruit training has not much effect on Loya. Find him something to do, not let him idle and cause trouble. Otherwise, following this trend, there will be headaches in the future. This Major General Instructor also understands that he is not required to participate in training, and kicked him directly to clean the toilet. Wearing an apron holding a mop, Loya leaned outside the toilet and sighed ruthlessly. I said it was a misunderstanding. Seeing this, the Major General who came to the toilet shouted with a dark face, Don't want to be lazy. Go to the toilet. The new soldier next to the cricket chuckled and grunted before deliberately getting into the toilet with dirt on his feet and entering his throat, deliberately. Oh, sorry, Loya. I forgot you just cleaned here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll finish the work. Looking at this group of apparently intentional guys, Loya didn't speak, but just quietly used her toes on the floor to spread the cold, and the wet ground immediately condensed to form a thin ice film. Next second. Ouch. Hello, don't pee on me. Sorry for the instructor. I didn't mean it. Hearing the loud noise in the toilet, Loya proudly lifted the mop and went to the toilet on the next floor. Can I use this to develop a slippery move? I remember that there was such a trick in Grey 300, which is called the ice carpet or the frozen ground. Copying the security regulations 1,000 times is the easiest for Loya. He first found dozens of pens and fixed them side by side. Then used the ice magic to create a device similar to a sieve machine and place each pen on top of it at the book's interval. And he himself grabbed a pen in front and put it on the shelf, so writing one word was equivalent to writing dozens of words. Furiously, a few hundred words of safety regulations can be completed within 2 hours. Loya ran to bring the book full of safety regulations to the instructor. Major General Instructor took the book and flipped around, unbelievably said, What? You finished writing so soon? Imagine when you were punished for copying the safety regulations. Of course, who calls me a genius? Although the instructor was skeptical, he did not know what method Loya had used to complete the copying so quickly, and he could only release it helplessly if he could not grasp the handle. Well, as promised, today you can rest after cleaning the toilet. Yes, thank you, instructor. After Loya's departure, the instructor brought the security regulations copied by Loya to Zifa. Takizawa was also surprised to hold Loya's copybook. So fast? How long did it take him? The instructor said helplessly. To be precise, 1 hour and 47 minutes. I'm sure he cheated, but I can't find a clue. Takizawa nodded and looked at the book. Suddenly, he picked up the one he had seen before, turned it up, and then slammed his fist on the table. www.tlnovel.com. His face turned black. Loya? This sneaky asshole. The instructor did not know what was happening and quickly asked, General Zifa, what happened? Taking a deep breath, calming down, Zifa pointed at the two books and said, "Look carefully here and here. There is a typo in these two positions. After being altered, the arc of the connection bar is the same. Major General Instructor Wu is not a fool." After Zifa's reminder, he immediately understood and said with a gritted teeth, "This dare to cheat. I'll go to him." He also knows the freezing ability of Loya. As long as it is used well, it is not a problem to copy dozens of books at the same time. No need. Zifa stopped him and put a copy of the book next to him. "You didn't find a problem the first time. Presumably now he has destroyed the evidence. I'm afraid there will be no water stains in that room. Stay. You have no reason to punish him without evidence." Speaking of this, Zifa drew a smile from his mouth. "This boy is really interesting." Oh. Loya, happy in her arms, waved her goodbye to her buddy partner, holding a meat stick. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she saw General Kuzan. He cleaned the meat a bit, threw the bones in the trash, and hurried over. "Mr. Kuzan, here I am." Leaning against the wall, Kuzan, sleeping with his blindfold over his eyes, heard the sound, pushed the blindfold up, and gave a sleepy glance at Loya. "Oh, here you are. Then let's go." "Good teacher Kuzan. Where are we going, teacher Kuzan?" "Don't call me teacher." Freezing moment. Chapter 15, Kuzan's careful thinking, the challenge of the elite camp. Here is the main square in front of the Mariendo Fort, a small square next to it. Not far from the boot camp, but the range is enough to accommodate 2 boot camps. General recruits will not come here except for combat training. Only those in elite camps who are hailed as monsters by recruits will be trained here every day. Because their strength is already very strong, the narrow field will only limit their play. When I came to the small square, there were still a few recruits dressed in training, either fighting one-on-one with 2 people or meditating cross-legged with a katana on the knee. The most noticeable thing is that height. The big man, around 4 meters, is squatting with an iron block larger than him. "Kuzan." "General, who are they?" Originally wanted to call the teacher, but before the frost spread on Kuzan, Loya wisely chose to change his mouth. After hearing Loya's words, Kuzan retracted the action and explained, "Oh, you say they're the guys in this elite camp?" "Elite camp?" Loya repeated the name. As the name indicates, there are only elites in the elite camp, each of which is a strong candidate who stands out from countless navies. Graduation from elite camp, the minimum achievement, is also a colonel. Corresponding to this treatment is the extremely difficult graduation assessment, but so far, no one has failed to graduate. There is the former General Iron Mask instructor Blackwrist Zifa, which can rule out the possibility of passing through improper means and releasing water. Therefore, those who enter the elite camp will basically be the backbone of the Navy in the future. It is not even impossible to take over the general banner. I want to know that the generals such as Kuzan, Sakaski, and Ape also graduated from here. Seeing Kuzan's figure, the members of the elite camp who were training stopped and came to practice, saluting neatly. "Green General. Well, you guys continue. I just brought a kid over to train," Kuzan said lethargically, pointing to Loya next to him. Hearing this, Loya felt a little in his heart and looked at him in disbelief. "Grass? This guy is so treacherous. Isn't it just disgusting you? Is it necessary to take such pains to trouble me? As an admiral, you have high prestige. Are you sure you need to explain to these recruits? Isn't it good to have a high cold point? This dig is too obvious." Sure enough, when he heard Kuzan's words, several people's eyes locked on Loya, and the big man, as strong as a bull, stared at him fiercely. "Is this the kid?" When he saw this, Kuzan quietly drew a smile and immediately disappeared. "Oh, yeah, there is no way. His fruit ability range is relatively large. Only here can be opened. You guy even revealed my information to them." Loya could not be angry, but immediately thought about it and cheerfully opened his mouth. "Yes, that's why Teacher Kuzan brought me here and said he wanted to teach me to develop the devil fruit ability. Forgive me, 24 guys are still so cute. Anyway, I'm not afraid of shame with a baby face. Since you are not kind, don't blame me for being unjust. Come, hurt each other. You should call the name of General Qing." "Wait," the big man said fiercely and suddenly hesitated. Then a group of people yelled, Old division." Kuzan drew a corner of his eyes, feeling as uncomfortable as eating a fly. Facing their surprised, puzzled, and even disappointed eyes, he reluctantly explained, "I didn't accept him as an apprentice. I just taught him a little, that's it." But teacher Kazan once said, what you see ain't teach you, it is all your teacher. For example, I don't know how to write. Someone teaches me. Even if he is just a boatman, he's my teacher. I see ain't cook. The little girl who sells flowers teaches me how to cook. She's also my teacher. It's not just me. Everyone is the same, even we humans themselves. We learn from nature. Light a fire, learn to use tools, and learn to build a house. Nature is our human teacher. So, teacher Kazan, you teach me to develop fruit, and you are my teacher. Right, teacher Kazan. Loya cited teacher's words and circled a group of people. Kazan touched the blindfold on his forehead and asked Loya, where did you hear this sentence? Well, it should be the East China Sea. I remember we met at the restaurant Baladi before then. Donghai. I know. After the incident, Qing Qing, one of the 3 naval generals, applied for a trip to the East China Sea for 3 consecutive months, which disturbed the entire East China Sea. I heard that Kuzan had no objection. The big man's eyes were sore, and his nose could not stop crying. When you... Hey, you were so disgusting to cry so much. Maloya groaned in her heart. Suddenly, he stopped crying with a brush and looked at Loya, his eyes filled with anger and stubbornness. Little devil, come to a showdown. Let me see what you have to do to make General Qingyi accept you as a disciple. Ah. Seeing this scene, Qingyi only felt relieved in her heart and finally came to the point, and today's plan was almost destroyed. But fortunately, Arudo is still so easy to be fooled. Arudo is the name of this small 4'3" giant. When he was in the barracks, he always admired the 3 Navy generals who also went out from the barracks. Later, because Kazan saved him, he wanted to worship Kazan as a teacher, but Kazan, who hates troublesome lazy characters, has not agreed. Kazan appeared again in front of him today, and even received his disciples. He couldn't help but immediately challenge Loya. Baluo stared at him calmly, then turned his head and pulled Rakuzan's corner of the clothes, squinting his eyes and asked, this is your purpose? Ku praised with a look of, what do you want to ask? I don't understand, or don't ask anymore. Suddenly, it was Loya who finally had a headache. Looking at Ardo's expression, it is obvious that he is taking this victory very seriously. Loya, you can try it. Anyway, you will join the elite camp after 1 month. It is also good to have a good relationship with your companions. Kazan added next. Loya could not pick out the stab. Hey, I'm tired. Loya shook her head and agreed. So, let me be the referee. The rules are that there are no rules, as long as they are not dead. Kazan raised his hand to declare, of course, there is no better person to be a referee here than him. Naturally, no one will object. What do you mean, as long as you don't die? Do you want me to suffer? Roya rolled his dead fish eyes and despised him. Arudo, who was opposite, chose a position, and like a wild cow, his nostrils sprayed air pillars. Come on. Loya, I want to let you know that the weak are not qualified to stand next to Qing Qing General. Even if Qing Qing accepts you as a disciple, you will not win my approval. In the face of this situation, Loya spread his hands. What can I do? I'm also desperate. Chapter 16. Iron Blockmaster, Arudo. Both parties are ready. 3, 2, 1. Get started. As Kuzan's voice fell, Arudo stepped on his feet. His huge body rolled up and whistled and crashed into Loya. Fly out. This guy should be specializing in body art, but don't have any strange fruit ability. Facing Arudo forward, Loya thought, leaning his left foot forward, also posing in a collision posture. A layer of ice armor quickly climbed over the body, shining brightly in the evening sun. The opponent's speed is very fast, although it is not shaved, but he is not sure to avoid, and may even be attacked by the long-footed Arudo while evading. So he chose hard resistance. He slammed, and Roa snarled and ran into it. Kazan next to his uncle whispered and looked at Loya, who rushed out in surprise. This guy, is there such strength? This kid is over. Compared with Arudo, this kid is very thoughtful. The other 2 members of the elite camp thought silently, preparing to see how far Loya would be hit. Huh. As if 2 locomotives collided together, a deafening impact sounded in the field. A group of people were surprised to see the black shadow flying backwards. It turned out to be Arudo. But Arudo flew out of the distance, adjusted his posture in a short breath, and rolled over and fell to the ground. Unlike everyone else's surprise, Arudo was not surprised at this moment. The opponent's strength is not as strong as himself. This is the conclusion of a brief contact with Arudo. Although Loya's strength is really great, it is really not as good as this talented physical master. As for why it was himself who was hit by the fly, Aruba looked at the set of ice armor on the opponent's body. At the moment of the impact, the ice cone that extended above was inserted into the ground, which instantly fixed the entire person of Loya in place. The impact is stronger than yourself. It's like the lock lever on a sling cart. After throwing a rod, it needs to stop suddenly to maximize the power of turning inertia into stones. But it is very difficult to achieve this. The horizontal pulling force caused by the sudden stop alone is not sustainable for ordinary people. As the airflow spread out on the field, Loya rubbed his shoulders and took in the cool air. He felt as if he had hit an iron plate, and the shock force without any trace of water fell on his body, and his chest was boring for a while. After the puppet activity, he pulled out the ice spear that was deeply inserted into the ground, which was the prop just used to stop moving momentarily, and watched Arudo. This guy, did you just use the iron block in the Navy's sick style? It has such a degree of effect. Waving the sharp icicles on his hands, Loya squatted slightly, exerting force under her feet, and straightly held the icicles to stab toward Arudo. The Ice Dragon's roar and Ice Dragon's wing strike have been charged for too long, and they cannot be used at all in this melee combat. Seeing Loya's movement, Arudo's hands became black and dark, and the strange energy field made Loya's eyes slightly. Arm domineering. Doryman. A crisp golden iron symphony sounded. An icicle was smashed into two by Arudo's fist. Loya loosened the broken icicle without seeing it. A short body avoided Arudo and immediately came. Whiplegs. At the same time, his right hand lit up a dark blue light and roared, Iron Dragon's iron fist. Crackling. But this rapid counterattack was blocked by Arudo's wide palm. Despite his huge size, his counterattack was not slow. That layer of black energy gave him the confidence to face any fruit ability. But this time he miscalculated. Loya is not a demon fruit ability. Moreover, the Iron Fist of the Ice Dragon is different from the Iron Fist of the Naz Fire Dragon. It does not break out and hurt the enemy when it hits, but turns into a drill bit, and when it touches, it penetrates into the opponent's body to freeze. Hurt the enemy inside but not outside. Mistakes in intelligence caused Arudo to suffer bitterly. The bitter chill was not blocked by the armed color domineering, but gradually spread along his bones. He felt his blood began to condense, causing his body to change. Be stiff. While you are dying to die, the days of the desert island hunter let Loya understand this truth. By the inertia of punching fist, Loya supported Ardu's thigh, and the whole man was hanging upside down, kicking his head, and the streamer blue carried on his foot proved that this attack is still the skill of the Dragon Destroyer. Ice Dragon's hook. With a kick, Arudo's huge body was kicked out by Loya's kick. Kazan nodded in the distance, commenting, nice counterattack. Although the loopholes in the moves are very large, and there is no rules at all, they can seize the moment of Arudo's rigidity and launch the moves without hesitation. This is really beast-like smell. The two men who had previously played against each other were shocked and looked at him. Will Arudo lose? General Chinyu. Well, half a caddy. The dust was broken up by a big hand. Arudo pushed away the masonry on his body and stood up from the broken wall. He rubbed his numb arm, and there was a bruise on his forehead, grinning. I stink. Haven't you had dinner? I won't be hurt as much as you attack. Indeed, half a caddy, the members of the elite group watched this scene silently at this moment. Arudo's most powerful weapon is not his strength comparable to that of giants, nor is it a slightly small arm domineering force, but the one that has been trained to the extreme. For the Navy 6, members of the elite group have all studied, but they only take the influence of time, energy, and even talent, and often only choose one or several special studies. Arudo is a trick of specialized iron. Since joining the elite camp 2 years ago, Arduo, who was the weakest in the camp at the time, relied on his passion and talent for iron blocks to practice only this trick. After 2 years, he was already among the strongest in the elite camp. Let alone his defense, members of the same year, the weaker naval generals could not be broken, and he was known as the most talented defense master. Since Loya's attack cannot be defended, the current situation on the field is really bad. At this moment, Loya is also amazed. The strength of the Ice Dragon's magic is very clear to him. In addition to the general destructive power, The cold that enters the enemy's body is the main means, and it is extremely difficult to defend. The big man in front of my eyes, I'm afraid that even the body has become an iron plate. Otherwise, it can't withstand the cold erosion of the dragon magic, and the lips should have fallen blue early. At this point in thinking, Loya has 12 points of energy to come. Where to go for such a qualified sandbag? Took a breath, and once again a dazzling blue light flashed on his hand and slammed it on the ground. This time it was not the ice dragon's iron fist, but ice make ice field. With Loya's action, the terrifying cold air rushed down in all directions, and wherever he went, it immediately condensed into a thick layer of ice. Kazanban watched the excitement aside, and when he saw this, he could not help pouting, and he jumped onto the shelf beside him. Brushed twice, and the duo stood beside him. The guy holding the katana over there inserted the sword straight into the ground, and the toe point escaped the freezing above the hilt, and the inexplicable force entangled the sword, making the cold impossible. Because Arjuo was too close, his feet were frozen directly. However, this is not the magic of exterminating dragons. It is just a simple ice shape. The hardness of the ice cubes is limited. After a little hardening, the ice cubes on his feet are freed by him. Ghost, do you want to have a snowball fight? I heard Arudo's provocation. Loya shook her head calmly and asked, Big man, can you skate? What? Arudo's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't believe looking at Loya, who had rushed to his eyes. The blue light condensed on his fist, reminding him of the pain before the cold. Why is it so fast? Boom. Luo hit a fist, then hooked her feet, claws, and battered. Only then did Arudo find that he was basically unstable when he stepped on the ice and easily lost his focus. He was crumbling with a set of attacks by Loya. Roya skates on his feet, like a monkey playing with a bear, spinning and jumping around Arudo. Abominable devil. Don't be too proud. I was hit with a fist in the nose again, and Arudo yelled, stepped on it hard, plunged his feet directly into the ice, and opened his hands to catch Loya's attack. This is not a surprise for Loya. It is true that 10 of them are not opponents of each other. It is normal for their attacks to be caught. I want to knock you down. Arudo shouted with a fist and smashed, and the armed arrogance revealed the cold intention of killing in the cold wind. Roya gritted his teeth, and the ice armor on his body became thicker again. Arudo's fist is very heavy. Loya just felt that he suddenly lost consciousness on his shoulder, and the blood spurted. Gritting his teeth, Loya lay down along this force and slammed his fist on Arudo's instep. Binglong's iron fist. What he waited for was that Arudo stepped on the ice. As long as he did so, he strengthened the ice cube by using the dragon-destroying magic. With the strength shown by Arudo before the impact, his chances of breaking free were infinitely close at 0. Chapter 17, Victory. New upgrade method. Kazan naturally saw Loya's movements, and he recalled that Loya used that move last night and could not help but sympathize with Arudo. Although he doesn't know the difference between the ice magic and the ice dragon's magic, he can be sure. On the freezing effect, Loya is no weaker than him. Where do you fight? Boy. Arudo laughed at Loya, ready to kick Loya with one kick. However, when he pulled hard, he found that the ice cube was completely different from the previous one. With this hard work, he almost knocked himself off. What? Arudo widened his eyes and looked at his frozen feet. The ice cubes that he could easily break away just now have hardness like steel. Luo coughed softly, vomited the blood from her lungs, stepped on an ice skate made of ice, put her hands behind her and circled around Arudo, laughing at him. Oh, big man, come and hit me. I've been tickling recently, and I'm so owed. Damn. Arudo's calf was black, and he used a domineering color. But let's not say that Loya isn't really a demon fruit power. Even if he is, when the ice cubes appear, they're already an established thing and will not be restrained by the armed tyrants. Armed color domineering can disable capabilities, but can objects disappear? Of course not. Although his strength increased after using domineering power, Arudo couldn't move except for the pain of pulling his feet. Then he gave up the idea and slammed his fist hard. Even if it's steel, my fist will smash it. Yeah, but I won't give you that chance. Loya smiled and smashed her palms. An icicle seemed to have life. She hovered through his armpit and tied Arudo's upper body. To prevent him from breaking, Loya kicked with a hook. Above, the secondary reinforcement was carried out with the dragon extermination magic. After doing this, he slid in front of Arudo, spreading his hands. You have more strength than me. You are so flexible, and you will use armed color domineering. The hooligan boxing against me is definitely not your opponent, but the fight you have to rely on your mind. You are so stupid. Oh. In the end, Arudo gave up unwillingly. Kuzan's face was as black as carbon, but he didn't say much about it, only to be happy to announce that Loya won. After the dismissal, the duo and Arudo left the training ground. The former is to inform his companions that a strong guy is going to join the elite camp, and the latter is simply hit and unhappy. Only the swordsman remained in the training ground, sitting cross-legged and meditating. Although unhappy, Kuzan fulfilled his duties according to the agreement and explained to Loya. The ability to freeze seems to be powerful, but it is far less aggressive than other natural systems. For example, the Red Dog General's lava will be burned a little closer, but the ice is not. If you want to frostbite the enemy, sexual contact only covers a large area, so it is more of an aid and field control effect. I also know your ability. The focus is on freezing, which is completely different from the large-scale attack of the natural system, so your next training is to strengthen our ability in this area and develop our own moves. We must not learn the same way as we do. Kazan said, turning his hands into ice sculptures and moving his fingers. And the most important thing is that your freezing ability is a form addition, not a frozen person, unable to achieve immune attacks. I suggest you strengthen the just use the defense power of the ice armor is replayed at the key position. Don't directly form armor all over the body. Presumably doing that will be very physically demanding, right? Loya nodded and whispered in his heart, it is really physical exhaustion. The consumption of 500 magic power per minute is enough for me to hit 3 punches. Well, these are the 2 main points. Now let's discuss your understanding of the application of freezing ability in actual combat. The night was dark, and the soldiers who had been busy for a day gradually returned to the dormitory to rest, and the large Navy headquarters slowly quieted down. The process of developing fruit capabilities is not the kind of miracle that is vigorously carried out. On the contrary, it requires more quiet thinking and exploration. Kazan took him here, not really because the space was big enough, but because it was quiet enough. As for the point just now, Kazan would never admit it. After a few hours of discussion and demonstration, Loya Mao set off, many doubts and ideas were resolved and corrected, and many of the misunderstandings that came into play when using the magic of ice modeling were also explained one by one, while considering ways to improve. Dragon Strike magic can only rely on the system, which is not Kazan's ability. Seeing Loya's thoughtful look, Kazan patted his pants and stood up, looking up at moonlight. It's so late. Then I'll go back first, and we should meet here tomorrow if nothing unexpected happens. Luo quickly stood up and bent down. Yes, please go slowly, Teacher Kazan. Do and call me a teacher. Kazan waved his hand impatiently and slowly walked away with his hands in his pockets. I watched Kazan go away, and then Loya turned and left. Well, Admiral Kazan is really suitable for being marshal. At this time, Loya remembered the discussion of Kazan by netizens when watching anime in the previous life. Because of the later plot, everyone expressed a puzzlement about Kazan. But how about that? Loya believes that Kazan is definitely a good person. Even if I am in trouble, I'm not perfunctory about what is promised, and teach myself carefully. Judging from his habit, Loya did not believe that Kazan really turned black. I cleaned up my personal hygiene, and Loya lay on the bed, smelling the scent of meat, and soon fell into dreamland. Ms. S was very kind to him, knowing that he was hungry fast, ready to put a large bowl of meat and bones at his door, covered with a lid for insulation and a note. The next day, Loya got up to freshen up and hurried to the training camp. Joking, General Zifa personally issued a punishment to clean the toilet for a month. Carrying a mop and dragging a bucket, Loya hummed and cleaned the toilet. The Major General Instructor of the 17 came in and heard Loya's singing and asked funnily, Loya, what's so good about cleaning the toilet? Wouldn't you like this job? Cut, Zifei and Ji Yu you also. Loya snorted disdainfully and passed the mop to his feet. Trouble? Let's slip carefully. Although I didn't understand what Luo's words meant, the instructor didn't care about it. Remembering the case of being back and changing clothes yesterday, he hurriedly opened the door of the compartment and hid. There is certainly a reason why Melody is so happy. Because just yesterday, he found a good way to increase energy quickly. Meditating on the golden finger to open the panel, Loya looked up at it. Name, Christopher Loya. Energy stage, second order, 0 layer. Energy value, 120/400. Magic value, 3500/3500. Magic recovery speed, 300/s. In one day, his energy value has increased by 100 points. The food in the Navy canteen does not increase the energy value much. Even if there is a showdown cooked by Ms. S and at night, the energy value has only increased by 20 points. 100. Most of this 100 energy comes from his confrontation with Arudo, and the rest comes from his discussion with Kuzan. In this regard, Loya has a speculation that the energy stage reaches the second level, and the way of increasing is no longer relying too much on energy intake, or that the dragon's body has reached a critical point which requires more of his understanding of himself. That is commonly known as cultivation can be promoted. This practice can be a run, a duel, or a long talk. Anyway, as long as it is helpful for improving your strength, depending on the situation, you will get a high amount of energy. When the body of the dragon reaches 20%, I am afraid that eating will not increase the energy value. Loya lamented that although he had found a new promotion method, he still missed the days when he could upgrade after eating, sleeping, and fighting. Chapter 18. Cultivation and Injured Moles. Don't raise your feet too high. Now fight back. It's best to squat and dodge at this time, Run. Is your speed as fast as me? Too many extra moves. Be quick to launch moves. Keep it simple. On the small square, two figures were fighting fiercely, and a dull impact and crackling sounded from time to time in the air. The ice splattered on the square, blasting like a bullet, and the thick ice layer covered the slate and the wall, making it decorated like snow. Luo squatted according to the reminder, her hands slightly open to keep the balance quickly closed. The cold began to converge. Ice make, huh? Kuzan kicked out, opened Loa's hand, and prevented him from using abilities. Then he used his waist and abdomen to use the foot that was the pillar as the center of the circle. After rotation, he kicked Loya's forehead and kicked him out. If the move is broken, you need to respond immediately. Are you waiting for death? Yakuza shouted at the dusty wall. At this moment, a huge energy rushed into the sky, and the wings formed by the two ice crystals were looming through the smoke. Ice Dragon Wing Strike. Before the ice wing arrived, the lingering cold wind had rushed towards the face, and even the dust everywhere was frozen in place along the way, full of momentum but still like a quiet area. In the face of this move, Kazan nodded his head and agreed. In the face of an enemy whose speed is above him, if you can't hit point to point, a large-scale attack is indeed a good choice. But he opened his right hand, aimed at the ice wing with his palm, and grabbed the right wrist with his left hand. If it's not strong enough, it doesn't make any sense at all. Burst! Huh. A big bird composed of ice cubes detached from his right hand, his wings spread out to be tens of meters wide. The ice bird uttered a sharp whistle and rushed straight towards the ice wings. Boom! After the crash, there was a huge explosion, and more than half of Marienford had heard it. The cold air overflowed, and the temperature of the entire Malinfodro suddenly dropped a lot. The Navy exhaled near the square formed a visible white vapor. The warring statesman who was filing documents in the office shook, and a document slipped down the table. The goat at the table thought it was the owner's own food to eat, so he bit it open. The face of the warring states changed greatly, and he reached out to grab it. Hey, give it back to me. This is not a file to be destroyed. Holding the cigarette rod, Ms. South looked towards the square through the window and complained, These two guys are really unclean. Oh. In the square at this time, the raging cold wind spread slowly. Just now the ground just formed ice cubes, and now there are no ice cubes anymore. Because in the move just now, the frozen slate finally couldn't withstand the pressure, and when it was rushed by the airflow, it burst directly. Kazan shook his body and opened his distance. He was about to observe with a domineering look. At this moment, a blue figure fluttered like lightning. Roya's shoulders and face appeared blue lines. Appears exactly the same when upgrading. The diamond-shaped pattern on the wrist flashed with rhythmic rhythms, making Luoya's speed increase by another quarter. That's the unfinished move that this kid said, right? The speed has become so fast, but it doesn't make sense to be shaved. Kazan was slightly surprised, but immediately recovered his emotions. Opening his big hand, he took the kick wrapped in frost casually. Luoi, this is not scientific. My speed is 3 times faster than before. Don't give a little face. Before Loya reacted, Kuzan's left hand turned into ice cubes, and the front end expanded like a horn. He bit on Loya's waist fiercely, and then quickly spread and wrapped him. I will suffer. Located a second before the ice blocked his vision, Loya winced and swallowed. The next moment, Kuzan's cold voice passed into his ear. What is the name of this trick you developed? Oh, I remember it, right? Howling. Oh. Learn what you have learned, this sentence you said yourself, but it is clear that you did not understand the meaning. Kuzan picked up his jacket and put it on his shoulder and said to Roya, who was breathing cold on the ground, and this trick will be better used by me, the frozen man. You are just pure control, and the details can't catch up with me. Loya now just wants to give himself a big mouth fiercely. What a joke. As a Naruto fan, how could I not know that I love Luo Sha's funeral? So he imitated this trick to engage in a funeral. For the first time a few days ago, by covering the terrain, he successfully caught Kuzan and made him ashamed. Retribution now. Lying on the ground, Loya felt her ribs and got 3 more. This is the result of Kuzan's mercy. Some people are on duty in the infirmary. We will continue tomorrow. Looked at the sky. Kuzan left his hands in his pants pocket and left the square. After Kuzan left, Loya took a long time to get up and went to the infirmary step by step. Why am I so stupid? Luoya turned his head over the dead fish to consider this problem, knowing that his opponent was Kuzan, but did not consider the possibility of being learned by the opponent and suffered a big loss. Oh. There is an acquaintance in the infirmary, an old acquaintance. Lieutenant General Mole, are you injured? Loya looked at the man sitting on the bed in surprise. The mole was sitting half naked, with a white bandage around his waist and blood. He looked sullen, heard the sound, and looked back and smiled reluctantly. Oh, it's Loya. Why did you come to the infirmary? I didn't wait for Luo's reply. The old man from the doctor helped to answer. You were talking about Loya. He has to come here every 3 minutes. You must know that he is fighting with Ching-Ching's general. That's weird not to get hurt. Yes, that's it. Loya spread his hands to the mole, then found a chair and sat down, raising his clothes to the old man. Yes, Dr. Oliver, I should have broken 3 ribs this time, you see. Oh. The old man called Oliver glanced at Loya, stopped in the position of his chest, and then turned to continue to give the mole the medicine. Looking at your spirit, I know there is not much problem, and your body recovers. The ability is very strong. After a while, take the special medicine to take it internally and externally. It will be fine in 2 or 3 days. Do you dare to be serious? We are the Dragon Slayer and not the Deadpool. Maloya whispered in her heart, but waited honestly. As he waited, he looked at the mole. Bright Lieutenant Mole, how did you do that? A few days ago, Luomo knew about the mole's trip, but did not expect that it would hurt so badly. This is a powerful lieutenant in the naval headquarters and a master in the vast ocean. Who can make him like this? Looking at the wound, it seemed as if he was hit by a heavy object. Does anyone on the sea use a hammer as a weapon? Loya thought. Facing Loya's inquiry, Mole sighed. It shouldn't have been told to you, but since you are a disciple of Teacher Zifa and General Qing Yu, it's good to tell you. After a pause, Mole held his breath and waited for Dr. Oliver to cut off the blood-stained bandage. Then he continued, several days ago, the Marshal of the Warring States asked me to investigate Doflamingo, and the mission went on. It went very well, and we also found some handles of the flamingos. But I didn't expect that, on the return journey, the killer of the Dark World attacked us. We were badly damaged, and we killed dozens of the Navy. And then I left the ship, was able to escape. Dark World. Doflamingo. Luoya silently read these 2 names. I'm right, I almost forgot. The One Piece world is not only the Navy and the One Piece, but also the world government, the Revolutionary Army, and other forces. Among them, the Dark World is also a behemoth, and even one of the 4 emperors, Bygum, has cooperated with him. Then how did you escape? Loya asked. Hearing this, Mole's expression was very wonderful, and he became angry for a while, then changed his face. It took a long time to speak. I said, I was rescued by Doflamingo. Do you believe it? Loya, I believe it. Because the other party is Doflamingo. He is nothing else, just because the other party is the well-known young Master Dover, the unruly and cruel guy. It is not surprising to do such a cat and mouse. The mole stared at Loya and suddenly smiled. Yeah, because the other party is Doflamingo. Those things that the Don Quixote family can do can hide most people in the world, but absolutely can't hide the world government and navy. It's just that the world's government needs balance, or the deeper reason is because it has traded with the other party, so it has been keeping an eye on Mingus affairs. But the navy is different. They have always wanted to seize each other's handles and abolish the Kawehi system. This is also the experience of the mole. This time, Dover obviously wanted to teach the navy a lesson. He still needs the signboard of Chiwuhai to carry out activities. He will not tear his face with the navy, so he let go of the mole. He is so brazen and heartbroken for one reason, because he is Kawehi, a legitimate pirate. For whatever reason, the navy's first shot at him was against the agreement, and he reasoned. P.S. I saw a comment from a book friend, Isyan Kai. To be honest, this is my negligence. Previously, I only considered the increase brought by Dragon Spell. In order to prevent the strength of the modeling magic from affecting the primary and secondary, I set it to not catch up with Dragon Spell. However, in my settings later, the protagonist can strengthen the magic of modeling, so it does not affect reading. I will pay attention to these details next time. Chapter 19, New Moves. P.S. How to say it, Dashu is very depressed. I was wondering why the results have dropped so much in the past 2 days. When I changed one day before, the collection went up by more than 100 a day, but the results have dropped so much in the past 2 days. Well, I'll prepare for it. Tomorrow will be 3 more. Anyway, it's a holiday on the weekend, and you have to code it if you don't sleep at night. I hope you can see some suggestions from collectors. Dashu would like to thank you. Shichi Wuhai has been around for more than 10 years, and it has long been overwhelming. In the beginning, the world government might really consider using the 7 Wuhai Sea to stabilize the waters. In fact, they have indeed done so in recent years. Whether it is Moonlight Moria, the Sand Crocodile Crocodile, the 7 Seas of the original soy sauce, or the top sea powers such as the Tyrant Bear and the Eagle-Eye Mihawk, their presence has made countless pirates sink into the sand, disappearing on the Great Route. In this respect, it is a positive thing. But no matter what system will slowly decay with the passage of time, just like the world government, the Tianlong people have already become the world's largest tumor, and the Kawehi system naturally cannot escape this ending. A few years later, in order to obtain the ancient weapon Pluto, Crocodile slammed the people in Alabaston, provoked war, and plunged the entire country into war. Under the cover of the 7 Seas, Doflamingo now builds an underground port in Dressrosa for illegal transactions. These things can prove that the Kawehi system has begun to decay. After all, as a pirate, can it be stable for a few years and 10 years? Yin Duo has long been the Navy's heart disease with the Kawehi system. Now the disturbances they create are worse than those caused by ordinary pirates. However, according to the orders of the world's governments, the Navy has no good way. To abolish this entrenched system is not something that can be achieved overnight. It can only slowly collect evidence of crimes and wait for a fatal one. However, these do not need to worry about Loya now. His current strength is limited, and he is only a recruit. Chi Wuhai can't interfere with whatever he does. Saying goodbye to Mole and Dr. Oliver, Loya returned to the dormitory and gave herself medicine. The cold ointment stuck to the skin, making him shudder comfortably. After all, it is the headquarters of the Navy. The medical ability can be sure. There is an itch in the broken ribs, and the hot pain recedes quickly like a tide. Wrapping up the bandage, Loya meditated on the golden finger and opened the panel. Name, Christopher Loya. Energy stage, 2nd order and 3rd layer. Energy value, 400/700. Magic value, 5000/5000. Magic recovery speed, 450/s. After this period of cultivation, Loya finally came to the 2nd and 3rd floors. Although the data on the property panel only shows the magic value and the speed of magic recovery, Loya can feel that with each upgrade, both his strength, endurance, and physical strength have been improved, and it is not limited to the one shown. However, what affected him most during this time was the combat experience gained from the high-pressure training he experienced under Kuzan. On the desert island, his opponents are some beasts with an IQ of less than 25, let alone as clever as the Fur Clan. I'm afraid that even the Kung Fu Walrus is not as good. Fighting them, apart from being familiar with their own level of strength, naturally nothing will be gained. But now it's different. Kuzan is not a yellow ape. Whether it is the use of fruit ability or melee combat, he has become a general. Under his own guidance, Loya's strength was leaps and bounds. In particular, the ability to resist crickets is not as good as that of Arudo. Even if the defense is insufficient, the ability to recover is not comparable to Arudo. Of course, this is quite tragic. Today, I got 75 energy points, which is not bad. With the improvement of the ability level, Loya now increases the energy value with Kazan by only 50. Close the panel, and the Loya event is ready for the next practice. Annihilation Dragon Magic is a trick that uses power to make tricks. As long as the magic level increases, the power will be greatly enhanced. And the ice magic, with the frozen man Kazan, naturally improved quickly. Alas, this is not what Loya is after. See who has no blood in Riemann's heart, and Loya yearns for the kind of fist-to-flesh fight, not skill. But limited to his own strength and other reasons, he can't do that now. Therefore, Loya is planning to develop a new move, a move that can improve his melee capabilities. The gimmicky creative style comes from the state of explosion that happened after the Wizard of the Dragon Extermination swallowed a lot of magic power in the original book of Witch Tale. But the problem comes. Although this world has the bug-level product of the Devil Fruit ability, there is no magic, or no one who can use magic. I want the horse to run, but don't feed the horse. It's hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. So Loya thought about a recipe. Magic, don't you have it? Moreover, he still sculpts magic. Why should he draw magic from the outside? Anyway, my own dragon-destroying magic is not taught by Long Yang. What if it can succeed? So he did one thing. He used modeling magic in himself. Although he was dying every time, but after many attempts, he really figured out a feasible method. Slowly gathered magic power in his hand, Loya recalled the feeling in the previous battle and slammed his hands on his stomach. Magic is intangible and immaterial. As long as they are not allowed to form ice cubes, they can be pressed from the outside into the body. At the moment when magic entered the body, Loya suddenly widened her eyes. The feeling of exposing the intestines to the sun and drying in the ice was very exciting. But the next moment, this feeling disappeared quickly, and the special constitution of the Dragon Exorcist noticed the invasion of external magic power, and some changes that Loya could not understand quickly happened. He just felt a loose hand. The magic linking from his palm disappeared instantly. Then his body began to heat up, his heartbeat accelerated, and the magic began to boil. Seeing this, Loya knew that she had successfully entered this time. He stood up sharply, took a deep breath, and let the magic sheet wrap his body, and then needed to test the intensity. Buzz. The magical energy around the body creates a circle of shock marks, and the invisible air is discharged outwards like water. Blue magic lines emerged from his body, flashing and extinguishing with his breath, making him look mysterious. Feeling the power of boiling in the body, Loya raised her fist, facing the air just twice. Pop. Snap. A crisp crackling sounded, and Loya pouted and shook his head in disappointment. Stronger than ever, but still limited. Although he has gained a considerable increase, his speed and power have almost doubled. However, in this state, his physical strength may not be able to keep up with the generals who have learned the Navy's 6 styles. It is too early to use it as a conventional combat method. Just as Loya was sorry, he suddenly saw a piece of skin on the back of his hand that seemed to be cracking, and the dry, dead skin turned upwards. What is this? Old age. Loya buckled with her nails, but the touch from her fingers made him wink. This hardness is the nail, right? Isn't it? Loya thought of a possibility and formed an ice needle on his finger and pierced it there. Jingle bell. The ice needle on his hand broke in response, and Loya saw that the cracked skin flashed a trace of dark blue, and the surrounding dry dead skin was shaken away, leaving only a blue outline the size of a fingernail. It can be seen from the outline that it looks like scales of something. Thinking of the scene in the original book, Loya retracted her hand and observed carefully, is this a dragon's scale? When the First Order crossed the Second Order, he still remembered the changes that had happened to him. But since then, although the movements are still very large every time after the upgrade, the scattered long way disturbs the people, but none of the similar, due to the deformation, he slowly forgot about it. He saw the dragon scales on his hand again today, and he immediately remembered what this thing was. Luo grabbed a hint of inspiration, pointed the dragon scale to the light, and squinted. Maybe I can take the initiative to enter that half-long state. Chapter 20. After 1 month, ready to go. Thank you to book friends, Shisha Yeyu, 500 rewards. Uh, Thanks to the book friend, Uncle Cat, who loves to sleep, 200 rewards. Uh, I have received a reward. It really flatters me. Thank you both. This makes me more motivated. In addition, thank you all for the recommended votes. I ordered a mobile assistant today and found that I can turn to the name of the book friend who voted for the recommendation. Starting tomorrow, I will make a separate list of thanks at the end of the chapter. The growth of this book will be witnessed by you and me. Every day passes, and finally, tomorrow is the time for actual combat assessment. This month, Loya has been fulfilling every day. In the morning, after washing, I have breakfast, then I carry a bucket with a mop to clean the toilet. By the way, I use the freezing ability to play tricks on recruits. At noon, go to lunch after bathing, discuss with Ms. what kind of food is full and delicious, and decide what to eat at noon tomorrow. Winning the showdown, Ms. S gave him the privilege to decide the menu. In the afternoon, after cleaning the toilet and taking a dinner, I exchanged the fighting skills and philosophy with the instructors who were in the same position and was thrown out by the angry instructor. I have to say that none of the instructors who can be instructors in the recruit camp of the naval headquarters are fake handlebars, and all kinds of skills are extremely skilled. At night, Kazan was dragged to the small square, fed each other, and studied the use of freezing ability, and research on how to increase the human body's anti-freezing ability. The test is Loya. This month, Loya's little day was very pleasant. Tomorrow is the day of the actual test. At that time, you must get the top 3 to enter the elite camp. Kukuzan leaned against the wall, pulling down his forehead blindfold to cover his eyes, and said to Loya, who was studying the ability to freeze. The latter heard that he put away the ice in his hands, paused, and suddenly threw it back and shot a cone of ice at Kuzan. Kuzan tilted his head slightly, avoiding the attack, preparing to say something, and suddenly used the shave to leave the place. Just after he had left for less than a second, a violent explosion sounded, and that part of the wall was blown up, leaving a notch with a diameter of 1 meter in place. Kazan appeared behind Loya with both hands raised. Do you want to be beaten again? Ice ball. 5 icicles from each hand sprayed out from the palm of his hand and shot directly at Loya's back. Ice makes serpent. Luo did not shy away. With a hammer in both hands, a blue energy suddenly appeared behind him, looking at that position just above the attack path issued by Kazan. Kazan did not understand what Loya was doing for a while and a half, and even the ice cubes of the entity did not exist. How could this thin layer of energy prevent his attack? So he sneered and stepped up the speed of the icicle. Anyway, Lua's physique is very clear. Even if he is really penetrated, as long as it is not a hit, he can live alive the next day. Not to mention the main effect of this trick is freezing instead of penetration. However, things change quickly. When Kazan's icicles came into contact with that blue energy, found that he had lost control of those icicles. An inexplicable energy interfered with his ice, and also captured these ice cubes. The strange feeling spread backwards along the icicles. It was about to come into contact with his entity soon. It was indescribable. The crisis hit. When he saw this, Kazan took a decisive decision, disconnected the icicle, and chose to back. Sure enough, the next moment, the icicles he launched just now looked like paint, and the blue energy behind Loya was outlined little by little. A half-human Shuko bit on the ground fiercely and hardened the floor. The scabs are scattered. He missed a blow, and the serpent hovered as if there was life to protect Loya in the middle. Cece vomited a letter to him. A pair of blue and white pupils reflected his figure. Only now Luo turned around slowly. The blue pattern on her body was like an entity at the moment, flashing and disappearing with his movement. Loya Hippie looked at Kazan with a smile. How about Teacher Kazan? This is the ability I developed to deal with you specifically. Loya reached out and stroked the scales of the serpent, explaining, This is my best move, teacher. The serpent has no entity. It is just an energy. Any attack of a type nature system, as long as it does not exceed the strength, then hit. It will then be frozen and turned into its apparent nourishment. And for teachers in your ice cubes, I can better take control of them, and even go further and take control of your body. You know, this stuff like Ice Dragon is the master of Frost Fort. Allah, your kid is really dangerous. Kazan pushed up the blindfold, looked at the ice snake around Loya's body, and then looked at the blasted wall. Snake, Ice Bomb, don't you just want to see me like this? You even developed a trick to deal with me. Human beings are creatures that need pressure to progress. I have no enemies in the new barracks. Of course, I have to set up an imaginary enemy for myself. Teacher Kazan, naturally, is the best choice. Oh, it sounds reasonable. Kazan yawned, and then looked at Loya without grief or joy. Although his expression was still calm and looked like a lazy look, Loya, who was familiar with him, knew Kazan was angry. Am I overdoing it? Loya thought, so the next second, Kazanjia gave the answer, he did overdo it. Even if it is Kazan's personality, the apprentice taught by him will feel angry. So his return is an overwhelming freeze attack. Can't I stage? Oh. Sa, let me go first. Your move is also completed, and passing the assessment will not be a problem. When you join the elite camp, Teacher Zifa should have a reason to teach you the Navy's 6 styles. Then, sleep early, Luoyajun. Put the jacket on his shoulders chicly. Kazan waved his hands behind Loa, disappeared into the night, leaving only a solid blue ice sculpture in place and a small square frozen into an ice and snow world. After Kazan left, a purple figure appeared on the small square. Zifa touched his chin, knocked on the frozen porcelain. Loya saw the color and sensed the internal situation, and then nodded in peace. Well, I'm still alive. Should I be worthy of the ice dragon every day being treated like this is intact? Thinking of Loya's experience this month, Zifa could not help expressing his sympathy and admiration of 12 points, but Kazan obviously kept his hand. The speed of the ability to launch was not generally slow. It seems that strengthening your melee capabilities must be on the agenda right now. After examining it, Zifa thoughtfully left with a shave and continued to leave Loa to bask in the square. Oh. The next day, the sun was shining. I was frozen for one night, and the next day, Loya, who was relieved by the warm sun, sneezed fiercely, holding her hands and shivering. I'm going. Do you want to be so fierce? Is this big move in the Ice Age open at will? Will the dead be good? He glanced at the sun and patted his head in annoyance. I'm going to suffer. It's time to gather in the boat in the morning. What time is it? He then jumped into the air and hurried to the port on the ice. After this month, Loya's gains are not only reflected in ability development, his dragon eliminator system has also been greatly improved. Name, Christopher Loya, automatic correction in the world. Energy stage, 2nd order and 5 layers. Energy value, 420 of 900. Magic value, 8,000/8,000. Magic recovery speed, 750/m. Compared with himself a month ago, his mana value has been nearly doubled, which allows him to use the Ice Dragon magic more fully. Instead of saving money like the beginning of practice, most attacks use modeling magic. In addition, Luoya's dragon body increased by 2 percentage points again, reaching 20%. It was this seemingly insignificant 2% improvement that made Arudo more uninterested in trying to compete with him. Because this is a critical point, reaching 20%, Loya finds her strength is 3 times stronger. It took days to control. Coupled with the sturdy nature of the improved version of the ice armor, he can now smash the steel stiffly, even if he is not domineering. But correspondingly, Loya also paid a little price. That is, no matter what he eats, he can no longer increase the energy value, which is consistent with his guess. Fortunately, the power of the dragon that most worried Loya did not increase with the energy level. However, in order to develop new moves and frequently use the simplified version when dealing with Kazan, the power of the dragon rose quickly, and now has reached 5%. The power of Annihilation Dragon magic has indeed risen a lot, but this strengthening is not what Loya expected. But there is nothing he can do. After all, the wizard is on his way. No one in the world can teach him, and he will explore experiments by himself. Chapter 21. Roya laid an awkward mole. Large port directly in front of the naval fortress. 27 large warships are neatly displayed here. There are a total of 7 teams in the new recruit barracks, 1 team and 1 ship, just to carry all the recruits and accompanying persons. A team of new recruits stood on the deck in a military posture, facing the scorching sun, and their clothes were soaked with sweat and then dried by the sea wind, leaving a circle of unsightly salt. Loya is so slow. Yeah, look, the instructor's face is black. Hush, keep quiet. General Zifa is watching us over there. Yes, we have to keep our image. Don't talk about the impatience of recruits and other naval generals, although the other Navy generals are impatient. Although you say that Loya is indeed talented, but what is it about putting so many pigeons? Is this the rhythm of preparing to clean the toilet for a year? On the warship of the 7th team, the Major General's instructor came to Defa before saluting and asked in a low voice, Mr. Zifa, if you want to leave with other warships, we can just wait here. The actual combat assessment of the recruits at the headquarters of the Navy. This is a mandatory assessment for all members. After all, the Navy is not a nursing home. How can the soldiers who have not seen the blood fight the pirates in the future? Therefore, this time, 7 warships were used in full. One ship was accompanied by at least one Major General and the former General Zifa. The current situation is that several Lieutenant Generals and Major Generals, a former General Zifa, hundreds of recruits and naval officers remain in the port, waiting for a recruit. It is no wonder that Major General's instructor would say that, because he was a little embarrassed to let Zifa continue to wait. After all, he was his own soldier. Hearing what he said, Zifa froze the cigar, frowning with a headache. Let the other warships go first. All waiting here are not good. We will sail in 10 minutes. If he dare not really come back and see how I can pack him. After he finished speaking, Zifa sighed, complaining about why he didn't take the shot last night, so that he now basking in the sun on the deck. It is not easy to get angry. After all, when Loya was frozen, he watched the whole process. Since Zifa, the chief instructor, said so, naturally the major commander would not say much, and he turned around and left. After notifying other warships through the phone bug, in the sound of a whistle in the port, they turned and shouted at the recruits who were talking behind them. All are quiet to Lao Tzu. You are the Navy and the soldiers. Strict discipline and take on the appearance of soldiers. Do you understand? I see I ain't clean up Roya, or I see I ain't clean up you. The recruits on the puppet deck closed neatly after shouting, Yes, did you eat? Be loud. Understand. Looking at the Major General's instructor as he rectified his discipline, Mole held his handle on his waist and came to Zifa. Mr. Zifa, what did Loya do last night? Is he afraid? The Mole's injury was not cured, and he could not engage in high-intensity fighting, so as soon as the Warring States period raised, he agreed to participate in his mission, activities and bones, and handle a little trouble. Hearing the Mole's words, Zifa sighed and said to the disciples he valued next to him, people who can kill the scissors pirates without expressions, do you think he will be afraid of the actual test? After a pause, Zifa held his forehead and said, Loya and Kuzan last night tried to compete. He was frozen into an ice lolly by Kuzan's ice age. I thought it would be free soon. At night, hey. Mole didn't know how to continue. Since Zifa said the words, I thought, he must be at the scene. So what is this? Rocked yourself in the foot. The silent Mole had to take out a box of cigars from his jacket and pull out one and ask, Teacher, do you want one? I bought it by the way last time, a special product from Golden City, to Kizawa. At this moment, a figure gradually approached from the air and soon reached the deck. Then came a 720-degree swivel in the sky to pick up the side windmill, keeping the half-kneeling posture chic on the ground. Loya stood up and patted her clothes, opened her mouth wide, and revealed 8 shining front teeth. Oh, good morning, everyone. Before he finished speaking, Loya slumped on the deck immediately, with an expression on my face that I was already a salty fish. He opened his eyes hard and stretched his hand tremblingly toward the Mole. Master, tell me, you brought seasickness medicine. What am I doing with that? The Mole fangs roared. I'm going to die. Wow. Hey, don't spit on me. The Totters had arrived, and after the Major General asked for instructions, he ordered sailing. Alas, the Navy warship left the port and proceeded at full speed, on the one hand to catch up with the warship in front, and on the other because a half-dead guy on the ship spit it out, and it was all acid water. It was a coincidence that because it was an actual combat assessment, the ship doctors accompanying this warship were all experts in trauma, and they were directly clawed about seasickness. Moreover, who knows that there will be naval seasickness? Are you full with seasickness medicine? In the end, Zifa couldn't stand it. The recruits in the headquarters and the main naval forces in the future, even Loya, who was designated as a member of the elite battalion, became seasick. He wouldn't believe it if it wasn't for the Warring States period. Jaffa, angry, pushed away the ship doctor and Fulua's recruits and fisted up. Dang. The world suddenly cleared, and the new recruit swallowed, tremblingly looking at the big bag on Loya's head and the soothing expression on his face. Hey, you were fainted. Don't show this happy expression. Throw Loya back to the cabin. and the ship quickly returned to calm. The recruits were either anxious or wiping their weapons nervously, trying to soothe their uneasiness. I am still a group of recruits in the inn, like Loya, who has seen blood. Even if they knew that their destination was an island specially used by the Navy for assessment, there were no ferocious pirates on it, but only groups of beasts, with the tension and anxiety still entangled in their hearts. The elite assessment is serious, but not very top secret, just like the entrance exam of Loya before crossing. Although the examination questions are kept secret for the recruits, the subjects are clearly stated. In this regard, Zifa was helpless. Recruits in the past have more or less vitality. This year's recruits are better. Even if they know that the examination subjects are so unbearable, it is basically not so bright. The only Loya who could pass in all aspects was not an orthodox naval descendant, nor was it conscripted, but was picked up by the mole from the island with luck. So, he can see that the problem of naval power faults is still very serious. Looking at Zifa's headache, the mole naturally knew what his teacher was worried about, and he grinded forward and took out a cigar. Don't worry about the teacher, there will always be a solution. Let alone this session, is there another Loya? Those in the elite camp are not bad, things are not so pessimistic. Come, smoke a cigar, this time is the top of the Shampoo Islands. Takizawa looked at him squintingly. You guy, what idea do you have? The so-called son Murua's father, wrong, the disciple Murua. Mole's unusual behavior today has long attracted Zifa's attention, www.tlnovel.com after all. Mole Lieutenant General is the famous old-fashioned and stable type, and today he has repeatedly brought cigars. It's not normal to bribe yourself. Faced with Zifa's impatient expression for a long time, Mole scratched his head embarrassingly. That, teacher, it's about Loya. He asked me to say something to the Marshal of the Warring States period and arrange for him, don't let him go out to sea. After I finished speaking, Mole hurriedly waved his hand. Of course, the decision of this matter lies with your teacher. If it doesn't work, nothing will happen, huh? Takizawa looked at him strangely, wondering inwardly, this boy, why did you suddenly talk about this? The mole smiled awkwardly and found that Zifa didn't speak. She let go of her hand and nodded solemnly. Good teacher Zifa, I know. I'll just reject him. The mole was embarrassing to death, thinking in his heart, hate, stink boy. How dare you threaten me to do this kind of thing? Go back to Lao Tzu and you. I want to say why Loya did this, because one day he heard Kazan mention the arrangements for the members of this elite camp. Because the strength is generally not as good as before, they will basically be put in the 4 seas to experience. This is Malin Fodor. Great voyage. Even if the Navy has black technology warships, it will take at least 10 days to go to the 4 seas. Staying on the boat for more than 10 days, even after arriving, you will frequently go to sea to perform tasks. Isn't that killing you? That's why Loya asked the mole to cheek and asked Zifa. As for the reasons why Mole promised, is it true that the injured mole stays in the office all day to peek at exciting magazines? Chapter 22. Assessment begins. When the mole was about to give up and leave, Zifa slowly said, I will discuss these matters with the Warring States. This voice sounded like a cricket in Mole's ears, and he saluted in surprise. Yes, thank you, teacher. Then he ran to the cabin like a wind, preparing to change back the picture in the hands of Loya. After all the way, the warship sailed into a windless zone and stopped in the bay of a medium-sized island. This is an island that has never been marked on the map. Since decades ago, it has been used by the Navy as a trial place for recruits. Because the magnetic field of this island is very weak, except for the permanent pointer, the nautical pointer will not point here at all, which is concealed enough. Moreover, the island has many native powerful creatures, and the beasts that the Navy has rushed in to keep stocking one after another are enough to serve as a place for recruits to test. The ordinary recruits at the 24th Sea do not need to be assessed, but they are the recruits of this department, and the future Navy is elite. This trial of blood and fire is essential. The island is densely vegetated. From the humble harbor, you can only see a patch of green leaves, 2 fiery crabs strolling on the beach, a peaceful scene. But the roar of roaring sounds from time to time in the depths of the island proves that it is not as calm as it seems. Many recruits swallowed and looked at each other. Hello, shouldn't we go to the island? It should be. Listen to the predecessors. This island is full of cannibalistic beasts. When I heard this, the people around me became more nervous. Okay, so terrible. The personnel on the warships around NEI were neatly lined up, waiting for Zifa to give an order. The latter nodded to the mole and ordered the commander to start notifying each ship to prepare for assessment. The instructor of the 7th team, where Ms. Loya was standing, stood at the forefront and shouted, "Next, the elite assessment will be carried out. Now, let me repeat the rules. Your task is to hunt the creatures on this island and get points. The time limit is 3 days. Only the top 3 points can hope to join the elite camp. The creatures on the island are strong and weak, and the points earned are from high to low. Even if you step on a crab, you have points." Major General Instructor pointed at the crab on the beach and joked, but the effect was not very good. The recruits were still uneasy and nervous, holding the gun like a sword, and their palms were wet. Seeing that no one answered, the Major Commander coughed twice and continued, "This assessment is a personal battle, but it is allowed to form a team. As long as multiple people participate in the attack after the team is formed, the points will be divided equally among everyone. In addition, the island is full of surveillance phone bugs, so do not hold your luck. Your every move is under our watch. Everyone comes to get a smoke bomb for help. Although there are many telephone bugs on the island, and even the sky, they really meet unmatched powerful creatures. The telephone bug cannot tell you where you are. In the event of an accident, you can use this plea for help and tell us where you are. But you all remember, everyone, as long as they use the distress signal, their scores will return to 0. And Major General Instructor said solemnly, "This does not mean that you are all safe. Once you encounter a powerful beast that cannot compete, it is not impossible to be torn to pieces instantly. So, good luck to everyone." After speaking, the Major General's instructor looked at Zifa, and the other nodded to continue before he shouted, "Now come and get your life-saving talisman cups. All the weapons you carry must be turned in, and we can only use our preparations. Standard weapons, an extra day of dry food." Some of the recruits were trembling, others were eager to try, and lined up to receive their equipment. Loya thought about it, took a dagger and a bag of gunpowder, but did not take a gun. The Navy distributing the equipment gave him a surprised look and asked, "I still understand the use of a dagger, but why do you take gunpowder instead of a gun?" You must know that most recruits choose to take a gun, so when faced with danger, one more guarantee. Shalawa shrugged, explaining, "My strength is no longer needed, and in case of injury or rain, gunpowder is a good way to sterilize the fire." "Is this bag waterproof?" "Yes, Uncle." Uncle Yun Haijun nodded when he heard the words and said with a smile, "I have aspirations. Rest assured, the bag's made from sea animal skins. You can tie the rope on your mouth a little, and you won't get wet in the water." "That's it, thank you, Uncle." Lulu beckoned, took the smoke bombs and dry food for help, and left the warship. I asked him why he wasn't seasick, because he kept jumping on the ice and jumping up and down without touching his deck. "Oh, Loa, let's go together." "Yeah, there must be no problem with you." As soon as Loya got off the ship, familiar recruits surrounded him, with pleading in his words, hoping to team with him. The tone was pitiful, without any hint of being taken for granted. This is the One Piece world. There is no SPH that believes in the stronger the ability, the greater the responsibility. After all, strength is a respect in this sea. Now, facing the unknown danger, it is only natural to seek asylum for the strong and seek for asylum. What a good brother is on weekdays. At this time, in this serious elite assessment, doing so is tantamount to death. Lua looked at her colleagues with a headache and looked behind him. The big men on the warship had left the deck and went to the surveillance center. It was impossible to find a personal siege. So he sighed frankly, spreading his hands and saying, "Okay, but only for 1 day. After 1 day, you must be familiar with this island and be able to find targets for hunting independently. Everyone knows that it is not good to be together. It may be that got the ticket to enter the elite camp. In fact, there are a few new recruits who don't want to join the elite camp." Listening to Loya's words, he gritted his teeth and agreed. They are the recruits of the headquarters. The Navy's future will be the best. If you fear now, how will you fight the pirates in the future? Seeing that everyone agreed, Loya raised her fist. "Yoshi, let's go." "Yes." On a warship, in a large room. This is the surveillance center for this assessment. Almost all naval generals have gathered together. On the walls around are the images projected by the video phone bug. The dozens of navies took the notebook and ran around to record the scores of the recruits. Takizawa sat at the top of the conference table and looked at the recruit's profile. Suddenly, he looked up and said helplessly to the people across the conference table, "Are you so free, Kazan?" "Oh, yeah." But thanks to the teacher, otherwise, the Marshal of the Warring States had already transferred me to perform the task. Kazan removed the blindfold in front of his eyes and replied, "Well, that kid also calls me a teacher. Disciples take part in the actual assessment." Takizawa also learned just now that Kazan boarded another warship as early as Malin Fodor and went here along the way. As Kazan said, this is really thanks to Zifa. In order to let Loya grow up faster, Zifa and the Warring States discussed for a long time, which let the Warring States relax and allow Kazan to teach Loya every day. This also caused Kazan to be very happy this month, and now he has nothing to do with the actual combat assessment. Takizawa couldn't help regretting his decision. Didn't it give Kazan a perfect excuse for laziness? Chapter 23. Reloaded Lancers. Shirgu beef which cannot be eaten. You will be able to relax for a few days now. What a dignified general who is idle all day long, and the Warring States period will not allow you to continue this way. Zifa snorted and stopped looking at him. The rest of the generals on the conference table pretended not to hear and looked up in different attitudes. Kazan shrugged. This action was learned by him from Loya. That day, Loya defeated Arudo in the small square. Yes, I see. Really, the teacher is beginning to teach people again. After a pause, Kazan pulled down his blindfold and put his hands behind his head. But tomorrow, I'm going to the East China Sea to perform the task, and I'll just go with you. Go to the East China Sea. Is there anything that needs a general? No, it's just that I just watch it upset and want to find something to do. Takizawa, I must have seen the fake Kazan, but the guy who is so lazy would take the initiative to find something to do. The sun is coming out from the west. Oh. When I entered this virgin forest, all kinds of tall trees came into view, and the thick air roots of each arm protruded from the trunk and pulled into the ground into the soil. Lots of vines and messy plants on the ground made it difficult for Loya and others to walk. In addition to the sweltering anomalies in the forest, the people who caught them would soon be sweaty. After Loya brought people into the forest, several recruits chose to leave the team. They believe that even if they can't join the elite camp, this is a bit of experience. Following Luoya's safety, they can't achieve the purpose of assessment. Ms. Loya can only boast of spirit and wish them good luck. When he came to a valley, Loya stopped suddenly. A stream ran down from the rugged rocks, and the stars hit the water little by little, forming waves of ripples. The recruits behind Bien stopped neatly moving and looked at him nervously, holding guns and patrolling left and right. What's wrong, Loya? Gloria looked around seriously. Here. How? The scenery is good. Hey, let's pee and remember. Oh. The recruits flashed their feet by this overwhelming commotion, climbing up their fangs and roaring, "Is there anything wrong with you?" It will scare people. In fact, they really think too much, and Loya is just anxious to pee. The urinary bladder has been suffocating from last night until now, and I can't help it. Ignoring his fuss companion, Loya ran to a big stone more than 2 meters high, took off his pants, and started to work. Woo, it's so comfortable. It really takes a little longer to pee. God TM is fun. The recruits, peeing in a row, vomited. Suddenly, a recruit whispered, "Hey, don't you think this stone is moving?" "Just a joke, stone. I'm rubbing." "Hurry back, this stone is really moving." Luo just wanted to tease each other, but was surprised to find that this stone was really moving. A group of people stepped back quickly, holding their guns in their hands while carrying their pants. Huh. The deafening roar rang through the valley, and the large rock turned over, staring at the red eyes and squinting at the small groups that disturbed it. Yushuba recruits shouted, "This is a stone drum cow with 50 points. Although there are few points, its lethality can rank among the top 10 on the island. Be careful of its horns. It is harder than ordinary steel." 50 points. Loya looked at the Shirgu cattle, who had a strong desire to attack, held her right hand tightly, and a strong cold condensed around her. "You back, I'll know it." Huh. The ochre drum ox seemed to be stimulated by the appearance of Luoya, shook his head and roared, and then lowered his head and crashed into Luoya. A pair of horns cut through the air and made a humming wind. The crushed stone on the path of the cricket was smashed by it and turned into powder, like a full-load heavy tucker. "Be careful. Hurry up." Seeing that Loya was about to be hit, the recruits raised their muskets and fired. The crackling projectiles hit Shirgu cattle, but let alone these small projectiles prevent the collision, they did not even leave a scar on the hide. Seeing this, the vocal Shoba just said anxiously, "Hurry away from Loya. The stone drum cow must stop to turn. It can't catch up with you." The ochre drum ox speeded quickly and rushed to Loya, as if he had seen the scene where Loya was penetrated by its pair of horns. This is its unfavorable treasure. Even the overlord of the island dare not easily provoke it. Hide away. No, 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 there is no need for that. Buzz. The magic power started to shake, and the grass and stones under his feet were shaken out instantly. It seems that Loya flatly lifted his left hand and stroked the horns that hit him. Yeah, that's touching. Except for this word, the new recruits on the sidelines didn't know how to describe Loya's movements. It's over. Loya can't hide. As the recruits leaned over their heads and couldn't bear to look down, Loya's voice broke through the noisy environment and inexplicably penetrated into their ears. "Ice make reloaded, Lancer." There was a sound of something tearing in his ears. For a second, the heartbreaking screams sounded, startling them. The recruits hurriedly looked up, but were stunned by the scene in front of them. I saw the agitated stone drum cow lying on the ground and rolling wildly at this moment. The blood was flung everywhere with its twisting, and a large swath of blood stained the grass, leaves, and streams. On the forehead of Shurgu cattle, the ice pillar with a diameter about the size of a fist was severely pierced into it, and looked up along the high swollen sack and actually got out from the back of Shurgu cattle. The conical drill bit exposed in the air was covered with the hot blood of Shurgu cattle, and a white mist was formed above the ice. Even Arudo doesn't dare to collide with me. What's your opinion? Loya clapped her hands and dispersed the hard ice armor on her hands. Afterwards, she did not look down at the mournful Shurgu cattle and pointed to the science bully who had just carried out the popular science and asked, "Hey, brother, can this stuff be eaten? I didn't eat morning and evening, and didn't eat lunch. That's the standard food for a day, and Loya is hungry now." Oh. When Loya struck through the Shurgu cattle, a Navy swallowed at the surveillance center, looked away from the screen, and lowered down to record Loya's record. Christopher Loya, a stone drum cow. Because the recruits also fired shots, it was not an independent kill. The 50 points on Shurgu Nyo were evenly divided by several people. Seeing Luoya's one shot, he solved the stone drum cattle known for its thick skin and thick meat. The generals on the seats cast a surprised look on Kuzan. This Loya, it really can use the freezing ability. And it is already so strong. Is this a gift of talent, or is it well taught by General Qing? Although Loya's ability is no secret in the recruit camp for most navies, who will be okay to understand what the recruit eggs are doing. If it wasn't for the Admiral's reason, the Admiral here may not have heard the name Loya. Kazan felt the sight of others and raised his blindfold. Ah, what happened? It is impolite to talk about the behavior of others behind, not to mention generals with higher positions than themselves. For a time, the lieutenants looked up to the ceiling. The weather today is really good. He and the lieutenant generals focused differently. Zifa carefully observed the movement of the Shurgu cattle when Loya shot. He saw that the Shurgu cattle were penetrated by ice spears after stopping moving, and nodded with satisfaction. That's ridiculous. No matter how strong the fruit is, it also needs a strong physique to show its true power. Oh. Roya in the deep valley did not know what was happening on the warship, and he was now distressed by other things. Holding the neckline of Shabalua, you spit out, "What? You say this thing can't be eaten. What am I doing hard?" In the face of Loya, who was on fire, Shuba was crying, "I really can't eat it." The outer layer of Shurgu cattle is stone, muscles, and internal organs are very toxic. Seeing Shweba's appearance was not lying, Loya was unwilling to let him down. Murmur. Biao thundered in a timely manner and cooperated with him to perform. "I'm starving. I want to eat. Again. Look for it again. There must be edible animals on such a large island." Shuaba comforted Loya with tears. "Why must he bother me? Is it my fault that Shurgu cattle cannot eat?" At this moment, Loya remembered something. Wrong. Why should I look on the ground? The bushes are dense here, and we can't find any animals even a few hundred meters away. Thinking of this, Loya pushed away Shuaba's hand and jumped into the sky. Since you can't find it on the ground, look for it from the sky. The new recruits had no choice but to look at him. Suddenly, Loya jumped down in surprise and pulled the neckline of Shuaba again. "Hey, let me ask you. There is a gorilla, the forelimb is about 5 meters high, and the belly is red. I have silver-white hair on my body. Can this thing be eaten? After listening to it, Shishuba thought about it carefully. It sounds like a silverback great ape, and it can be eaten. I remember that there is a restaurant in my hometown, the Shampoo Islands, that specializes in silverback great ape cuisine. It costs 3,000 W Bailey. That's it. Loya turned and rushed into the sky, stepping on the ice without looking back. Luo's speed is very fast, almost no one in the blink of an eye. Then Shweba suddenly responded, "That looks like Luo, you found a silverbacked great ape." Speaking of this, he swallowed hard and stared at the others, his face turning black instantly. "Loya, come back soon. That's something the lieutenants don't want to provoke. Silverback great ape, a terrestrial beast. You must know that terrestrial beasts are terrible monsters with the same name as Neptune. Although the silverback great ape is an ingredient, it is by no means that it will be slaughtered by others. Instead, it is so powerful that every successful hunt is enough to make headlines." Chapter 24. Silverback great ape begins to fight. But at the moment, Loya could not hear him. Hungry and unbearable, he exerted his speed to the extreme, so that Zifa could not help but admire the speed approaching the gorilla who was sitting on the hillside eating fruit. Oh, silverback great ape. In the surveillance room of the warship, many lieutenant generals took pictures of the tables and stood up, nervously watching the back of Loya on the screen, and the silverbacked ape who had already noticed the enemy's head up. "Are you alive? I remember it lived on the island more than a decade ago." A lieutenant stared at the gorilla, remembering the time he had participated in the recruit examination. That time, he was almost killed by this one. The gorilla was killed. "General Zifa, order an attack." It's not yet Loya's opponent. The mole looked at Zifa anxiously. He brought Loya out of the isolated island. Loya also got close to the first acquaintance he met after crossing, so the relationship between the two has been good. Takizawa did not answer immediately, but instead set his eyes on Kazan, who was sleeping. Just now, he clearly saw a slight arc of cusp in Kuzan's mouth. Although vague, although he quickly converged, he was still caught by him. Then he asked in a deep voice, "Kazan, this time it is not training. You will be killed if you are not careful. Can you tell me honestly, can Loya cope with that beast?" When he heard Zifa's words, Kazan knew that he couldn't pretend to sleep. "Sar, who knows?" Kuzan said lazily, leaning over and leaning on the chair. Takizawa spit fire in his eyes, as if to eat someone. No one is more anxious about the defeat of the Navy recruits in recent years. Loya is not only an ordinary recruit, but also a disciple he has recognized, an important combat capability of the Navy in the future. Kuzan's inattentive look did not take Roya's life and death to heart. "You deserve to be his teacher like this." Takizawa suddenly smashed the table with anger, an armaments domineering entangled in his hands when he didn't know when. The hard iron plate was smashed down. Eyes of anger and anger stared at Kuzan fiercely. Zifa's words already carried the undisguised anger. "Kuzan, answer my question." "Alala, the teacher is angry." Kuzan slowly sat up straight, but immediately lazily supported his chin with his hands. Facing Zifa's fierce eyes, Kuzan said indifferently, "Don't be so angry, teacher. Look, I'm not in a hurry. You." Takizawa just wanted to say something, and suddenly his mind flashed. Yes, indeed. Luoya is not only his disciple, but also the disciple of this tall man. Although his mouth has been unwilling to admit it, but this month, Kazan has defaulted this title. So, why is Kazan so anxious? Almost. Thinking of this, Zifa seemed to have enlightenment and looked back at the screen. Seeing his expression, Kazan knew that Zifa understood it, so he lay back on his chair and pulled down the blindfold, chuckling, "Looks like you finally found out, teacher." Loya Kid, although he can't, other animals of the same ability can continue to transform, but once transformed, his strength is not weaker than the general's. He is not weaker than the lieutenant general of the headquarters, so is not it already the strength of the lieutenant general of the headquarters? When I heard Kuzan's words, everyone looked at the screen in shock. That guy is mediocre, only 175 tall, even a very thin guy, even has the rank of lieutenant general. Not to mention domineering, he can't even the Navy 6. I felt an exclamation from around. I don't know why, Kazan felt very comfortable and was filled with an inexplicable pride in his heart, which was cooler than a half-year vacation. After a pause, Kazan continued to explain to Zifa, and he wanted to show off now, especially in front of his teacher. Animal-type fantasy beast fruits are scarce than natural-type fruits. Therefore, no one can tell exactly what the fantasy beast fruit is capable of. Except for the restriction that Loya's dragon fruit will stun all transportation, there is another disadvantage. That is, he cannot be completely transformed. Because it is said that the power of the dragon is too powerful, it is not what he can control now. In order to master this power, he developed that trick to achieve the purpose of deformation. Well, although it took a lot of pain to research a short-formed move. But I can grow to this point in just 1 month. This is really... In the end, Kazan sighed a little. A month ago, when he stood still, he could destroy Roar's strongest roar attack. And a month later, the ice bombs Loya thrown out could bring him a deadly threat. His own melee level is also advancing by leaps and bounds. Even a hard ice armor requires him to use 30% strength to break it. Regardless of talent, hard work, or fruit development, the speed at which Loya became stronger has made Kazan look. If you continue this momentum, Loya may have a real general strength before the age of 30. Kazan commented. But this is not the most tiring for Kazan. In the last week, he found sadly that his frozen fruit was actually restrained by Loya in terms of attributes. Mingming everyone as ice, it turns out to be a relationship. In other words, even if Loya does not use domineering, he can attack his entity by the ice. How else is this game played? Some confused Kazan has begun to consider his retirement. The teacher is old, and his body is not as good as it is one day. Maybe it is a good choice to replace him and train new recruits in the headquarters. After hearing Kazan's words, Zifa was silent. He still underestimated Loya. Although he would sneak a glance at the training of the two as soon as he was free, he didn't know Kazan's actual combat power. Lieutenant General of the Naval Headquarters and Lieutenant General of the branch belong to 2 levels in terms of strength. Since Kazan used the word headquarters eloquently, even if it is a short-term outbreak, it means that Loya really owns strength. At this moment, the mole was the most. He stared at Loya jumping forward in the air, remembering what Zifa said to him the day he joined the Navy. 1 stroke overthrows a pirate group with a reward of 5,000 W. I admit that he is good. But now he is still a child, and the road to go in the future is still very long. The children in Takizawa's eyes refer to those disciples below the rank of the general. Since Zifa could speak these words at that time, it means that the strength of Loya at that time could only linger among the school officials. And no, you have grown to this point in a month? Loya, Mole said with emotion, this is really a terrible talent. Food. Loya, who was moving fast in the air, did not know that Kazan was showing off as a child of someone else's house on the warship, and now he only had this idea in his mind. I want to eat. The 2 sides were hundreds of meters apart. The silver-backed ape raised his head fiercely and sent a violent roar in the direction of Loya. Roar! Along with its movement, the forest suddenly became lively, and countless animals looked at this sight in panic. What happened? Why was the king of the island angry? I've noticed my hostility so far. It's not bad, but that's the only way to have fun after hunting. The smell of that stinking smell came to his face, and Loya opened his mouth wide and jumped up to the sky. What the are you? The barking dog is far away. Lousy is called growl. The roar of the ice dragon. Boom. An ice tornado with a diameter of more than 10 meters quickly formed in the air, whistling and rushing towards the silverbacked ape. Lingji's cold air instantly frozen the water and particles in the air, turning it into sky-like ice debris, and wrapped an ice tornado heading straight for the silverback great ape. The icy cold ice dragon roll is so violent, the silverback great ape immediately felt a strong crisis. It roared, pulled up a large tree more than 10 meters high, and threw it to the tornado fiercely. But how can this ordinary tree withstand the tricks of Luoya's great increase in strength? When it hits the ice tornado without even hitting a bubble, it is swallowed up instantly and becomes a large block of ice. Instead hit the silverback great ape and then exploded. Rumble. The explosion of ravioli was endless, and the generated airstream pushed the extremely low-temperature air out in all directions. The cold winds started to whistle, and the flowers, trees, insects, birds, and beasts were directly frozen. A white ice field appeared in the green forest instantly. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a green canvas, which was poured with a bucket of white paint. Roar. The great silverback ape screamed across the island and was pushed by the ice tornado to wipe out dozens of meters of pits on the ground. On the deserted island, The jungle law of Chikugu told Loya that the first step is to be strong, the second step is to suffer, and I kill you while you are sick. He waited for the cold wind to disperse, and Loya jumped down from the air. Two ice skates were formed on the soles of his feet. By the ice channel formed by the roar of the ice dragon, he was near the center of the explosion. Nearby, Loya hammered with both hands, opened her palm, and aimed at the huge figure in the smoke. Ice make frozen bomb. Burst. Huh. Call out. Several sounds of breaking air sounded, and a cone of ice rolled up with strong wind and ice debris, hitting the silverbacked ape like a cannonball, and then rumbling. A continuous explosion again rang through the isolated island. Even if it was on another island on one side, you can feel the vibration of the air. This scene is just like two making the cannon wash the ground. Numerous ice cubes spattered, making the explosion more lethal. Oh, what happened? What was the sound just now? Was the ship firing? In the forest, the other recruits looked up in surprise and turned their eyes to the deep forest. Grunting. This forest can be lively, and countless animals flee in front of one another, from a small group to a large group, and then evolve into a beast tide. The battle of the puppet kings on the island, the territory of the silverbacked great ape, really scared them. And most animals are afraid of sound, which is the instinct engraved in their genes. This will hurt the recruits on the island, and their strength is weak. They may have hope of defeating a single beast, but in the face of beast tide, they will not be tougher than a grass on the road. Run away. Here comes the beast tide. Climb up the tree. They won't go up the tree. The organic creature shouted loudly, crawled up to the tree a few times, and held the trunk to pray. Don't get knocked down. Don't get knocked down. Oh. A navy watched the room. A navy stared at the surveillance image with a stun, and cold sweat was flowing from the forehead. Just now, it's just that the beast in the silverback apis range is running away. Why has it become a beast tide? Well, are ready to work, otherwise our lovely recruits will be seriously injured. Lieutenant General Mole stood up, said to his colleagues, and then looked at Zifa. Takizawa pinched Yawazi and looked at Loya, who was still firing ice bombs on the screen with a headache. On the screen, Loya swallowed while killing and attacked suddenly. Feeling Mole's gaze, he sighed and waved his hand. Go and go. Remember to inform those who are lurking on the island that one can be saved. Yes. The mole and others saluted, opened the hatch, and hurried to the island. Fortunately, the assessment has only just begun. Except for Loya, the others are not far from the coast, and the chance of encountering life danger is small. After waiting for the generals to go out, Zifa said to Kazan with a weird look, I admit that his strength growth this month can be called horrible, but you haven't taught him how to make it less troublesome. Kazan froze, pulling down his blindfold and not looking at him. Chapter 25. Runaway. New form of Loya. As the generals on the warship were preparing to save the field, Loya stopped the attack. I didn't run out of magic, but he felt a threat. Huh. Leaning under his feet, Loya taxied on the ice and quickly left the spot. Huh. The result was not the same. Just as he was away, a fist slammed hard, smashing the ice surface, and a large cobweb-like pit appeared on the ground. He failed to hit, and the roaring silverbacked ape rushed out of the smoke, raised his fist exposing his bones, growled wildly, and rushed to Loya again. Instantly, Loya learned about his success. The silvery-backed ape's large silvery hair and large swaths were torn, and after layers of skin were frozen, it was as incomplete as broken glass, exposing the pink muscles below. Its chest had been completely frozen, and the wound was sunken to form a one-person pit, which turned out to be a torn piece of meat. One eye with the eyelids disappeared, leaving only a dark hollow, and blood gurgles outward. Through the ice on the silverback's chest, Loya can even see the viscera and bones in his body. Obviously, the silverback ape suffered a fatal injury just now. Luo's big move, the ice dragon roar, and dozens of ice bombs. Even the king of this island can't bear it. Facing the mad silverback ape, Loya didn't want to be just as positive as Aruto. The cold air overflowed, and Loya quickly formed an ice armor on the body surface, then threw it sideways, tumbling on the spot, avoiding the silverbacked great ape and fighting hard. A fist with a thick waist hit the ground hard, and the strong wind blew across it, leaving a scratch on Loya's face. Fast. Strong. Loya was too late to think about it. The speed and power of the silverback great ape exceeded his expectations, and any hesitation would be fatal. In terms of strength, The silverback great ape is more than 10 times higher than Loya, who grows to 20% of the dragon's body. In terms of speed, the speed of movement similar to shaving is even more desperate. Loya, standing still, raised her hand and was ready to launch her skills, but a strong sense of danger struck again. The dragon's body gave him a beast-like instinct, and he gave up the attack decisively. Loya used his hands and feet to spray 4 icicles and quickly lift off. The next second, or less than a second, the 4 icicles were swept off by a large, hairy leg with the knee bones exposed. That was the silverbacked ape. When he saw that he did not hit Loya, he turned around and kicked. Seeing this, Loya terminated her ability and flew up by inertia. Bumping his cheeks, the dark blue magic circle reappeared in front of him. At this time, the silverback great ape turned sharply, and the body stopped several trees under the influence of inertia before stopping. It bent down and jumped, and the iron fist, representing wildness and anger, rushed straight towards Loya. Fast, fierce, flexible, coupled with strong physique, these are the confidence that the silverbacked ape stands on the top of this island. This set of moves is so round and free and extremely fast, even giving Loya a feeling of facing Kazan. He can be sure that the roar of the ice dragon can repel it, but before that, the iron fist of the silverbacked ape may have fallen on himself. After all, big moves always need to be charged. On the battleship, Zifa and Kuzan, who did not know when they woke up, watched the video silently. Loya was in desperate situation at the moment. His moves were not enough to send out before the silverback great ape arrived. Even if he wanted to condense the ice to avoid the attack, the speed of the silverback ape would let him. No, what is useless? Takizawa wanted to order the lieutenant to give priority to rescue Loya, but that was not allowed by his status as the chief instructor. At this moment, he could only clench his fists. Kazan is still calm, without any tension. "Sa, my disciple, show me the new tricks you have cultivated this month." The reason why the silverback great ape didn't want the lieutenant general to provoke it was because of its strong melee strength, fast speed, strong strength, and even by virtue of its body shape, its attack was more lethal than the general. What kind of cards can Loya make? Can't escape. This is the conclusion that Loya reached in an instant. But then what? This is the conclusion that Loya came to the next moment. Facing the killing attack of the silverback great ape, Loya drew a smile. Lao Tzu was not me a month ago, the one who was fainted with a punch. A dense blue pattern appeared on his body instantly, but unlike the previous ones, these magic patterns were so dense that he wrapped himself like a cocoon. The sound of the real meat hitting the meat sounded, and the ice armor on Loya's body in a silverbacked ape boxing was easily torn apart, and then hit him hard. At that moment, Loya felt as if she was hit by a high-speed rail at full speed, and the whole person was hit hard. A little bit of broken ice was left in the air, which was driven by the airflow and turned into a cylinder. Boom. After Loya flew out, thunder exploded in situ, and a circle of air waves raged violently in all directions, blowing all the broken ice on the battlefield. The silverbacked ape fell to the ground from the air and stunned for a moment. The blood-stained big hand was holding his knees firmly, gasping heavily. The gorilla did not dare to perform a chest-stretching action after the victory. Its chest was now seriously injured. It was forced to freeze by that bit of ice to save its life. Don't be killed by the enemy until you kill yourself. The feeling from the reaction of the fist, the silverbacked ape can determine that the bone of the little body just cracked and didn't know how many roots. According to past experience, the other party is dead to such a degree. Loya. Takizawa's eyes turned red, and he clenched his teeth. He turned to look at Kazan, and the dangerous and terrifying immortal locked on Kazan. "This is, you don't have to be nervous. Since I am so old." Kazan shrugged lightly, and even if he is like him, he still feels life-threatening. However, Kazan is not worried that Zifa will shoot him, because Loya is not dead. Sunda paused and explained before Zifa was completely violent. "Rest assured, I have tried. This level of attack can kill the kid." Is Loya dead? Of course not. The silverback ape broke only the second layer of ice armor on Loya. After the battle, the boiling blood became calm, and his temperature began to drop. The silverbacked ape turned black for a while. It knew that after the ice melted, the wound would start to bleed. No one on the island could sustain it, and it was going to die soon. But just as it was about to die peacefully, a sudden violent drink came from the sky. Ice dragon. Iron fist. Huh. The silverbacked ape, who was too late to be hit by the sudden attack, hit his head and flew straight out. Countless ice cubes and stones were crushed and crushed. The forest was like a piece of drawing paper, and a line was erased by a huge eraser. Come. He shook his drowsy head, and the silverbacked ape climbed up in excitement. It felt the little breath that caused it fatal harm. He's alive. It roared at the speeding Loya, bent his legs, and rushed forward. At this time, the appearance of Loya has changed dramatically. His body is no longer human smooth skin, but pieces of blue dragon scales with precise arrangement. Pale bone spurs grew on the elbows and knees, and ling-nized nails became slender and sharp, like dragon claws. Behind a pair of large flesh membranes similar to bats, flapping the airflow and letting him fly in the air. Staring at a pair of golden pupils, Loya faced the silverbacked ape. His current resilience and defense are not covered. As long as he is not destroyed, a few broken bones will not affect the battle. Come. Who's afraid of who? In the face of the silverbacked ape that rushed forward, Loya roared and met it. Boom. Two big and one small fists collided, and a thunderous voice thundered through the forest. The silverback great ape stepped back a little and looked at Loya in shock. Although the breath has changed a lot, this person is indeed the little who was just right. In just a few tens of seconds, what exactly happened to him? His strength became stronger than himself. I can't wait to think about it in the future. Loya suddenly disappeared in place. Roar. The silverbacked great ape snarled violently and opened his back with a fist against Loya. Should I still be able to perceive my movements? Loya looked at the fist blocked by his claws in surprise, and then looked at him with a grimace. Then tried to fall first. The claws left after images in the air, and the strong wind from their fists whined. Loya pulled off a piece of meat on the arm of the silverback great ape with a claw, and was hit by a fist. He vomited blood and rolled out. He kicked it on the ground and continued to pounce on without changing his face. Impact sound, tear sound alternately sounded. The blood was scattered on the ice, and Cece was smoking white smoke from Loya to the silverback ape. Broken arm. Take fetters. Broken foot. Bite with teeth. Hit with head. One person, one beast. No, the two beasts are unpretentiously fighting the most primitive. This battle will not end until one side falls. Oh. Surveilling the room, Zefang looked at the blue figure on the screen, www.dumtlnovel.com, and the large silver ape died on the body. After a long while, he turned his head and asked indefinitely, "That's Loya?" "Yes, teacher." "Do you forget that Loya is an ice dragon fruit-capable person? As long as it is developed, the melee ability is not weaker than anyone." "I don't care about this, okay? I'm asking, why didn't he use the frozen ability to fight? But, like, this is brutal." Zifa thought for a while, thinking about a savage. In this regard, Kazan shrugged. "I said that he does not have enough control over his own fruit ability. Once in this state, Loya cannot use long-range attacks." Chapter 26, Funeral of a Soldier. Can Loya not be able to conduct long-range attacks? The answer is, of course, impossible. Now this form has been named as a full solution by Loya. Within a month, he gradually mastered the method of activating the power of the dragon. The magic pattern used in the battle with Kazan was the initial of this form. Version. The reason why he named himself was because this state was not a skill attached to the exorcist system, but was developed by Loya himself. He uses the magic of ice in his body to make the body swallow up the magic of ice attributes, thereby activating the power of the dragon, bursting out the scales, and improving offense and defense. From this point of view, the light-savvy wizards in Luo Yabi's original book have so much talent that they don't know where to go. In just 2 months, he had mastered the method of actively activating the power of the dragon. Although this method is very rough and dangerous, it has the style of a bomb race goblin, and the sequelae are also very large. It will also be affected by the bloodthirsty impulse. But it works really well, doesn't it? Activated the dragon's power in the body, the use of dragon-destroying magic is naturally not affected, but the ice-formed magic will be temporarily shut down for maintenance due to the dragon's power running away. The reason why the eggs cannot be put in a basket is understandable, and Luoya will not stupidly explain the cards. In addition to the above problems, this move also has a disadvantage that is not shortcomings. That is, the power of passive skill dragons will be improved quickly. After completing this mode, Loya only used it twice, and then twice, the power of the dragon increased by 1% permanently. So if it wasn't for desperation, Loya would definitely not use this trick. But the effect is significant. The dragon's body soared to 39% at the moment. What is this concept? If Loya had to avoid the counterattack before the attack of the silverback great ape, now he can face it rigidly, stubbornly, and face the silverback great ape without any counsel. Even his defense and attacks are more terrifying than the silverback ape, a real human beast. Binglong's iron fist. Fong Binglong's broken teeth. Binglong claws. Fong Binglong's grip. Punch, kick, tear. Loya untiringly launch attacks again and again. That looks even crazy than the runaway silverback great ape. The cold vertical pupil like a snake looks up and down on the silverback great ape. Come, the insects of the whole forest dare not speak. Even if it is only a trace, this is the majesty of the dragon. The dragon is above all the worldly creatures. The silverback great ape has long felt the majesty of Loya, and the inexplicable feeling hits his heart like a heavy hammer, which is extremely uncomfortable. But then it gets even more excited. The so-called eternal hardship is the only death. If any living body is not afraid of death, what else can make him afraid? One person and one beast were so and violently banging against each other, and the sound made like a thunderous thunder. As time passed, the movement of the silverback great ape gradually became slower, and the strength of each counterattack also weakened. No matter how strong the willpower is, it is impossible to violate the established rules. It has no blood to bleed, and the death knell has sounded. Loya felt its mood, turned over and jumped back, standing not far from it. Just looking at each other, Loya suddenly recovered his calmness. He sighed for a long time, facing the silverbacked ape, which may be the only and last time in his life's pleading look, nodded earnestly. You are a respectable warrior, go all the way. He dragged his severely wounded body for 2 hours, and would rather die than die. This is moving everywhere. The silverbacked great ape tugged with satisfaction on the face without lips, and barely smiled with that blood-stained face. Then he raised his fist in silence, trembling step by step towards Loya. Loya gathered more magical powers than ever before, and the cold air gathered together, and the bright blue light dominated him, shining like a frost, full of majesty. Bing, binglongs. Tekken. Boom. The huge body fell down, hitting the ground and splashing a circle of dust. The silverbacked ape finally died of satisfaction. Looking at the ice sculpture holding the punching position, I don't know why. At this moment, Loya suddenly felt a little bit interested, as if entering the time of wise men. He lifted the start solution, slumped on the ground, picked up the ice cube with mud and put it in his mouth. Forget it, recover some energy later and find a prey again. Christopher Loya, kill a silverback great ape with 1,000 points. The naval hand in charge of the statistics was shaking and crookedly recorded Loya's results in the notebook. Takizawa did not know that he suddenly became quiet. He stared blankly at the figure on the screen and then smiled bitterly. Kazan, you said, what should I teach Loya after joining the elite camp? Mr. Zifa. Kuzan can understand what Zifa is thinking, but he knows the growth rate of Loya. He comforted softly. At least, Loya's melee ability is poor, and he will not use domineering. Takizawa has taught countless disciples in this life, including the current 3 naval generals. When he was young before that, he was too late to be happy with a gifted disciple like Loya. But at this time, Zifa was old, and his heart was old. Loya watched him grow up little by little. In the face of such evilness, he felt powerless. Kazan is not the type that is suitable for comforting people. This sentence not only has no comforting effect, it even makes Zifa more pessimistic. Hey, look at his performance this month under your hands. I'm afraid this old man will be hollowed out soon. Right? How old is Loya this year? 25 years old. Although it doesn't look like it, it does. Su Wenyan said that Zifa was relieved. It's okay. I remember you became a lieutenant at the age of 25. To be precise, it is 26 years old. The next year, I participated in the Devil's Order that destroyed O'Hara. This is documented, Teacher Zifa. Takizawa. I can't talk this day. After eating a pile of ice cubes, Loya finally felt that her strength had gradually recovered. Patting the dirt on his buttocks, Loya moved his sore limbs to the corpse of the silverback great ape. The fighting forest has been completely razed to the ground, and the surroundings are silent, and all creatures are scared away by the fighting. Just now a few animals that were too late to escape are frozen there. On the ice plain, there are ice sculptures that are vivid colored glimmers shown in the sun. Loya looked at the corpse of the silver-backed ape and remained silent for a long time. This was the first time he had faced this situation. Even if the silver-backed ape knew that it would die, it did not lose its will to fight until the last breath was swallowed. It was such a resolute character. At that moment, Loya felt his opponent, not a simple animal, but as a soldier. That's why he said that. The warm wind blowing from the sea caressed the tip of the hair, and Loya opened her arms and turned into two ice wings that were dozens of meters long. After a short pause, she rushed towards the body. Ice dragon wing strike. This is not the whip corpse, but this way, the silver-backed ape is buried. Rumble. The thick layer of ice was fanned out, exposing soft underground soil. The wings of ice are undiminished, like two sharp long swords, cut into the ground and toss out tons of dirt. The silver-backed ape's corpse lost its support, tilted slightly, and fell into the pit. Then Loya rolled up the dirt with ice wings and reburied it. Ice make ice coffin. Luo hammer with both hands. A large area of ice instantly condensed, freezing the surrounding land. This will reduce the possibility that the carcass will be found by scavengers. After doing this, Loya put down her hand, stood silently for a while, covered her wound, and turned away. Her footsteps were as firm as ever. He was buried not only with a respectable opponent, but also with his past weak self. I can foresee that he will encounter more such things in the future. The ending of the silverback great ape woke him up. In this world, death is as close to his life as ever. Chapter 27. It's all over again, Zifa's idea. In the woods, there was silence, looking up, and the sun was shining through the shade of the leaves, like stars shining in the air, some dazzling, but very crystal and beautiful, showing an elusive silence. Strange. When did the island become so quiet? I walked in the forest for a long time, and Loya found that the formerly bustling forest was now silent. Not to mention the sound of the recruits fighting, not even the tweets of the insects. He knows that Longway will go out in the beginning of the solution, but the scope is not so large. In Marion Fodor, he only surrounded half of the barracks, and only when that level of coercion could he barely cover half of the Navy headquarters. Even so, Loya obviously forgets that fear is contagious. The explosion and scrubbing at the beginning of the battle, and later Longway, did scare the surrounding animals and flee. At the time, the predators outside were still happy. Today, there are so many foods on their own initiative. But after hunting a few prey, they also became afraid. Because these guys are totally ignoring the death of the same kind and the predators around them, they rush forward with their heads stuffed. Is there anything terrifying behind? Is that the king on the island? The predators thought, and then slowly changed from hesitant to running together, until the formation of animal tide. Oh, I can't find anything to eat. I'm really starving. Loya's face is bitter, touching the dry belly. He now looks around the stone fields like a coarse grain bun. As Loya frowned, a mosey with a mole in her hair appeared in front of him. As soon as Loya's eyes brightened, he flew over. Oh, what a big sausage. Feeling the severe pain in his head, Mole turned black and grabbed Loya's foot and fell on the ground. Who is the sausage? That's Lao Tzu's hair. Dare to fool me so much, put up the name of justice, die asshole. After a bit of noise, the mole reluctantly retracted his sword. When he was on board, he heard Kazan's words. At first he didn't believe it, but now he believes that Loya does have the strength not less than that of the lieutenant general. Even if Loya didn't use the move mentioned by General Qingya, but with strong fruit ability, Loya was enough to stand firm among the lieutenants. Sitting on the ground with his stomach in his stomach, Loya pinched his mouth. God, what the are you? Do you know that I am hungry now, and even fight for me? I know you want to starve to death and I won, right? Do you think that justice is acceptable? I don't care about Loya's clamor, and the mole pointed in the direction after collecting the sword. There is a gathering point. Because of special reasons, the assessment is temporarily canceled. You should go to the assembly soon. Special reason? So Loya suddenly sneezed fiercely. Rubbing her nose, he asked, what special reason? Is there a pirate on the island? Mole. Roya's expression did not seem to be fake. The mole finally felt Zifa's mood and sighed deeply. You just fought with the silverback ape and scared away the surrounding animals. Now they have become beasts. Cho. For the safety of most people, the assessment is stopped. Ah. Loya looked aggressively. So big an island. Is there a beast tied because of me? If not. Ah. I came to the beach with hundreds of recruits sitting on the ground in twos and threes, dejected. Some people were still bandaged, sticking crutches, and the accompanying boat doctor held the wound and applied medicine. Ah. It's Loya. Loya is back. The ice channel paved by the cold ice spread out from the forest. At the first sight, Shweba saw Loya gliding over the ice skate. Yo. Good afternoon, everyone. Luo greeted shamelessly, but did not notice the strange atmosphere around him. Then he was embraced by angry recruits and pressed to the ground. Asshole. Do you know I almost died? Did you bring a cannon? Oh my ass. Who's shy? Luo lay on the ground blankly, blinked, and then looked at Shweba and others with a bad intention. Hey, you betray me, right? Although Sun was forced to suspend the assessment because of his reasons, it is unclear why he wanted to recruit the remaining recruits. The only person who knows the truth, apart from the generals, is the one who studied with him before. And so, ice make clothes rail. Click, wow. Climbing up from the ground, Loya clapped her hands, moving her neck, her fists squeaky. Behind him, the recruits were lifted into the air by hangers made of ice cubes, and a bunch of them hung on the wind. He walked to Shweba and hugged the other person's neck and asked, So, how do you want to die? When the search and rescue navy returned, they saw this scene. Taking Loya as the center, the recruits formed a large circle in twos and threes and shivered and hugged to keep warm. In the middle, Loya was throwing the dry food from the mouth into his mouth. Behind him was a large tree made of ice cubes. On the trunk and the ends of the branches of Zenowo claws, the recruits were frozen and hung on the treetops. The howling wind blew, making a crisp sound of jingle bells when they hit each other. Loya. The mole did not want to and rushed out with a roar. Hearing the sound, Loya had no time to turn back and was smashed out by the fist that mole appeared immediately behind him. It's too skinny to use Navy 6. Luo stood up, picked up the dry food, and continued to hold. The mole drew a corner of his mouth, then gave up his plan to continue to teach Loya and arranged for the hands to rescue the recruits on the tree. Through the window on the warship, Zifa looked outside with a headache. Kazan, you said, if you restart the assessment tomorrow, would you remove him? Oh. Teacher, do you want to arrange for Loya to pass directly? So you're not afraid that the recruits will have opinions? Ran Kazan raised his head without leaning on the chair with his back. I think that possibility is very small. I glanced around the beach, Zifa sighed. The quality of this recruit was really bad. By virtue of his personal power, Loya put a half of the recruits on his back without any breath. He said nothing to Kazan, rolled over, and went asleep. Just a sighed. Anyway, the elite camp is a teacher you are teaching alone. Takizawa's eyes flickered, his eyes turned suddenly, and the corners of his mouth suddenly raised, laughing out loud. Hey, I suddenly have a great idea. The rescue was over, and the situation was reported to Zifa. The good news is that none of the beasts died this time, and they all came back alive. The bad news is that several of them were seriously injured and could not participate in a re-evaluation tomorrow, and had to be eliminated. This is also no way. After all, it is a medium-sized island. Even if there are patrol personnel who entered in advance, all the generals will attack at full speed after the incident, and it will not be possible to rescue everyone in the first place. Among the unlucky guys, some were broken by a beast tide, some were stunned in the fight, and another accidentally fell into a quagmire, which was half dead by the animals in the quagmire. But anyway, Loya said he would not carry this pot. Standing on the deck, Zifa looked down at the neatly recruited recruits on the beach. In front of the recruits' queue, several lieutenants and their instructors in the ranks looked at them seriously. The scene quickly calmed down. Zifa cleared his throat and said, Presumably everyone already knows, because of some force majeure reasons, today's assessment is forced to be suspended. However, does not mean that the assessment is over. Starting tomorrow, you will continue the assessment. The time is still 3 days. The rules remain the same, understand? The recruits roared neatly. Understand. Very good. Zifa nodded with satisfaction. At least one point is decent. The will of this recruit is really good. After a pause, he continued. At the same time, after many considerations, I now make a decision. The seventh team, Christophe Loya. Here. Dequi. Yes. Luo clasped her face and moved away from the queue. What was this creepy feeling? Why do you always feel like you are finished? Chapter 28, Master and Apprentice Night Talk, Zifa's story. I waited for Loya to stand at the forefront of the team before Zifa continued. Now, I decided that in order to avoid another accident, Loya stopped taking tomorrow's assessment. But for the sake of fairness, he must accept the challenge of all recruits. Before winning, he can join the elite camp. Speaking of this, Zifa's old face showed a cheerful smile. Do you understand? Understand. At this moment, the lowest recruits in the headquarters and former top General Zifa reached a consensus. Aren't you good at playing? Come, group fights. A group hit you who are afraid of who? Feeling the bad intentions coming from all directions, Loya said, I have an MMP that I don't know should be said or not. This TM is also called, for the sake of fairness. You dare to say that you are not deliberately retaliating with power? Did Naruto steal your 2 boxes of cigars? But no. At night, Loya leaned against the igloo's exterior wall and grilled the bonfire. A drop of grease splashed into the firewood and blew a spark lightly. Roy sucked his nose, climbed up, and picked up the unknown sea fish standing next to the campfire. Sprinkle a thin layer of salt and pepper and greedily take a sip of the aroma. Well, the heat is just right. Puppet warships have plenty of food, but this time it is a real-life assessment. And survival in the wild is also a test that recruits need to conduct. In other words, regardless of food, recruits need to solve the problem of food and accommodation by themselves. Why else would the 3-day assessment only give 1 day of dry food? The bright moon sprinkled a hazy halo over the sea surface, shaking gently with the waves. The sea breeze blowing on his face caressed his cheeks and wiped people away from the tiring day. Walking on the beach and in the bushes, the recruits sat in groups by the campfire, quietly preparing dinner. Loya's igloo attracted a lot of attention. How pleasant it is to have such an igloo to block the wind and cold on this cold and windy desert island. I can't help but think of the daytime. Loya also enjoyed leisurely, where the frozen bear outside the house was not enough to entertain so many people. That is the supper he prepared for himself. When Loya was eating grilled fish, the tall figure came outside the igloo. Did not say hello. Kazan's hand was like cutting a butter with a hot kitchen knife, inserting it into the ice cube effortlessly and directly cutting most of the wall. Randomly threw the cut ice cubes into the sea, and Kazan looked at Loya, whose dead fisheye was turning behind the wall. What? Surprised to see me? No. Loya shook her head. I'm feeling sad. I just started demolishing someone's house without saying a word. Teacher Kazan, did you relocate before? Husin. The grilled fish near the campfire came with an enticing scent, and Loya painfully pulled out a wooden stick and handed it to Kazan. Come and taste it, Teacher Kazan, the exclusive recipe. If it is someone else, Kazan has taken over. But in the face of Loya, he is hesitant. You didn't have a laxative on it. Loya's anger withdrew his hand decisively and spit the grilled fish with only the spine bones. He said angrily, Don't eat it. Let's be fair, Teacher Kazan. You said that Loya is shameless person? Kazan. No. The last time you put laxatives in a water tank, the recruit camp collectively pulled the stomach for a day. The reason is that the infirmary laxatives are about to expire and you don't want to waste. Gloria. People who see and chat just like that, they just chatted in a few words. He grabbed and ate the grilled fish, and Loya drew a piece of ice on his igloo to chew his thirst. So, Teacher Kazan, are you doing anything to me? Nothing big. Kazan leaned against the ice wall, looking at the sea, his eyes deep and long. It's only today that I suddenly realized. Teacher Zifa is really old. Milo's mouth chewed slowly, and Kazan's words evoked his memories. It is true that Zifa in this age is already old. From the original. Takizawa's life was a tragic performance. He worshipped heroes from an early age and grew up to become a navy. He has smashed countless pirates all his life, but has never killed any enemy. He is known as the general who does not kill. However, such a good old man was still retaliated by the wicked pirates, and his wife and son were killed. This is why Zifa became the recruit's chief instructor. After being disheartened, he chose to stay in the Navy under the retention of the Warring States period. However, more than 20 years later, another disaster struck. At that time, his internship was attacked by Edward Weibel. Only 2 of the students on the ship survived, and he was also cut off by one hand. The beloved student died in front of himself, but he could not do anything about it. Loya doesn't know how Zifa survived it, perhaps because of hatred. The cruel reality changed the old man, and now Zifa may no longer be the one he used to be. When Deng Zifa's arm was installed on the shredder, he completely embarked on the road of revenge. He first set up a pirate guerrilla to hunt pirates and break his vow of not killing. Later, when the Navy recruited Kauai newly, it was learned that Edward Weibel, the pirate who killed his student and cut off his hand, joined Kauai. This time Zifa is completely caught in extremes, or it is just a weak resistance. He resolutely departed from the Navy and formed an organization called Inyo Navy in the New World, with the goal of annihilating pirates around the world. In the end, 74-year-old Zifa died in the hands of his disciple, Yellow Ape, and was buried by Kazan on the island where the war died. And many more. Loya suddenly felt cold, like Conan's brain. The current time point is 1516 in the Haiyuan calendar, and Zifa died 2 years after the Top War, so the reverse time should be 1522. Zifa was 74 years old at the time, that is, Zifa was now 68 years old. Zayurfa formed a pirate guerrilla to kill the pirates when he was 70 years old. This time is 2 years later. Takizawa has been hit hard in the past few years, and still honestly teaches recruits in the new barracks. Then the question came, why did he change so much after 2 years, and why did he choose to revenge 2 years later? The shredder is not ready yet. Maybe that's one of the reasons, but Loya had a bold idea. The reason why Zifa dragged his old body and formed a guerrilla was probably because the recruits in these past few sessions were unusable. He was left with a feeling of hopeless revenge. That's why I decided to go out myself, hoping to get revenge before getting old. Think about it, Zifa has taught 3 generals and the digital generals. I now have these parallel imports in the new barracks. Even Loya, who has little knowledge, dare to guarantee that he will linger around the school officials without any accidents in his life. The so-called nucleus, on the other hand, also represents mediocrity. Relying on these disciples, trying to defeat Edward Weibel is tantamount to foolish dreaming since then. Luo swallowed the ice cube and learned Kazan leaned to the other side and casually asked, "Yes, General Zifa, 68 this year. Mr. Kazan, you said, will General Zifa go to the pirate to get revenge?" In the previous month, Loya pretended to be curious and asked Kazan about Zifa's prosthetic limb, so it is not surprising that Loya said this sentence. Kazan glanced at Loya with squinted eyes and said quietly, "Listen to Loya, no matter what teacher Zifa does, that is his own choice and no one can intervene." Luo's scalp was numb when she was seen, and her heart was frozen. "Okay, teacher Kazan." The cold murderous spirit was fleeting. Loya was a wise man, as was Kuzan. Laziness was not stupid. Both were subtle, and consensus was reached between them. Loya sighed in his heart. Sure enough, Kazan has already noticed something, and now he is warning me not to swim in muddy water. In this case, why don't you stop him, teacher Kazan? The two were so silent. After a long time, Kazan stood up and said goodbye. By the boy, the assessment is over and the recruits will rest for a week. Then you will accept the challenge of the whole camp. Be prepared. Next, I will go to when you travel to the East China Sea. Don't slacken your cultivation during this time. Yes, teacher Kazan. Loya waved goodbye and saw Kazan go far away. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Hey, General Qingyu, do you think about compensating if you demolish my house? Even if you don't pay for repairs?" Kuzanzan, the Ice Age. How? Frost flew across the sky. Lia's house was repaired, but it was solid. Chapter 29, Dream? Count the strongest in the world? The next day, the recruits who were reorganized embarked on the journey again. In the eyes of everyone, Loya is already a member of the elite camp, but it does not mean that he has taken away the qualifications of others. As Kuzan said, the top 3 are hopeful to join the elite camp. The so-called hope here is, of course, the strength demonstrated in the assessment. Instead of passing the fixed top 3, the effort should be made. Lying boring on the coast, Loya held a dog's tail flower in her mouth, resting with her head in her hands. After arranging the supply of recruits, Mole hesitated for a while and walked towards Loya. I heard Shasha's footsteps getting closer and closer. Loya opened his eyes. "Lieutenant General Mole, I will let you put the photo in a document bag and send it to you. Don't bother me to sleep. Jokes somehow hit me yesterday, or twice. Loya would not give the mole a good look. The latter was still a little tangled, but when he heard the words, he was instantly irritated and said, "Given what I said before, I will plead with Teacher Zifa, and you will give me the photo. The result is, you give there is only one of mine. Don't think that I forgot. There were 3 of them when you threatened me. Huh. Remember why you know so clearly." Ms. Loya muttered dissatisfied and then surrendered before the mole broke out. "Okay, I'll give you the rest of the photos when I go back. Really, a lot of ages still care so much." Mole shameless. There was a pause, and the mole sat suddenly beside Loya. Loya glanced at him obliquely, waiting for him to speak. As soon as this person has a mind, the aura changes. The characteristics attached to the dragon's body allow Loya to be keenly aware of the changes in the gas field on the mole. For a moment, the coast was quiet, and I could only hear the sound of waves. As for the screams from time to time in the forest behind, just ignore them. The mole probably couldn't stand the silent atmosphere, and the mole spoke for a long time. "Hey, Loya, do you have any dreams?" This question is good for Wenqing, and Loya seems to see the picture of the mole instructor turning. Shake his head and throw away this weird thought. Loya looked at him strangely. "Dream? Why ask this?" "Well, talk casually, talk about it." Mole did not answer directly, but urged Loya. Loya was a little strange. The mole did not show the appearance of the chicken soup instructor on weekdays. But after all, the human heart is across the belly, and he doesn't know what happened. But Mole's words loosened Loya's dusty memories. He thought he had forgotten the mediocre life before crossing, but Mole said this and reminded him of the ordinary life in the past. There was a trace of sorrow in Melia's eyes, and he said intoxicatedly, "Dream is something that everyone will have, and there will be more than one. But as life continues, some dreams are getting closer to us, and some are getting farther and farther." A picture loomed in front of Loya. In the afternoon with a thunderstorm, Loya, who was still in elementary school, played outside for a day without going to class. When it rained, he had to run home helplessly. He was naturally greeted by a mixed doubles. "I want to go home." This is the dream of Loya when he was on the desert island. But it is this childlike, innocent dream, but it is so unattainable. After a pause, Loya said, "Previously, my dream was to eat and wear warmly and have fun. I don't have to run around for life every day, and I don't have to worry about where the next meal is. After I imagine I have money, I will what kind of life? At that time, I felt that I ate steak, lived in a big house, eaten and dressed with a servant, and my life was complete." Speaking of this, Loya asked with a mockery, "Isn't it very promising?" The mole nodded solemnly. "Yes, Gloria. Forget it. Now that I have opened the clip, we ignore what he said." Luo said to herself, "I don't have much planning for life. The ones I just said were really my dreams. But life is really full of unknowns." Loya remembered the life of the once small people. Every day is busy: elementary school, junior high school, college, being obsessed with learning, unable to extricate themselves. He secretly fell in love with a girl when he was in junior high school, but after being confessed, he was beaten by her opponent's boyfriend. At that time, Loya understood the unknown of life for the first time. During the college entrance examination, his goal was to be a key university in another province. The score was a little worse. Due to economic conditions, he did not choose to repeat his studies. He came to an ordinary university in the city to study. This is the second time. Then, as a graduate of civil engineering, after graduation, he became a marketer. This is the third time. Thinking of these, Loya is funny. Does he have a dream? Of course he does. He wants that girl to be his girlfriend. He wants to be admitted to a key university. He wants to do something in the construction industry. But what's the point? As a result, everything seemed to be planned out. God just loves to joke. What can he do? He is like him crossing this time, and your family traverser wore instant noodles and wore them. Can you predict it? Smirking, Loya continued. But now my dreams are no longer those. I have new goals. The mole looked up and said, "What is it?" "I want to be the strongest in the world." Loya raised her fist to the sky, opened her fingers, as if to hold the blue sky in her hand. "Since I have gained this power, Woollawoo will leave me. From now on, I will fight for this purpose. No dream. This is my dream. Become the strongest in the world." The mole murmured, repeating Loya's words, looking at the confident smile of the boy in front of him, and he shook his head. "Your dream is really big, I thought you would say things like implementing Navy justice. Do you really think the Navy is right? Lieutenant General Mole. At this time, Loya's cold voice came. The mole frowned and asked, Loya, what do you mean by that? Don't forget you are the Navy. I certainly know. Loya seemed to have not seen the mole's black face. But Lieutenant General, what is justice? There is a sentence you should be familiar with called justice will win. But do you know? The so-called justice in this world represents the justice of the victors. This is a very simple sequence problem. Victory first is justice. You want to say that the Navy is not justice, but the winner? Loya's words were chaotic, and Mole frowned, slowly speaking. Well, who knows? Just like Schrodinger's cat, the cat will always be on the verge of life and death before the jar is opened. So for now, let us call ourselves the Navy of Justice. By the way, Schrodinger, you certainly don't know, but you only need to know that he is a cat-abused madman, and you will be killed when you meet him. Speaking of which, Loya stood up, patted the dust on her ass, and was ready for lunch. The mole stayed there, looking out at the sea, wondering what he was thinking. Beneath the sleeves of his suit, a black phone bug slapped and fell asleep. Zifa stood up in the command room of the warship and looked up through the window to the sea. It turns out. Do you think the same as me, Loya? Knocking at the door awakened Zifa. He sat back behind his desk and said, Shen, come in. Kulai was Kuzan, who came to bid farewell to Zifa. Go southeast from here, and you will reach the East China Sea. Kuzan sat opposite Zifa with his legs crossed. By the way, do you want me to bring you something special? Aren't you waiting for Loya to finish the assessment? I can give him a big problem. No need, I have taught him everything I can teach. I believe he can cope. Next, he needs to go out of his own path. This is not something I am good at. Speaking of this, Kazan opened his eyes and looked at Zifa. In the days to come, I would like to ask your teacher to be more attentive. Rest assured, I will teach him not to lose to your admiral. That's just right. When the general does not even have a little time to sleep, he is too busy to die. End of chapter. Chapter 30, results announced. Time is fleeting. 23 days later, on the coast of the island. The representatives sounded a sound for a while, and the recruits slowly gathered by the coast. They have more or less colors on their bodies, and some need support from others to stand firm, and they look like the defeated army. The rumbled trumpet sound was still chanting, and one after another recruits came out of the forest. Hey, how many points did you get? Unclear. I don't know many animals. The assembled recruits talked while secretly looking at the front Loya. The site where Loya fought with a silverback great ape that day was discovered the next morning, and the news spread quickly and quickly. Some recruits learned the news and even gave up their targets and went there to watch it. The scratches of hundreds of meters left ugly scars on the forest. Everything around was frozen, obviously Xia Island, but it felt as cold as East Island. Countless animals and insects that had not had time to hide remained in their poses before their deaths and turned into ice sculptures. The scene was so beautiful and so scary. Hanbing hell. This is the only adjective that recruits can think of. But, oh. Later, it became the camp for most recruits, and the recruits would return to camp and camp during meals and breaks. Whether it was Long Way, which was sent out after Loya initial solution, or the breath left by the silverbacked ape, the animals on the island did not dare to approach it and could not even hear a worm. Don't worry about being attacked by beasts at night. Is there a better rest place in the forest than this? Wu Mingming was a real-life assessment. As a result, most of the recruits did this, and they were just like outings in a group. So scary. Are we really going to fight that guy? Thinking of Zifa, the recruits always felt as if they were fooled. At that time, everyone was gloating and preparing to clean up Loya, but according to the strength shown by Loya at present, how can all be delivered? Probably. Okay. I heard that it is a one-on-one wheel battle, and the mill can also kill him. Someone explained, but he didn't believe himself much. No, I heard it was a collective war. If one-on-one, I'm afraid Loya can't hold it before he is tired. He is an animal-fruiting person. The recruits who spoke before were speechless. This situation is indeed very likely. Although on the sea, the fruits of the animal system are considered the weakest group. But it is undeniable that in terms of persistence, the other two departments could not keep up. And look at Loya's performance and training. The recruit's top physical fitness is not blown out. Oh. Luo stood bored at the front of the team, thinking about her barbecue. The assembly number blew, and all the soldiers gathered immediately. He didn't dare to disobey the military order to continue his barbecue business. He had to hope that when he left, the foot successfully extinguished the fire so as not to burn. The mole and other generals stood in front of him and gave him surprise and friendliness. They also went to see the battlefield. The scratches on the claws, the pits of each one, the stout trees, and the bloodstains on the ice all proved how fierce the battle was. Although Loya's movements were a little big, and even the bad assessment was forced to be suspended for a day, they had to admit that Loya had the strength to rival them. Even from a destructive point of view, only the powerful lieutenants in the headquarters can catch up with the lieutenant generals present. It would be terrifying if he could stay that way at any time. Many lieutenant generals thought in their hearts that they did not see the final battle between Loya and the silverback great ape, but after this matter, a little inquiries, you know that Loya's explosive big move can greatly improve his strength and speed. After all, Loya did not hide behind his back when he developed this trick. For example, several elite camp members who often practice in small squares even watched Loya's success step by step. I have the dragon fruit of the fantasy beast, plus this growth rate. As long as Loya does not collapse in the middle, commonly known as early death, it is appropriate to surpass them in the future. No matter how bad it is, as long as the strength to fight with the silverback great ape, a lieutenant general can't run. With these conditions, the lieutenants will naturally show goodwill to Loya and will never treat the other party as a recruit. OP world, you can be respected everywhere. Soon, half a day passed. The puppet patrol carried the last group of recruits out of the forest and sent them to the infirmary. A school official ran to Zifa and saluted him. Report to the head instructor. All members are assembled. Zifa nodded, taking over the report from the school official. The first page is the statistics of the battle. In this assessment, 75 recruits were seriously injured, regardless of minor injuries. Almost all of them were injured. Fortunately, no one lost their lives. Takizawa looked at it for a moment and then paid no attention to it. He picked up the second one and observed it carefully. This is the result of the statistics. Through this, you can basically know the strength of the current recruit. However, Zifa sighed for a while. He waved his hands and arranged. After the final results are counted, they will be announced directly. Yes. The school official took the report and trotted away. Takizawa was standing on the deck, his eyes locked on Roya, who was not standing upright, and his expression did not show emotion. Is the new Navy already weak to such an extent? After more than half an hour, the final review was completed. There was a sound of footsteps in front of me, and the recruits quickly held their heads high, without squinting, ready to meet this important moment. The Major General-led instructor first saluted to a Lieutenant General, and then solemnly faced the recruits. Stop it. Li Zheng, below. Your assessment results at this moment will be announced. All are there. The first 4 rows squat. Hey, Lala. The neat footsteps sounded, and the first 4 rows of the square array immediately squatted down. Seeing this, the Major General nodded with satisfaction, and the school officials behind him turned on the projector and put the image on the long curtain open hum. The phone bug hummed and started to work, and the images appeared on the curtain. The recruits held their breath nervously, searching for their names on it. After seeing their achievements, some people were overjoyed, and some people bit their lips. He was the same as them, but he was looking for the first place. Soon, he found the target at the very top. Tony Mill scored 1795, ranking first. 7951795 points. This score is already in human terror for most recruits. You must know that the stone drum cow that Loya met with a musket that cannot penetrate the skin was worth 50 points. Ordinary recruits meet Shirgun Yo. I'm afraid they can't even run, let alone turn it into their own points. And this man named Tony Miller had to hunt more than 30 stone drum cows in 3 days to get this result. This person, Loya, was a bit impressed. He was the first of the 3rd team. Before joining the Navy, he was the curator of the Kendo Museum on an island. I am very belligerent. After I am unwilling to join, I have chosen the leader of the 3rd team from the first day and become the new first. Since then, I have stood firmly in that position, and no one can shake it. But even so, Loya and Zifa shared the same view. It was too weak. I want to know that the first recruits in the previous recruit camp were some real monsters. Tony is really strong among the recruits, but it is not a little bit worse than the previous one. Loya had quietly asked Zifa, and Kuzan scored how many points he had in the assessment that year. The answer shocked him, and he kept lamenting that the fruits of the natural department are indeed the natural department, which has unique advantages.